taxi every day in different places, you know. In America, I'm talking about, not Bosnia, but what happens is our bodies are becoming more stronger to defend our lungs and nose. And how is in Bosnia? What's happening?
Listen,
Testing.
yes, I'm in Sarajevo, which is the capital of Bosnia. And I must tell you that the location that we run, the Bosnian Pyramid location, is one of the rare islands of freedom in Europe.
Is that right?
Island of hope. Island not of old normality or new normality, but better normality.
Mm-hmm. More calm and quiet and peaceful and healthier. Are they healthier?
Okay, I'll be talking about. Okay, so how do you want me to proceed? You want me to start with
I want you, I haven't started recording yet. I want you to fix your video. It's kind of fuzzy. Is it your webcam or your distance, or it's not very clear from my point of view? Is there anything you have to do?
It's very clear. It's very clear here. I see you.
Okay, it must be my computer or internet connection, or let me close my windows. I think I'm all good. Dennis, are you ready to roll? Audience, please be quiet. Lady, please there. Lady there, please stop talking. Hello? She can't even hear me.
All right, go on. Go to.
Please stop talking. We're going live. Okay, thank you. What do you need?
I need to put our video up on your Zoom.
Oh, thanks.
You have it here.
Oh, you took it off last night. All right.
How many minutes you need? I started the live stream. That's all set.
There. Dennis, ready to roll? DVD? Sound? Testing. Is that what you want? Him? Can you talk if they wanted to check your sound?
Yes, I can talk. 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear him? You're all good? Louder? They want you to speak louder. Huh?
Okay.
Kind of louder, but if you have sound.
All right.
Is it better? Yeah, keep talking, Sam. Say something.
Yes, I will keep talking. Once I start, you won't be able to stop me.
You can't hear? No, let's turn up. Let's turn up that speaker. Yeah, people in the room, we're picking a lot of sound here. Can you turn up the speakers for them, please, John? This sound issue is the most difficult part of this business. Sam, why we have two peaks? Oh, okay. Good, good. Ready? Go ahead. Let me go recording. I'm going to throw you Facebook Live too. Maybe that helps everybody in Facebook. 1 second. Let me turn on the Facebook Live. Sorry about that. I should have done that earlier. Testing. Come on, live. Facebook is taking so long. Okay, good. We're live on Facebook. Facebook. This is Said David Farman, 5D Events, BioMed Expo. And we welcome everybody to our program in Las Vegas. And let me go back to Dr. Sam Osmanagic, if I can do that. There we go. Dr. Sam Osmanagic in Bosnia, welcome to BioMed Expo. Let me start recording on Zoom. Excellent. We are recording on Zoom, and we are BioMed Expo Las Vegas 2020. We are live with Dr. Sam Osmanagic, great researchers, pyramidologists, medical and medicine, new age research, all the above in Bosnia, Europe. And thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be with you. Unfortunately, we missed our April's conference due to the pandemic. However, we are together again now, and I'm greeting you from the capital city of Bosnia-Herzegovina, which is Sarajevo.
The universe brings us together as our energies unify to create the new consciousness of new age. And this new age after COVID, it's got different entities and different speed, different vibrations, meaning your consciousness can either go very fast forward or very fast backward. A lot of people experiencing the other way, going fearful and sick and miserable, and their consciousness, losing their consciousness. And a lot of people going forward and rising consciousness that we're seeing, they're joining us and they're calling on us. And it's not about mask or virus or anything. It's about you as a universal entity, cosmic light, the Atma, the God-given seed in your inside you, that who you are, and nothing can destroy you. You're an everlasting being. Body can be replaced. There is no death. And pyramids are the best ever known healing machines that have been ever made in this planet. And Dr. Sam Osmanagic would give us the light on that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Said. You are definitely right. We are really at the big intersection. It's never been such a moment in human history in the last 100,000 years that all 6 continents and complete human population is under such a pressure from very few, from the elites. And as always, a lot of answers can be received from the past. In the last few decades, I have been researching megalithic and pyramid sites all around the planet, concluding that we did have more advanced civilizations in the past. And what is common for all of them, on all 6 continents, was the different concept of energy. Instead of our concept, where we use limited energy sources like oil and gas and coal, instead of using dirty industry, instead of using thermal, nuclear power plants, producing very expensive energy, where such a huge minority possess 90% of resources on the planet. What the ancients were thinking was how to use existing resources and build structure that will produce clean and free energy almost forever. What we have concluded during our Bosnian Pyramid project in the last 15 years, from 2005 to 2020, is that the pyramids were energy amplifiers. Back in 2005, I first came to little Bosnian town of Visoko to visit the local museum. But what really caught my attention was this hill. Everybody called it natural hill, with 4 sides, with 4 triangular faces. when I took a compass, it showed me that those sides perfectly orient to the cardinal points, east, west, north, south. And exactly how the pyramids were built. Almost everything they teach us about the ancient history is wrong. The origin.
Can I interrupt you? The Pyramid of Giza is a little bit tilted to the north, a few degrees, no? Is it perfect north?
Well, I will tell you exactly the numbers. So, what they teach us about the ancient history is wrong. The origin of man, civilizations, and pyramids. And we are told that we are product of the evolution. Wrong. 400,000 years back, genetic engineering created Homo sapiens. The civilizations, number two, they tell us that everything started with Sumerians 7,000 years back. And then Babylon, Akkad,
We don't have enough juice. What happened now? Looks like.
telling us they are built in Egypt and Mexico. Wrong. They are built all over the planet, on all 6 continents. In China, in the province of Shanxi, 250 of them. Kochker Pyramid in Cambodia, Gunung Padang Pyramid in Western Java, Gympie Pyramid in Australia, 7 Mauritius pyramids, 224 Nubian pyramids, Egypt, Peru, Bolivia, Central America. Why would ancients build so many pyramids around the planet? The secret is the energy. They knew that 4-sided pyramid is energy amplifier, and that's why the location was important. You mentioned the orientation of Giza pyramids. The Khufu or Cheops, the Great Pyramid of Egypt, has an error from the perfect north of 0 degrees and 3 minutes. Khafre or Khafren pyramids, 0 degrees, 3 minutes. Mikarin, 0 degrees, 18 minutes. Red pyramid, 0 degrees, 5 minutes. Bent pyramid in Dakshur, 0 degrees, 12 minutes. It's almost perfect, it's 0 degrees and a few minutes. But the Bosnian pyramid of the sun has an error of 0 degrees, Bosnian pyramid, 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Even the second.
This is the most precise orientation ever.
Our internet is back and forth, or maybe Bosnia. How's your Bosnian internet, Doc? We're getting cut off here. Maybe it's
Hello? Am I frozen there?
yeah, you're back again. Let me turn off the Facebook because.
Give me the face. No, give me the picture.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Hold on a second.
If it happens.
No,
Okay,
it was probably me. I turn off Facebook. My machine doesn't run that fast to do Facebook.
That's okay.
We are dealing with
so
3-4
the question
companies.
is, why is the orientation so important? Egyptologists don't know that. Archaeologists don't know that. Even independent researchers, they don't know that. Why? Because they don't have an engineering mind. They don't understand energies. If they do, they would know, like brilliant Nikola Tesla knew 120 years ago, that everything is energy, frequency, vibration. Our planet is a huge energy ball. And you have energy flows. The 2 strongest flows are north-south and east-west.
I see.
When you build a pyramid, which is 4-sided, when you perfectly orient it, east, west, north, south, then it initiates the movement of the energy inside the pyramid. And this pyramid energy is very beneficial. So we will be talking about benefits of the pyramid energies. In the last 15 years, We have been researching the energy of Bosnian pyramid complex. We have at least 6 big pyramids, which I named the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, Moon, Dragon, Earth, Love, and the 6th pyramid. Interesting fact is, the elements of sacred geometry have been incorporated. What are the elements of sacred geometry? Equilateral triangle, hexagon, number pi 3.14, and number phi, or golden ratio, golden section 1.618. Why is that important? If you apply those elements, you amplify the energies. 3 major Bosnian pyramids, Sun, Moon, and Dragon,
Dennis,
form perfect equilateral triangle. When we take the top of the Sun pyramid as beginning point of the golden section, the spiral has on its line the top of the Love pyramid and 2 more nearby pyramid hills. So we have elements of sacred geometry. The next thing, below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we have iron plate. Iron generates electromagnetic field. The pyramid pulls this field up and amplifies it. How do you know? Because we have measured. On the top, electromagnetic field is 50 times stronger. 21 meters or 70 feet below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we have water flow. Water moves, it releases negative ions, which is the key for tonight's discussion. Negative ion concentration in the pyramid and in the tunnels is much higher than at the nearby hills.
can I interrupt you, Doctor? Sorry about that. The capstone of the pyramid of Giza, they say taking away, was that metal? Because you're saying pyramid of Sun is metal.
Well, the top of the pyramid is called pyramidion. It was also 4-sided pyramid, but always built from the better quality material. Granite, gold-plated granite, or gold. Well, those pyramidions are missing on all pyramids in Egypt, China, and Bosnia. Why? Because of the function of the pyramid. The first function of the pyramids is producing energy beam going through the top of the pyramid. Now, you are in Las Vegas. The Luxor Hotel has this beautiful and very strong light beam going through the top. And that's exactly what was happening with the ancient pyramids more than 12,000 years ago.
Does it mean some race they came and took the capstones out because these pyramids will become Merkabahs and people will ascend or time travel or pass the gates?
When you have very strong energy, you can use it and you can abuse it.
Eric. I have
I'm
Eric.
saying-
I have Eric here. I want to introduce you, Eric, my assistant.
We already know each other.
He's been here with me 20 years.
Yes.
I'm in and out to do other things. I'll be back with you. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank
Okay,
you.
let me continue my presentation. You just relax and enjoy. So, below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we have iron that generates electromagnetic field. We have first water flow that generates negative ions. We have second water flow below the first one. We have a charge, electricity. We have a lot of quartz crystal. Quartz crystal transforms one energy into another. Electromagnetism hits the quartz crystal. Through the piezoelectrical effect, we have the ultrasound that can be measured. What we measure on top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is an energy beam, which is electrical in nature, 28 kilohertz frequency. It is focused, it is continuous. When we sent a drone with the different scientific instruments, we concluded that this energy beam starts at 13 feet diameter. It expands to about 60 feet, going back to 13, 60, 13, 16. It's like an ellipsoid. In science, this phenomenon is called Tesla's scalar waves.
Yes.
Nikola Tesla was investigating this phenomenon, these subtle and soft energies, 120 years back in his lab in Colorado Springs. In the last 50 years, this phenomenon is investigated by the Russian physicists. Why? Because the scalar waves have ability to move the energy, to move the information much quicker than the speed of light. So, the first potential purpose of pyramid energy is to serve as the communication device. The second purpose of pyramid energy is to protect what is the most precious to us, and that would be our health. Under the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids, we have several levels of prehistorical tunnels. So far, we have cleared and secured by the wooden supports about 3 kilometers or almost 2 miles of those mysterious prehistorical tunnels. We have noticed that people, when they go inside, they breathe very well. As a matter of fact, they go deeper, they breathe better and better. Well, that is not logical, but nothing in Bosnia is logical. People who have some respiratory problems, for example, asthma, or problems with, other problems, when they get out from the tunnels, they breathe so well, they don't need air pump inhalators for 3 to 6 months. People who have high blood pressure, for example, you got problem with your wife, your blood pressure is 180 over 120, you go to the tunnels, it drops to the normal level, 120 over 80. People with a high sugar in the blood, for example, 10 or 11 or 12, you tend to have diabetes. You go to the tunnels, the sugar level, the glucose in the blood, drops for 5 or 6 points, coming to normality, 5.5 or 5.9. So we wanted to find out why is this happening. What we do, we measure everything. We find scientific arguments. So this is what we've been measuring. When we live on the surface of the planet, we are exposed to a lot of cosmic radiations. Some of those radiations are harmful for us. Well, being 100 feet below the ground in the tunnels, no cosmic radiations. Number 2, there is a natural radioactivity coming from the underground. Sometimes we walk the streets and we are not even aware that this radioactivity is attacking our body. Our body cells are fighting those enemies coming from above and from below 24 hours a day. Well, using Geiger counters, we concluded that the values of radioactivity are many times lower than the minimum allowed. Number three, we use internet to talk today. We cannot live without internet and Wi-Fi. Well, Wi-Fi, of course, the frequencies are very harmful for us. In the tunnels, no Wi-Fi signal. The next one, cell phones. We can't imagine our life without the cell phones. Few years back, we had 3G network. 3G meaning 2.4 gigahertz. Today we have 4G and 5G. 5G goes all the way to 100 gigahertz. Well, guess what? These are radio waves. This is the frequency of our microwaves. So we've been exposed to the frequency of the microwaves 24 hours a day. And we know that microwaves cause the cancers. So, in the tunnels, no signal for the cell phones. So, it's absence of all bad radiations. On the other hand, we have only good energies. The best frequency of electromagnetic field, which is 28 kilohertz, the best frequency of the ultrasound, which is also 28 kilohertz frequency. This is the levitation frequency.
I was just going to say that.
You feel light in the tunnels. The next one is extremely low frequency. They call it ELF frequency of 7.83 hertz, which is in science called the Schumann resonance. This is the original resonance of our planet, which lasted 11,700 years back until 1990s. But then we've been developing our technology, producing so much bad electromagnetism, computers, laptops, TVs, mobile phones, microwaves, our electrical energy grid, Project HARP. We've been producing so much bad or EM smog. This energy has to go somewhere. It goes to the ionosphere above our planet, putting a pressure on our Mother Earth. And what's happening? Our planet starts vibrating higher, 10 hertz, 12 hertz, in contaminated cities, 15 hertz. What does that mean? This is very small difference for us, but for our body cells, this is a huge difference. Our body cells don't live in the original, natural energy field anymore. And we feel that as a pressure, as a stress. And as we know, more than 50% of these diseases are caused by stress. Well, imagine this. In the Bosnian pyramid tunnels, 7.83 hertz, the original Schumann resonance. And finally, the negative ions. What are the negative ions? This is negative electrical charge in the atmosphere caused by electrons coming from oxygen. So, these are negative ions. What they do, they clear the atmosphere from the dust, from pollen. Remember the allergies in the spring caused by pollen? Well, now we have allergies 12 months a year, unfortunately. Then what they do, they raise the level of oxygen in our body. With more oxygen, we are more alert, we are more productive, we can do more stuff. We are not sleepy like when we are affected by positive ions. And then most importantly for today's presentation, negative ions eliminates all the microbes. What are the microbes? Viruses, bacteria, and fungi. How do they eliminate them? Today, due to the coronavirus, we all know how the virus looks like. You have the core, that little ball, which is RNA or DNA, and you have proteins, this protein field. Well, this protein field consists of amino acids, carbon, and hydrogen H. Well, in the air, we have negative ions. More negative ions you have, they pull the positive ions with it, and they jump on those sticks, on viruses. This combination, oxygen and hydrogen, OH, is very active. It pulls one hydrogen atom from the protein. So you are getting OHH or H2O. H2O is water or humidity. Without the hydrogen, the protein basically disappears, it is neutralized, and the core, that little ball, RNA, drops to the floor, and the virus is eliminated. So, more negative ions we have, less viruses in the air. In your conference hall and my home, we have between 20 and 50 negative ions per cubic centimeter. It is very low quantity. When we go outside to Las Vegas or Sarajevo, it is fresher. It is about 150 negative ions per cubic centimeter. But when we go to the mountain, to the pine tree forest, we have about 1,000 negative ions per cubic centimeter. When we go to the Niagara Falls, we feel such a freshness. It's about 50,000. When you go to the Bosnian Pyramid tunnels, it is between 20,000 and 100,000. These are the largest quantities on the planet. So once we realize that all these values that I mentioned, the absence of all the negative radiations and presence of only good stuff, it creates the most secure, the safest, and the healthiest environment ever. So when you visit the Bosnian Pyramid tunnels, what's happening? Our body cells don't have enemies anymore. So they can start doing their job. What is their job? To fix the problems in our body. So, the second major purpose of the pyramid energy is to fix the problems in our body, to start the self-healing process. So, in today's world, with the corona hysteria, what I can say, let's be proactive. Instead of using medieval medical techniques, and they are telling us, go hide yourself among 4 concrete walls in your homes because of invisible enemy. What I'm suggesting is, let's go to the forests. Let's go to the places with the high concentration of negative ions. For the closed spaces, for our homes, for our offices, for our schools, for our medical facilities, let's use ionizers that produce negative ions. So, when negative ions are present in high quantities in our workspaces, in our living spaces, they will eliminate viruses and bacteria immediately. When we go out, let's go to the parks, let's go to the pine tree forests. Why that? Because as we have our immune system which protect us from viruses. Pine tree has also its immune system, which produces etheric oils. Those oils, they kill the viruses. When we walk the pine tree forests, we inhale those etheric oils and we increase our immunity. So the key word for future will be not the vaccine, not hiding, not be scared, not seeing enemies in everyone else, but to increase our immunity. Immunity is the key. It will bring smile on our faces again. So, a lot to learn from the ancient builders. Pyramids, megalithic sites, they produce healing energies. And we are the first one in Bosnian Pyramid Project to scientifically verify that. And not only that, we affect our immune system in several ways. First thing, we are what we drink. We can drink untreated water because in our water there is no bacteria and viruses. Why? Because it's been treated with the chlorine, and chlorine is a poison. There are fluorides in our water, poison. Traces of heavy metals, poison. And that's our city water. That's why it is not drinkable. The bottled water is even worse. They add aluminum. Aluminum is a highly toxic metal which attacks our brain cells immediately. More aluminum, less intelligent we are. So, it's ideal to find water somewhere in the nature and use that fresh water. Plus, they used to make us drinking sodas, all kinds of sodas. We won't even mention the sodas producers. Well, you know the pH of the water, and pH in general can be from 0 to 14. 7 is neutral, above 7 alkaline waters or foods, below 7 acid not good for us. Well, the city water, they try to have it around 7, usually it's about 6 or 6.5, but the sodas are at level of 2.7 or 3. This acid atmosphere in our body is ideal for the cancer to start growing in our bodies. So let's be careful what we drink, because we are what we drink. We are what we eat. Think about what we eat. Let's Google. Let's find the food which is alkaline in the nature. It's good for us. We are what we think. We live, that's what we think, 24 hours under the stress. We think that the stress is caused by our boss, by our manager, by our wife, by our children, by our finances. Stress is generated here. Let's try to control our mental aspect and stress. Number 4, we are where we walk. If we can choose between urban or natural environment, then we will determine our destiny. Let's go to the nature as much as we can. So once we apply different healthy principles in our lives, we're going to be reducing the stress and increasing the immunity. We need to go back to the harmony with the nature, which will allow us to have harmony within our family, our circle of friends, our businesses. So it is time to change our habits and to think about us as a physical beings, but also we have our soul and we have our spirit. The physical part we need to treat with respect, so as long as we live, it should be our temple. We should increase our immunity so we can fight this hysteria created by media. And behind them, of course, are the elites. They want to control and manipulate with us 100%. What really saddened me, starting February and March of 2020, I was expecting not 95% to be totally under influence of the media, maybe 50-50, but it seems that the fear is so strong. We need to fight the fear and to realize that our destiny is in our hands, not in the hands of those few who make rich as much as they want, while the majority of the people live in fear. Okay.
That was excellent, excellent. You made many points. I bit my tongue and waited to the end that I wanted to share. I made some notes here. Let me see. The Schumann resonance has been off the scale. It's been about 10 times. Is that true over there also? It's Schumann resonance is not 7.83 anymore. It's like 80, 90. Is it that high over there too?
Well, okay. The Schumann resonance, if you go to pseudo scientific sites like Wikipedia, Encyclopedia Britannica, and the others, they will claim that Schumann resonance is fixed, it does not change.
Right, right.
But there are institutes that measure the values of Schumann resonance.
Mm-hmm.
In Finland, in
Oh shit.
His internet is fucked. They cut him off or Facebook.
Well, it means we're saying the right
somebody's
things.
doing something.
It means we're saying the right
few
things.
more seconds.
Okay, great. You're back.
Okay, I'm back. So, institutes in Russia, Finland, in Bosnia,
Mm-hmm.
we do measure the values of human resonance.
Excellent.
And I can tell you, the values are higher than before. When you go to Bosnian pyramids, you can see 7.83, which is original value.
You mean
But
underneath?
then when you get closer,
Uh-huh.
oops,
When you say it's 7.83, you're measuring underneath, or you're getting closer, so it's outside. You're getting there, and it gets higher up.
okay, let's see.
Okay, you're back.
Okay, but when you get closer to electrical poles, the Schumann
Okay. Yeah. That means I'm on the right track. They always do this to me.
All right, are we back?
Just tell me the number value before you disappear. What's the value now there when you get closer to Bosnia?
When you are in the pyramids, 7.83. When you're outside, between 12 and 15 hertz.
Oh.
However, it goes to 20 hertz.
Uh-huh.
And I know why I'm getting frozen because Said got close to us.
Yes, he's off the scale.
Nobody, your agency's watching us, they stop you.
Okay,
All right.
so it's good. It's higher.
So-
we agree.
So we have to have in mind
Mhm.
that what we can hear is called sound. And we hear on the scale from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. Above 20 kilohertz is called ultrasound.
How frustrating.
Okay,
you're back.
all right.
Ultrasound. You're saying when you get higher than 20, it's called
All right.
ultrasound.
Okay, above 20 kilohertz is called ultrasound, below 20 hertz is called infrasound. But we can hear 20 hertz or 25 hertz. So if the Schumann resonance was more than 20 hertz, then we would be all able to hear that. It would be like very low humming of the earth.
Yes.
And you know how some people are saying, okay,
Yes.
we can hear some sound in our
Yes.
ears, and it's
That's it.
unbearable, it's 24 hours a day. It means that some people can already hear the frequency of our mother planet, which is not good. We need to get back this Schumann resonance to the original level of 7.83 hertz.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the higher frequency of the planet, not in hertz.
Okay.
Okay, there's the first
And
question.
then, good, thank you. That was perfect. I love your answer. I wanted to share something. When people, my friends, I hear that they're drinking soda, I look at them and I say, so duh. So duh.
Exactly.
Because if it's aspartame with diet, it's even worse. But you have phosphoric acid, just eating up everything. I love soda to unclog the toilet or the sink, or police keep it in their cars to clean up the crime scene when the blood is dry. So soda, oh, terrible, and they get
Exactly.
kidney stones.
Whatever
too.
is sparkling, no bueno.
They get kidney stones, and I tell them have a shot glass of lemon juice and olive oil, and it will eat it up. And then the stress and fear, it triggers flu-like symptoms. Perfect. I'm glad you said that. And then you talked about living in cities or living in the forest. Of course you want to live in nature. And see, that's why they're moving and having these fires, to get people away from nature, and they want them in the smart cities so they're easier to control. So I'm glad you brought that up. It's a perfect thing. So, and then alkalinity. Oh, that is the secret to everything. I don't know if you know Robert O. Young, drrobertyoung.com, drrobertyoung.com. It turns out, I love him. I've learned so much about the COVID, and I hooked him up with Carrie Cassidy to do great interviews, and he just took off. And he says there's actually there's no such thing as disease. It's all symptomology of being acidic. And he says you have to just get alkaline, and that's the secret. And he says viruses don't even exist. They've never been isolated or proven to exist. What we have is a retrovirus. And he says what we think is a virus is exome. It's the cell's excrement from living in a toxic environment. And so we all have the junk poison in us, so we have to detox. But you don't have to convince me about the pyramid. I don't know if I told you before last time, but I know that Michael Tellinger and Ken Rolla are going to retire with you there, and put me on the list, because I'm coming too, and I'm convincing a couple of my friends. So I'm your servant. I'll do anything. I'm there. Okay. I don't care. You talked about marriage. I divorced my wife since I saw you last, so I'm a lot younger and happier and no stress. And I see you're still looking handsome, great, young, and I still like you. You have your Indiana Jones hat on, you're the real Indiana Jones. So you're looking great, man. And I love listening to the stories of how these old people come and they're working on a chain gang with you, entering these tunnels at 80-something, and have all this energy because they feel the power of detox. So you're doing the most amazing things, and I hope that, they don't shut you down, and I think, do you think, that's my last thing I wanted to point. Do you think because the pyramid that you have there in Bosnia is 700, it's the largest pyramid, one of the largest pyramids? If it's not, I think there might be one bigger in underwater, or there's a bigger one in China, but it's the biggest one I know that I've studied, that I've seen and studied. It's 700, is it? It's like almost twice as much as the one at Giza, which is like 450. So wonderful, wonderful stuff. And I'm there. I have to start learning to speak. What language do they speak there? In
Bosnian.
Bosnian. Okay, I'm going to get a book on learning Bosnian because I'll be there. By the time I'm there, I'll be able to converse. And
There you
so,
go. Wonderful.
excellent. What a wonderful presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't here for the beginning. I had to check out of my hotel and get another one. And so wonderful, because Sai doesn't appreciate as much as I do all this stuff. I started my studies of all these things with, I think, Stonehenge and then the pyramids. And the pyramids really got me deeply into, I felt a resonating force that we've been doing this a long time. And see, when you look at your forehead and you have that thick forehead, it means that you're an ancient soul. You're an ancient, you've been around a long time. You're an old soul. And it's so great to see you smiling and looking good in these terrible times, because I'm sure you have less fear and you're happy, and just everybody telling you how great everything is.
A couple of days back, I was on national TV. It was the major news, from 7 to 7:30 p.m. So I was somewhere in the middle of the news. First 5-6 news were about the COVID, how many people died. Then we have those people announcing restrictive measures and so on. And I came. I was talking about nice stuff, about our sites, about the tourists, about the positive stuff, about the healing aspect, always with a smile on my face. And then after I was done, then I was listening. They were talking about the fires, about the murder. Gosh, 30 minutes, only one nice, positive, affirmative news.
Yes.
What's happening?
Yes. And who owns these corporations? We're down to 4 corporations that are all democratically owned, deep state, and they're always pushing fear because they want you to have fear and trigger these flu-like symptoms. And basically, it's for the election, to shut down the election and control people, because we're out of control. We're too many to control, and we're waking up too fast, and people like you are enlightening them to these technologies that have existed forever. And so we're rediscovering all these things. I'm really happy to have Brian Besco here from twistedsage.com, and he's got this tensor scalar technology with the rings, and we have other people here with scalar tensor healing. So it's very important to learn these things and use them for our benefit. And I can't get enough of this. So thank you so much. Awesome. I look forward to...
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure. Wish you a good conference, and I guess we'll be talking next time.
Yes, I look forward to it. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wasn't that awesome? He's great. Yeah. Wow. He's a real treat. He's the real Indiana Jones. Oh my God! I meant to ask him, but sometimes these guys don't like to say. Yeah. Who's Skype? Angie, she's not here. She's still. I'm looking for her now.
Why D Love is always on my screen?
I don't know. Don't you love D?
Dolcita Love.
D Love.
She loves me.
D Love.
Dolcita Love loves me. So where are we?
I wanted to meet Hengi. She's not here.
No, I bring her.
She's on. Where's she from? She's in Iran or Sweden?
Let me bring live right here. Why? We are recording right now.
Good.
She was on lunch. Text me something. Did you finish?
We did.
Hingy, I can log out and check my audio away. And we'll be back. Yeah, she'll be back.
Okay.
11, we are with Dr. Chan.
Okay. Do you have time to go to my car?
I see you guys. We don't see you. Attendee 7. Where's Hengi? There she is. I love her.
No, go more. And
Hold
go
on.
through.
Wait.
There.
Hengi, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Please turn on your. Oh, I have to. How do I do
No, that's
a
it.
video?
She's going to do something.
No,
She'll
no,
click it on.
it's us. We gonna wait. Let me
You promote
Hold
her
on.
to panelist.
have to
Promote to panelist down there.
Is your
There.
I did. Is your
Did you put her camera?
Hey, I can see you guys.
well,
Can
we
you
don't
hear
see
me?
you. We don't see you.
Just give me one moment. I'm starting
There
the
you
video.
are. There you are. Why you
Open my-
didn't start your video? Good morning.
Good morning from Los Angeles.
Oh, from Los Angeles.
You look lovely. How are you? How's husband and
Thank
kids and everybody?
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I'm all right. I'm going through a little bit of an allergy season, so bear with me and my voice this morning. How are you guys holding up in Vegas?
It's very tense. Energies are flowing in and out of Vegas. It's like a portal, but it's
Oh, wow.
different than Los Angeles. It's a lot of things opened up after some time ago. I think after COVID. This place, Denver, and a couple other places are zooming up with energies. We getting messages, so the portals are open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys.
That's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Sorry about the messy background. This is life in quarantine right now.
No, things are different here. Yeah, we're in a different time zone. I got 20 minutes, which you have to go with Dr. Mike Chan in China,
That's
Malaysia.
fine. Let's
I'm
keep
sorry,
it
what's your
short. I'm happy we're recording this. I have a few people that are probably going to want to look.
Yeah,
or
let's.
follow up
Are you ready to record? Ready to record. Give me 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Saeed David Feynman, BioMed Expo 5D events in Las Vegas, Nevada, with our great speaker, Hengi Hawk Peterson. Did I say it right?
You sure did.
Okay, thank you so much. You look lovely, and your new baby is going to be born in 3 months.
It's about 2.5 left, yeah.
Audience don't see your stomach, but I'm sure he will be a great son, and
Yeah, he's giant. He's got some good mission coming in on the planet at this time, so.
we got half Persian, Norwegian guy here, and you're half Swedish and half Persian kid in your tummy. That's a good what's a Viking and Persian. Oh my God, that'd be a strong kid, yeah. That kid would be very strong, especially his father is so tall. But anyway, for our audience, Hengi is an activist in consciousness. And go ahead and introduce yourself better than me. You can, please.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the intro. So briefly, we're keeping this short because I'm 6.5 months pregnant, and I also have some allergy stuff rolling. But I appreciate this space that we're all together today. I was supposed to be there in person, but didn't quite work out for me, as you can imagine why. And yeah, I am a consciousness activist, as our friend here said, and I've been involved in this community in Los Angeles for almost 16 years, going on strong. I was born into a Sufi lineage, which essentially already kind of by birth formed me and shaped me into the person I am today. I'm from Iran originally, but I grew up in Sweden, and I've been in Los Angeles for about, like I said, 16 years with my life and business partner, as we are working on elevating the 133K consciousness couples, as well as dealing with a lot of branding. We work with a lot of technology. I have a media background. Career-wise, I work with the largest brands as far as, TV production and translation and editing and all kinds of media. I own my own production company as well. Have a lot of friends that are renegades, and that's how I connected into this. And this has been an interesting...
You named your talk, I forgot, Alchemy of what?
The alchemy of pain and power.
Oh, pain and power.
And that's kind of what I want to touch on. I know we're short on time today, so really I kind of want to briefly remind everybody that's in the conference and that are tuning in here energetically just through the media of digital power is my presence right now as a pregnant woman, and that's been in this consciousness industry and movement for quite a long time, is that we need to remind ourselves to recreate ourselves. So this is a time, 2020, moving into 2021, things don't end when 2020 ends, right? A lot of us has already tuned in, a lot of us are psychics, a lot of us are empaths, intuitives, whatever. And we all need to really be mindful that just because 2020 clock hits and we enter a new year, doesn't mean this energy is shifting, right? The shift is coming from us. So this movement and this shift that everybody's looking for, the outside and the external to manifest, we're all really sitting in it right here. This is inside of us, right? So it starts with coming back into our own power. And what I wanted to remind everybody about today, as well as myself, honestly, because this is a program that we're all descaling and deprogramming. We're constantly moving through these motions and rebuilding our identities throughout this year, is that we need to come back to simplicity. We need to come back to community, inclusivity. We need to come back to authenticity. And all of these key words, as I'm saying, it should be activating some form of your DNA or any part of your helix that feels aligned with all these things. If anything gets triggered while I'm speaking, it's for me and my joy and my passion and service to remind you of that power. That right now we're moving through a phase where we're removing all of the layers that's been straight up bullshit in society and our personal families and our homes within ourselves. And the medicine and the reminder is to check what your medicine is. So figure out for yourselves and for me, like I said, this includes me, speaking to myself, mirroring through all of you beautiful faces, is that we all need to figure out what our most potent medicine is and pick and choose about 1 to 3 of them, which could be body therapies, it could be movement. The main practice is breath. For some people, it's transpersonal medicine. It could be shamanic medicine. For others, it's metals, it's crystals. For the third party, it's literal. It's moving through the brain sphere, the left and the right. For most of us right now, it's in the body. So the universe has asked us, and the conspiracy that's happening with and around us that we've called forth on a higher level is asking us to sit still. So when we sit still, we need to check in with ourselves. This is super clear from 2020. Who are you? What are you creating? How are you clarifying what you're creating? And how is that benefiting the whole? So this isn't about individuals anymore. This is about us as a community. So me and Mr. Farman have for a long time spoken about community. And as we're going more digital, we are looking forward to building more internationally, digitally. This isn't just about in person anymore. This isn't about you in your holed up apartment or house alone anymore, depressed anymore. So the main reminder here is check your triggers when somebody's mentioning things such as myself, whether it's a word, whether it's a practice, whether it's in relationship, whether it's in a love affair, whether it's with your children, your pet, or even in a conference like this. Have you met anybody, or have you met yourself inside of anybody where you feel a trigger come up? If we start doing the work, really doing the work before this year is over, next year is going to be, half of it's going to be better. And half of it, I wouldn't call it smooth sailing, but we're definitely moving towards better times if we can mobilize in a way internally first, moving out. This is how you retain your power or descale where you're at and rebuild your power and your new identity. This is the portal. It's the 2020. There's nothing more powerful than this year. People are literally dying every week in my life. People are choosing to transition because they don't want to be in this frequency. And for us that are stuck here or wanting to be stuck here and that are choosing to be here, we've got to get to work. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I'm curious if you knew my friend Shireen Missy Zahedi, who lived in L.A. She was an activist, and she's Persian. I met her. It's okay.
Shireen, what was the last name?
Zahedi. But it's okay.
No, I don't know her. I'm actually not super into the Persian community.
No, that's okay. Well, it's a large community over there in L.A.
Yeah.
And what I think it's wonderful that you know, like you say, 2020 is the perfect vision, and it's forcing us to re-examine everything, and
Right.
and this is really they had planned on keeping us captive in our houses forever, but it's forced people to wake up to re-examine everything and streamline and get rid of excess and clean up their mess because it was bad feng shui, and now they're seeing all their mess, clutter, and it's forced people to either strengthen their relationships or get rid of, force them to face that they're not, the right person for them, and that. So it's really made us look in the mirror and re-examine ourselves, and I like that, what you're saying. And we do have to, it is up to us, and we do have to empower ourselves. I like everything you said, and it's right on the money.
Thank you. The
Yeah.
main point really is that it brings us back to power.
Right.
So we are going through some form of initiation, birth, or pain, right? As I personally moved away from pain as much as I could, any external, internal stories that were self-created or childhood things coming up or anything that was coming societally penetrating into my home or into my body or my psyche, with that, as much as I cleared the pain and really clarified my own power and how I want to move from 2020 and forward, I created this life in my body. And that was after actually a 2-year struggle of not being able to.
Yes. Well,
So
you had a
it
little
is
help
it's
too.
a very in flesh manifestation of here we go. Creativity is starting again. The womb is activated again, and those are for people that are born with wombs. Not everybody has them, of course. But it's an example of how things can shift physically in your world,
Mhm.
and I just don't feel like I'm in a lockdown in the same way
Right.
that I did at the beginning of this year.
Well,
right?
like you said, you are the portal. Women are portals, and they bring new life through their portal. And you,
Right.
and how will you? How do you choose to go on? Will you have a doula and do it at home, or are you going to go into the medical industrial complex?
No, so I'm actually having surgery because I've had it before. I have an 11-year-old child.
C-section.
And here's where people like me come in. This is the age of Aquarius, and this is my sign. What I do is we can bridge build these worlds. We don't have to be polarized, we don't have to be divided, and we don't have to be black and white. Division is the only thing that's tearing us apart. So even in the medical community,
Mhm.
people like us need to become emboldened to move in and mesh in towards these waters.
Right.
So I've had surgery before. I probably should have it again because there's a high risk. But
Yes.
am I getting a doula anyway? Hell yeah, I am.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't
Great.
mean we have to make a choice from
Yes.
left or right. It means we need to build a new
Mhm.
path of power.
Mhm.
And when we walk in, we know who we are. We know
Yeah.
our identities. We know where we're coming from. We know where we're
Yes.
going.
Yes.
And with loving kindness and mindfulness, but also firm attitude with a whole hell lot of boundaries,
Yes.
you communicate to these other communities that are operating on a different level, going, hey, brother, hey, sister, me and you are one.
Uh-huh.
I'm coming in here with this child. You need to make your money. This is an establishment.
Right.
But you need to treat me at X, Y, and Z.
You
to
can't
make
force
this
me
thing.
with vaccinations, is basically what I'm saying. They're going to try to
Exactly.
force you with the vaccinations and of the
Right.
kid and the baby,
Right.
and that's my concern. Is because you can measure the blood before and after the baby, and it's just it's the science will show you, But it's not. I don't want to get too personal with you, but I'm
That's
speaking
fine.
from my
Actually,
heart.
as part of a couple of my speeches, if I was there in the flesh, would be sharing my personal story. It's important for us to actually
It
get
is.
personal.
It is.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
responding to Saeed attacking me across here. So, thank you for sharing from your personal, experience,
Sure.
because we're real. You're real. You're speaking from your heart, and you're authentic, and so am
Thank
I.
you.
I am too. I'm saying exactly what I think. So
Yeah, no, I appreciate the questions. If this could support any person out there, whether woman, man, or any other, it doesn't matter. At this point, we all need to just move into power. I'm very,
Exactly.
very passionate about how we derive our power, because I myself have been in a position where I definitely felt disempowered as a young woman, a woman of Middle Eastern heritage, a woman that came in with fully different cultural background, which is mainly Swedish. There was never a place for someone like me to fit in fully. And so you create your own lane, and that's when your tribe starts attracting to you or you to them. And the world is moving more towards a blended and meshed situation, obviously, with the digital sphere taking over our lives as well.
Saeed wants to ask you a question. Okay,
Yeah,
I don't mean
go
to
for it.
interrupt you in the middle.
No, go for it. Any way I can clarify or help what I'm trying to
Yep.
sense it.
Eric didn't touch the stuff I wanted. We have audience, they're streaming, and they will watch this video later. We got more serious agenda in our groups, and the light workers, the star seeds, new humanity movement, researchers and scientists and all the stuff. That's why we're doing these events, and people say, what is this about? So we are 5-dimensional consciousness, health and wellness, science, space science, disclosure, and spirituality, and number of other things. So we bring all the new knowledge to humanity to shift the consciousness of humanity to next level. So Hengi Hawk Peterson, at this time, for New Humanity movement to be formed in different community societies around the world and in America, my question is, what do you think we should do to expedite that energy?
Intention. So having your intention set out very clearly. And you know, as I said, I'm a bridge person. I don't believe in left and right or white or black. You do have to care about branding because, believe it or not, people are attracted to a certain level of branding. The only differentiation between a white sneaker from Asia and another one that has a swoosh on it with the Nike logo is the branding, right? So people care about, I'm not saying people are surface level, but people care about how it makes them feel. So a wonderful brand that's been really successful is a brand I know that kept things really simple, but extremely inclusive. So making space for the generation that's to come, the ones that are living right behind us and that are going to grow up, having their voices be heard and their concerns be heard and validated through public appearances as well as digital appearances, group settings, workshops, in-person travels, retreats, whatever that may look like. Inclusivity is key. Clarity is key, and your intention is key. That combined with the perfect branding, not even perfect, but at least clear branding and a concise message that's consistent, that just a winning formula. You can't go wrong with that.
You know, in this country, America, we do have a problem. If you don't have enough funding, there's no way you can broadcast yourself as a movement or a consciousness group in the country or on media. And plus, even when we had money, they would shut us down, dim us down, or they would delete us from here and there because we were new age thinkers. We thought we think different. We want to have a different future than the current affairs. This is not working for us. From any point of view you look at it, from government, science, spirituality, medicine, any field, this is not what the humanity should do or should be with all the knowledge they're hiding, that we don't need fossil fuels, we don't need these garbage medicine they're injecting us or giving us, the doctor's pills. All these are old technology, medical, that they're poisons. This is about medicine. And there's so much stuff that DARPA or other agencies have created that they can save our humanity. We don't even need more vaccines. There's so much healing. A lot of researchers, they get killed. Cancer researchers, they have so much solution for cancer. Our friends who are, some of them are cancer researchers, they're even scared to speak because they know they might get killed. These are the dilemmas by pharma. Can you believe a private corporation, a big pharma, can pull a gun on a researcher and shoot somebody in this country? This is America. Unbelievable. Can you believe at the same time in America, the criminal corporations, they're selling baby parts out of babies and kids in prisons. And we just heard about this stuff. They take their plasma and they sell it $10,000 on dark web. These are crimes that we live in a society that there are laws, but there is laws all over for us, but not for everybody else. So I don't know how we can create a parallel timeline in this evil timeline and be positive and go along with these people. We're not in fight with any organization or governmental or
Right.
but we want to achieve our goal. We don't care what they're doing. We don't care about elections. We don't care about selections. All this stuff doesn't feed my soul or my stomach, neither you. So what we need is build what we need to build. What is that, right? I want to ask you, what is that? What we should do other than what you just said? What in this hardship, plus COVID, plus millions of other things, they're putting a blockage in our path to achieve it because they know how strong humanity is. And they keep blocking it. They want to bring the reptilian eons ago, the reptilian DNA back to the power, and they holding the PowerPoints, and they holding the money, and they're holding power. They're not letting us share anything else. So what you bring in to this table as a light worker?
So let me clarify. For me, it's important that I don't call myself any of those titles. I personally, from a very personal subjective space, I don't work as a light worker. That title is completely in that trash can behind me. Because when you are in the light, you are also severely much in the dark. This is what the power of the yin and the yang has taught you, the school of Tao. We can go as deep Eastern as we would like to. When you find yourself, and when you find your neutral ground and you find the pillar inside of you that's truth for you, and if this is what you subscribe to, then my first step would be really mindful about how much energy and thought form you're actually feeding into this matrix that you're subscribing to. So if you walk around thinking about the reptilian agenda, if you walk around thinking about the baby parts, if you walk around thinking about all of the theories that are, look, even Stella's agreeing with her yin and yang heart on her body, in the background, my cat, is that the message really clearly is don't feed those thought monsters or psychic things at all. If they don't take precedence in your personal life or in your community or what you're building, if that's not the focal point of focus, but your focus is actually to heal, your focus is actually to move into what you are becoming, then energetically you're already shifting your vibe. So when you're staying in a fear state, or when you're staying in a place of like, well, they're doing this and this and this, respectfully, it's a level of self-victimization. That doesn't negate and disapprove of the fact that some of these things, if not most of these things, they're actually true. They're happening. Most of us know that they're happening from childhood. We've had psychic visions or dreams, and we know that there's something going on in the world that's not fully right. We need some form of medicine for it. But with every antidote, you need to have a little poison in the antidote. So we need to check our own darkness. That's why I talk about shadow work. We need to start at home with our own buildups. If you can't make the family function at home, if you can't function with yourself when you're falling apart, if you can't function with whatever it is that life's throwing at you, how are you going to function as a leader? How are you going to function stepping out, building a community worldwide that's going to bring the next seed into the round of the earth revolution, right? So if we're talking about this eons old methodology, is super simple. It really again comes back to intention. And you do talk about money. I understand you, but I don't agree with you. It's an old story that money, you need to, in America, you need to do X, you need to do Y, you need to do Z. So if you clear your intention fully, that I'm not trying to war with these people, I'm not coming in to remove these agendas, I'm not doing anything but me. So you do you, and when I come in, I do me. And when whoever it is that's active right now in our community, if they come in and they're doing them, each pillar is bringing in their vibration. Each pillar is bringing in their dharma, their work, their life purpose, their focus. You have there's no point in arguing, because mathematically the universe is going to respond to what that intentional setting of that circle is. That's why circular energy has been so powerful for eons, right? That's why the earth is round, the globe is round. That's why all of our stars and planets are manifesting in roundness, because when we come together in circular setting, whether it's digital, in person, obviously more powerful in person, is that money isn't going to be a problem. Money is a lower D dimensional construct that we will blow up eventually. We have technologies and the positive aspect of AI, as well as such things like blockchain, working towards decentralizing a lot of the power within the money construct, right? So when we're moving towards community, we shouldn't be worried about money, because the money will be coming. If you want to talk super practical left brain, if we're moving into this energy, then I would like to say you can set up funding pages, you can set up membership pages, you can set up a basic rate for people that actually care to monetarily show up and contribute. If they can't afford it, they show up with service. If they can't afford it, they show up with their talents. You need a whole team of branding behind you. You need a whole team that clarifies why somebody stands on stage and speaks, and what kind of demographic they're representing. How many Black women do you have on your team? How many brown women do you have on your team? How many Asians do you have on your team? Are they all men? Are they mostly middle-aged? What age group? Look over your demographics, and suddenly when you open up the rainbow, the smorgasbord is going to present itself, because then slowly you'll find that this young woman actually had a lot of money. She came in and helped you. This other person came in that was a mixed race baby that came from the bush in Africa, but now is designing for Tesla, who's one of my best friends. I mean, there's so many amazing people in the world that would love to contribute to a cause that's furthering humanity forward. You just need to move into solution and away from the problem, into healing, away from the disease. We can't reiterate what people are doing. We can't be sitting and talking about their programs and all of the stuff they're doing to us. It's as if we're still stuck in the wounded period after someone's been assaulted, which I personally have. You're stuck in a wounded period. You're stuck in trauma. It's normal. It's complete. I have so much compassion and empathy for that. We have to all sit in this stage where we're really in the cave. It's in the Christ state of moving into a cave. You sit there and you just mourn, and you're in shock, and you're moving through stuff. But now this year is asking us to move out of the shock. We need to move into our power. And that's not like a phoenix rising in the movies. One day you're just this powerful entity. It takes work and it takes time, but we will get there. We just have to mobilize, and we have to be together. We have to communicate, and we have to have a plan. Because without a plan, you're going to fail.
Oh, that's a
Stella
big
agrees.
cat. How many cats you got?
But she shows up when the message needs to be clarified.
Okay.
There's a brown and white heart on her body.
One of the things we need immediately is, I would say, over 50 leaders for the movement, New Humanity movement around the world. That means the organization, people like yourself, could manage as a leadership, manage other people, meaning their livelihood, conscious needs, their community needs, their whatever help you can give as a leader. And those people are missing right now. So we're asking whoever listening to this, come and help us as leaders around the world to build something new that can help a lot of groups and people later on within a number of years, and moving away from norm to a high consciousness, high scientific research and alternative medicines, and a new way of doing trade and business that we can have in our communities and between our people. And we can expand and, like you said, the way you said, from different angles and different help from different people. And so it's a lot of challenge creating organizations, and it's like political party. You have to do a lot of things, you know, I mean, and people have their own lives and they don't care. They just want to, they're so much bogged down with situations to pay their rent or pay their doctor bills and make a livelihood that they have no more time to think about anything else. So, and the media doesn't help us. And even if we have money, we don't have enough to do overcast over everywhere we need to be. So I think, like you said, putting the intention and every one of you out there who want to do something as a leadership, if they would contact us at alchemyevent.com, newhumanitymovement.com, biomedexpo.com, or 5devents.com, and we will create this community worldwide, online, offline, in-person, in-meeting, retreats, conferences, charities, medical fields, whatever way we can to help people in a new direction. So is there anything else you would like to add at this time to for the recording that you have been such a light? You know, thank you.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the time. I have been speaking so fast and passionately. I think it's enough. People's ears are probably burning off now. But I have I just have gratitude. I think that you're onto something. I think the community definitely can take a step, elevate, but you can only get there with really structured, clear organization. I have built a couple already. Definitely one failed. Things can go the wrong way very fast. You can have a large vision, but you have to start small. You have to start local chapters. You have to start with the people that are around you. But my main concern is, where is the youth? My main concern is, where are the people that aren't currently being represented? So if you start looking over the rainbow, as I mentioned, the demographic, you'll be able to implement that in a way that's not beneficial for you, but for the movement. Do you know what I mean? To move into the heart of people and to pierce people's everyday schedules, for them to, I used to work full time, for example, in Beverly Hills for a huge company, media company, but every weekend I was out in the desert doing the work with the organization that I was literally working for free for 2 years, to build this for the kids and the youth, to teach them organic eating, to teach them meditation, yoga, self-compassion, empathy, loving kindness, all of those things, alternative things, chanting, shamanic traditions and methodology, self-healing, Reiki, etc. You can imagine. So how does that happen psychologically with somebody like me? And to end this my part of the conference is, you can only do that if you touch people's hearts. And you can, I gotta go now for sure.
Yeah, I gotta go too. My apology, I have to cut you short, but I'm
That's
waiting for
fine.
Dr. Chan
We'll
to
catch
join
up
us.
later.
Yeah, thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Streamers, where are you? Let me see. Hello. We're waiting for Dr. Mike Chen. I don't know if he's here. EU. Who's this? EU. EU. Alexander. I don't know. Who is that? Alexander G. My apology. I didn't know who you are. Where is Dr. Mike Chen? Hold on, please. Dr. Chan, please come on Zoom. Where are you? Log into the Zoom. No, you put the code, you put the ID I gave you. You go to zoom.us, you put the ID. You have to press join a meeting. Yeah, try to log in again from zoom.us, join a meeting, and type in the password. Yeah, you put the ID, yeah, you join a meeting. They say what? The ID I gave you. Read the ID to me, please. I'm reading the ID to you, okay? Hello? 980 4552. 980 4552. 7124. I'm sorry? No, read the ID to me. What do you have? The one I texted you. Oh, okay, you just came in. Okay, thank you. Unmute your speaker, Dr. Chan. Let me see. You gotta unmute your speaker. We can't hear you.
How am I going to share this?
Okay,
I like to
see.
share this.
I see. We're fine. We see. Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, good. Are you ready for your lecture?
Yes,
Okay.
I have to share my lectures to you.
No, just
I have to share.
you can share the screen. Yes, you share. Let me see. Allow you to share the screen. Jesus. Hold on a second. Alan is here. Oh, there you go. Oops. What happened? Yeah.
Okay.
You need
See my
to.
screen?
Yes, sir. We do.
Okay. So you see the title there?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. You can go through that. Yeah.
You want me to talk now?
Can you make your screen full page, Dr. Chan?
Full page, yes. Let me do that.
Your lecture full page. Thank you. Thank
You
you.
see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me.
Dennis, are you ready? Dennis, you ready? Okay, Dr. Chan.
You want me to start now?
Yeah, go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Saeed David from BioMed Expo in Las Vegas, Nevada. And we are with Malaysia, greatest researcher in stem cell for 40 years, Dr. Mike Chan. Professor Chan, we welcome you to BioMed Expo. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, good morning. You know, it's actually 2 a.m. in Malaysia now. I'm a Malaysian who spent 35 years of my life in Germany and Switzerland and the Soviet Union in the field of stem cell research and biological regenerative medicine for 35 years. Half of my life is gone, or more than half of my life. I'm 59 years old, going to 60 now. I'm lucky my hair is still all black, and I don't have gray hair. I have very thick black hair, as you can see. And I have to thank all this to my stem cell research of what I'm doing in the early days, in the mid-80s, okay? So these are some of my credentials. You can see the whole operation is in Germany and Switzerland until today. Although I'm a Malaysian, I spend all the time in Europe. Now, these are the disclaimer. These are to tell you a bit of my background and in the company, you know. I started everything in 1985, you know. We started as researchers and developers, all my time in the lab with my team of scientists and doctors. And then we move on to education. We don't have a sales and marketing team. We don't do any sales and marketing. So it's by way of education to physicians worldwide. I've been to 65 countries to date, you know, providing education. And the good part is that we are manufacturers ourselves, and we introduced peptides in the early days, and we introduced exosomes in 2001 in A4M in Las Vegas in 2012 in A4M those days, okay? And we are owners of 25 hospitals, clinics, wellness center in Germany, Switzerland, Greece, and many parts of the world in Asia. And we own a lot of IPs and patents in the field of stem cells and autoimmune diseases. Now, just give you a rough idea about stem cells. I know the stem cell word has been a buzzword for every one of you. Everyone has been so amazed with the word, attracted by the word of stem cells. Now, even they come up with stem cell cream, stem cell capsules, stem cell, everything, lotion, shampoo. Now, please understand, to call something a cell, you must have life. To have life means you must have oxygen, you must have nutrients for the cells, just like a baby, you need to eat to survive. You must have water. So these are the three constituents you need for stem cells to be alive. And cells and stem cells can only be alive for 72 hours in the petri dish in the lab. So if someone give you a cream and say these are stem cells, it's impossible because it can't survive after 72 hours. Okay. Now again, you have to understand when you are born up to 2 years old, where you have your maximum stem cells, you are born with 37.2 trillions of live cells in your body. There's a lot of difference between cells and stem cells. Stem cells are like the queen bees, the super bees. We call it the parent cells or the father cells or the mother cells. The bees will be the cells. Okay, so there's a lot of difference between live cells and stem cells. Again, when you're born, you will have out of 10,000 live cells, you have 1 stem cells. And as a children, you'll be 50,000, you have 1. And as you see from the chart here, you are actually aging at such a fast speed. You know, even as a teenager, and by the time you're 60, you'll be 1 out of 800,000 live cells, you only have 1 stem cells. And when that come in, you're actually having 0 cells. Okay? So that means to say your stem cells in your body decrease acutely, angled down as you age very fast. Look at this angle of decreasing as you age. From fetus, you move on to 40%, and you move on to, by the age of 30, you only have 25% left of your stem cells. By the age of 60, you only have 5% left of your stem cells. So by the time you are 90 years old, like my mother who is 90, or my mother-in-law who is 92, how much stem cells do they have? They don't have a lot. So that also explains in the time of COVID, you know, people above 60, they have a higher risk of infection, and mortality rate is much higher because everything is compromised, including your immune system. Okay? So having lesser stem cells means lesser immune system too. Okay? Again, you also have to understand, you'll be hearing so many types of stem cells in the market. Sometimes even the doctors themselves are confused. I'll be hearing about mesenchymal cells, then I heard about exosomes, and then I heard about umbilical cord blood, the Wharton jelly, then I heard about adipose-derived stem cells, then I have some other kinds of stem cells. And you can see from the chart here, you have the embryonic stem cells, you have the autologous, which you take on from the parents, and then you also have some new word here, induced pluripotent, where the Japanese won a Nobel Prize winner for induced pluripotent stem cells, but the reality of this is not in real yet. It haven't happened yet. It is impossible yet to turn from embryonic, from a precursor stage back to embryonic, and then turn it back into the precursor. That means taking from the bone marrow, turning it into the embryo, and then to turn from the embryo to a liver, to a heart. This has not happened yet in reality. So this need time, okay? But people start to market and use this word first. Again, you have the hematopoietic cells. Those are probably for blood disorder, they will work well. Again, you have to understand there's a lot of difference between pluripotent and multipotent. What is pluripotent? Pluripotent means it can turn into many types of cells. It can differentiate into many types of cells. And for that reason, we don't use embryonic stem cells because they have the same characteristic of a cancer cells. Cancer cells are normal cells which turn abnormal. Okay, and then they differentiate at their own fast speed, you know, and they don't follow the rhythm anymore. Now, the same things go for, as you move along, you heard a lot about multipotent cells in mesenchymal cells. They're all tissue cells. Now, tissue cells are tissue cells. They're not organ cells. So don't expect the tissue cells like mesenchymal stem cells to turn into a neuron, or to turn into the substantia nigra for Parkinson patient, or to turn into a brain stem or a spinal cord or a cardiomyocyte or a hepatocyte. You know, it won't turn that way. Okay, again, so if you were to understand further, there's so many types of stem cells. I think this table is very important for you to understand and analyze and ask very common sense questions with your doctors, or even the doctors themselves have to ask the question. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is you have to understand, okay, that in the human body, You have the system, the 12 different types of system, and inside the systems, you have the organs and the tissue. But what is inside the organs and the tissue? Of course, they are the cells. So you have to treat diseases and repair at the cellular range. You have to repair at the cellular range because your organs are aging and shrinking. That means your cells are also shrinking and aging. Okay, the quality of the cell diminish and the qualities reduced too. Now these are the 12 different types of system in the body, and that means to say out of these 12 different systems, you are going to have a lot of cells and stem cells. For example, in the pancreas, you have 13 different types of cells. In the liver, you have 75 cells. In your brain, you have 52 zones, and you have 67 different types of brain cells. Imagine. So even to treat the brain, you have to know which type of brain damage the patient is having, and you give that particular type of brain cells. Okay, let's say in the case of autism, you need hippocampus or you need the frontal lobe, then you should be giving the frontal lobe. You don't give a mesenchymal cells alone, which will do the stimulation of the brain cells, but it will not home. You don't expect it to turn into a frontal lobe. Okay, so my way of treating is I experience with human stem cells for more than 35 years, learning from the Soviets in the 80s. You know, we deal with animals, we deal with humans. As far as I'm concerned, the important thing is the result for the patient, but first do no harm. No harm, and then you talk about the potency. Okay, so the potency is important now. To understand in better detail, simple. Your body system start to age and go downhill as you age. But the rate they go is much angled down. Okay, it's not proportionate. And everyone age differently. And look at this picture, the lungs start to age at 20, the brain with the 67 cells start to age at 20. And one part of your brain called the frontal lobe is only fully developed by the age of 26. So you are aging as you are getting development of the frontal lobe. Look at the skin in the 20, you start losing muscles in your 30, your hair is going down at 30. So your vision is affected by the age of 40, your heart is having aging at 40, you know. So there's so many things you have to think of. The prostate start to age and enlarge at 50. The kidney start to age at 50. The liver is the oldest and strongest organ because it's regenerative and it start to age at 70. Okay, the rest are not so strong. Do understand that. Okay, so with all this system, okay, you also have to understand they have different cells in different organs. Just like I mentioned about the 67 cells in the brain, these are the 67 cells in the brain. Okay, then the pancreas have 13 cells. So you want to treat diabetic patients, you need the beta cells. For the beta cells, you have to get it from the islets of the Langerhans from the pancreas. So I cannot just give you a liver cells or mesenchymal stem cells and expect it to do wonderful results for a insulin resistant patient, for a diabetes type 1 or type 2 patient, put it this way. You must give the beta cells here. Okay, that is important. And that means to say you must give the islets of the Langerhans. Okay, and not just the pancreas itself. Even from the pancreas, you isolate the right cells to give to the patient. Again, for the liver, I have fatty liver patients, I have chronic liver cancer patients. So what is the right cells to give? You give the hepatocyte. You don't just give any cells found in the liver, because the liver is a dustbin too. It's not just a filter, it's a dustbin. All the cells will surface in the liver. Do you understand that? Okay? Now again, you also have to understand, you know, Mike is talking about animals here. And so far we are hearing only in US about human. Now put it this way, I learn stem cells from everyone. You know, we have to share the information and we have to learn. What I learned in Europe was animal stem cells and animal cell therapy. It has been there since the 20th century, beginning of 20th century. Okay, it's been there since Alexis Carrel, who won a Nobel Prize in 1912, kept a dead chicken heart alive for 35 years by changing the tissue culture media of the cells. And every 3 days, he had to change the tissue culture media until 34 years later, he decided he did not want to change it, and the cells died. But the chicken has been dead for years. but the cells of the chicken heart cells was alive for 34 years. Okay, so if you were to look carefully, even insulin comes from animal. Okay, heparin comes from animals. Cerebralizing, a drug approved for Alzheimer's patient in Europe, comes from pigs. There's so many things coming from animals for your information. Even with FDA dictionary, there's many animals derived source therapies for human intake. So these are just some of the table I'm showing you. Of course, there are many. My point you have to understand is that you must work with the principle of like treats like. Okay, or we call it similia similibus curanto. That means like treats like, A for A, B for B, and C for C. Okay, so what I'm trying to say at the same time here is that, okay, you must go into very specificity and you must be in the way of precision medicine. A for a B for a B, a C for a C, a D for a D. Okay? I think on your side you have to switch off the speaker on your side,
Yeah.
okay, if you're recording.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
Now, please understand, you must be an A for a A and B for B and C for a C. Okay? There is no way you give a A for A to Z. You can't do that. Okay, you can't do that. If I have a B problem, I should be giving a B. If I have a C, I should be giving a C. I cannot give you an A and then if you have a disease of B, C, D, E, F, G until D, and you use one to treat everything. That is not the right way to move. Okay? Again, please throw all your darts into the dartboard and hit all at bullseye. Because bullseye is 50 points. Why must you get 0 point or why must you get, 1 point, 2 point, 10 points? I rather throw the 10 darts and I hit every 10 darts at 50 points, and that means I get 500 points. So this is very important, okay? Now, again, if you were to look carefully between human and animal, okay, these are the structures, micrograms of animals and human. If you were to look carefully, they are looking very alike in terms of the cells. We are talking in terms of the cells of the organs. We never talk in terms of the organs. Organs are different, even human to human, father to son, they are different. You can only use it for animal to human or human to animal in terms of the cells of the organs. So we call it cell xenotransplantation, okay, and not organ transplantation. There is a lot of difference. So if I'm going to treat a kidney patient in stage 5, going for dialysis, I'm not going to give him an organ. I don't need a kidney transplantation yet. I don't need to replace the organ. If I can still save the kidney, if there's still dying cells in the kidney, then I can give the renal cells and the epithelial cells and it will still work. That is important, okay? The stem cells will work if you give the right stem cells and you have to repair at the cellular level, okay? And there must be living tissues in the organs. If there's no living tissue, that means you cannot treat the patient at all. So we have been doing a lot of chronic diabetic patients with kidney end-stage kidney of stage 4 and 5. We have a lot of patients like this, and they can move back and reverse back to 3 and 4, okay, by way of giving them the renal stem cells and the epithelial cells. Now, these are some of the things to prove cell xenotransplantation. The Japanese, who won a lot of Nobel Prize awards, for pioneering mesenchymal human stem cells. But quietly since the 1993 until today, there have been 110 publications of animals to human. Because the Japanese government themselves confirmed that they can't treat chronic diabetic patients with just mesenchymal cells alone. They have to give the islets beta cells. So in this way, they must get it from animal because you cannot kill a human for another human. And sometimes you have to kill many human for one human. You cannot do that in today's world. In the old days, yes, even in China, they would take embryonic cells and they do it, but not today's technology. You can't. Today's world is illegal to do that. So in the Soviet Unions, where I learned in the old days, they used to do that in the mid-80s. You know, the institute used to do that, but not anymore. Okay. Now, again, this is not only Japan, even in US, if you were to do a publications analysis, there are 272 publications on xeno cells transplantation of animal to human. So just look at all these charts, you will come to realize all over the world there was an animal element too. Okay, even in the lab, when you're doing human stem cell lab research, sometimes you are still using the bovine serum. This comes from animals. Okay, the word bovine means it's come from the bovine, you know, the cow, or sometimes they use the mouse serum too. So there was also an animal element there, even with the human stem cells as the feeder cells. Now, these are some of the publications coming out, you know, I mean, already out in the world, showing that cell xenotransplantation has been existent. It's just that US do not approve cell xenotransplantation, but other parts of the world, even in Mexico, Tijuana, the government approved that in many parts of the world too. Okay, so we have to be very open as a physician. The important thing is you don't harm the patient, and it cures or treat the patient to a certain extent. Again, medicine, there's no guarantee, so we have to look at the individualized condition of the patient. So the prescriptions of the cells and the modality of treatment is important. It is an individualized therapy to be treated for every patient. Even if 10 diabetic patients, 10 Down syndrome children, 10 autistic children, they are given different types of cells. They're all individualized cells preparation. Okay, we call it individualized preparations. Now, again, you have to understand that this is one of the publications from Japan News that they use pigs to transfer to human and it works. Now, again, you have been so exposed to so many things in US, okay? And everyone is saying that these are stem cells, it will work for you. Another guy will say, no, don't need the stem cells. Take the exosomes, it will work. Okay, now just spare the common sense question you have to ask for. Okay, your body have a lot of cells. There are hundreds of cells, hundreds and hundreds of cells. You have basically 400 over different types of cells in your body from the 220 organs and tissue. So you have to use the right cells or the right exosomes. What are exosomes? Okay, exosomes are excretion from the live cells or the stem cells. They excrete all the times, or you can use the word secretones. Okay, so if someone were to tell me, Mike, I think the exosome will work better than the stem cells, I will honestly tell you, there's no way the exosome will work better than the stem cells. But sometimes when you treat fatty liver or some simple diseases, you may not need the stem cells or the cells. Maybe the exosomes will work. But when you come into chronic diseases, of course, the stem cells will always work better. And of course, the right type of stem cells. As you see, there are many types of stem cells. I show you 8 to 9 different types of stem cells just in the earlier table. You have to use the right type of stem cells. Again, you can blend the human stem cells with the animal peptides too. Okay, so you have the stem cells, you have the cells, you have the peptides, you have the exosomes. So question you must always ask, what type of cells or stem cells or peptides you are giving me? It is important. If I'm a patient or I'm a doctor, I'm going to ask you this question. You're the supplier. You have to tell me that you're the manufacturer. Okay, how potent are them? Again, you can have to raise the question, how can you prove they are potent? Do you have some studies to prove them? Do you have some analysis to prove them? And how do I know if they are really stem cells in the first place? You are saying you're giving me 200 millions of cells. Now, come on, I take something from your blood, okay? I'm 60 years old. When I take something from my blood, okay, I would say not everything from my blood are stem cells. A number of them may not be even stem cells. They're just live cells. Again, you increase the temperature, what will happen to the cells? They will diverse, they will multiply. So I can increase the quantity of the cells by increasing the temperature. Okay? But the point is not on quantity here alone. The point is on quality. I'm 60 years old. What is the quality of my cells? My chronological age is 60. My biological age may not be 60. It can be more than 60. Okay? Certain of my organs may not be good enough, and it add up that I'm 70 instead of 60. So what's the point in getting a 70-year-old guy taking his own cells and repair for his own body? How good will it be? Then I'd rather take it from my grandchildren, who is 2 years old or 3 years old or 5 years old. I'm sure his quality of cells will be better than me. But again, if I were to take from human, what do I get? From his fat, from the blood, or from the bone marrow, what do I get? I only get the hematopoietic cells, which is called the blood cells for blood disorder like thalassemia, leukemia, it may work. Okay? Or I may get some tissue cells which work for my knees and ligaments. I have some joint pains. Those are tissue cells. Those are mesenchymal cells. So if I were expecting mesenchymal cells to be organ cells, to be a testis or ovary, to treat hormonal disorder in patients with endocrinological problem, okay, to improve the sex drive, I need the adrenals, I need the pituitary, I need the testes, and I'm going to use just mesenchymal cells to do that. I don't think it work that way. I can use the mesenchymal cells, but at the same time, I need all these other cells too. Okay, same for Parkinson patient. The Parkinson patient, I have to reduce the tremors. Okay, so to reduce the tremors, I need the dopamine. But the dopamine is gone from the patient because substantial nigra is not there. So I have to give the substantial nigra so that the patient do not have the depends on the dopamine drug. So this is our way of treating Parkinson patients. Of course, a Parkinson patient could also be a diabetic patient. So you probably have to give the liver, the kidney, the eye, everything is coming in because he's a chronic diabetic patient at the same time. So we have to look at the anatomy of the patient and give accordingly what is needed. Okay, next, how safe are the things you got as a medical doctor or as a scientist or as a patient getting from your doctor? You have to raise the question with your doctor too. Or you as a doctor or physician, you have to raise the question because you are not a manufacturer. You have to ask now how safe they are. So all this has to be proven too. Okay, so we have questions of all this. We need validation of the cells. I want it to be validated. I want a report on all this. I'm not just buying the cells from you. You have to prove to me what type of cells they are. It may not be cells, or are they cells or stem cells? Or are they just exosomes? Or are they just peptides? If I have to pay for the stem cells at a 6-star price, why must I be given exosomes at a 4-star price? You know, so that is a lot of things you have to understand. Now, these are actual copyright pictures from my lab, our lab in Europe, okay? And these are the actual pictures where we can prove these are the pancreatic cells, these are the neurons, these are the brain cells, these are the adrenal cortex. With certain devices, you can easily prove all this, okay? Again, we have to count the cells. How many of the cells are cells and stem cells? So we have to do segregation and differentiation. You have to use the right equipment to do that. Then again, before the injections, we have to do a lot of microbiological and sterility testing. Again, safety measures, whether it's coming from the human or from the animal, you have to raise certain questions. Look at the human materials. Now you are given certain cells. You do not know the host. You must know the host. Who is the host? What sort of test has been done on this host? Because it came from the gynae office, okay, and it comes from the clinic, and then it was delivered to you, and then you have the implantations or you have the infusion. Now, how good they are? Do you know the history of the host? This is important. What sort of test has been done? Okay, this is very important. You must know the host. Again, when you talk about animals, okay, the future of medicine, a lot will have come from the animals and not just the plant. Okay, and of course, not from the human. You can't get from the human. So again, with the animals, there are special sorts of animals. They come from USA itself. Charles River is the world's largest supplier of animals of closed colony. They are all SPF. What is SPF? SPF is specific pathogen free. free from all the viruses and pathogens. You don't even have to think of the pathogen, they are free. And in Europe, we call it VAF, virus antigen free. No more virus. So these are the right and the safest animal you must use. These are not the animals you use from the farm. These are animals which are for laboratory use in all the top university in USA and of the world. All the top universities are using these animals from Charles River. You have to get these sort of animals. That is the right way to move. Okay. So in our case, we use the rabbit because rabbit are retrovirus free. Ask any vet doctor, they can say that a type A rabbit will not spread a disease to another type B rabbit. That means you have 1,000 type A rabbits, 1,000 type B white rabbits. They look alike. You mix them together. If one rabbit in type A got infected with a certain disorder, within a short while, 3 to 4 weeks, most of the rabbit will have type A. But the type B 1,000 mixed with the type A, none of them will be infected. So this is one very scientific situation found in rabies, and we call it retrovirus at the same time because they don't transfer to human. So this is why you can ask and verify with the vet, because there are 2 US publications confirming on this. Again, with the sheep, we are talking about closed colony sheep with the SPL and VAF. They come from USA too. So it is very, very safe because they have to be FDA approved. Okay, so that is important. Next, these are some of the certifications we have. Okay, they have to have a lot of certifications because we cannot use unsafe animals. Pathogen-free and medical laboratories, animal-free from all pathogens. These are the futures of medicine with animal source, because we do not have enough source to treat chronic specific diseases. Okay, dealing with all these diseases.
Dr. Chen?
So these are some of the things we have.
Dr. Chen? Dr. Chen, may I interrupt you? May I interrupt you? May I interrupt you? We have 10 minutes to go. I want to ask you, you were going...
These are the manufacturing process of us. These are the different types of stem cells and live cells you have to gauge, because in manufacturing, the manufacturer can cheat. Okay, they can use something very strong, like the 6-star, 60 fetuses, you make 1 5 ml wire, but I can also use 1 fetus and make 8,500 wires. Okay, so they are a solution. We can treat 400, we can come up with 400 different organs and tissue types of cells and types of exosomes. These are important. These are exosomes from human too. Okay, we do both human and animal. So again, when it comes to treatments of COVID, you have to super boost the immune system. So you need the timers. There's thousands of publications in Germany and Switzerland on this. We need certain things. We need the super transfer factor. We need some other or autoimmune disorder. Okay, because of the time, I have to go a bit fast. But you can always contact me to get more information. Okay, at the end of the day, and I'm always there for you. Every day from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m., I'm on the phone with a lot of American doctors because I work closely with American Academy of Stem Cell Physicians as an associate professor there. So we have a lot of doctors who are contacting me daily, every day, 1 to 4 a.m. So again, there's so many things you can do. Okay, so the important thing is get the right staff, because if you don't have the right staff, you will never have the right results. Okay, now talking about autoimmune. I know there's publication with stem cells of autoimmune using mesenchymal cells, but again, you have to understand, not all stem cells will work very well with autoimmune. So there is a therapy found in Germany for 40 years. It's been there developed by the Austrian scientists in the old days. They will take the Buffy code from your blood, and after 4 to 5 days, they extract the Buffy code, which is the DNA of your immune system, and then they will create a vaccine out from your own Buffy code of the patient. These are autologous, okay, and it seems to work very well. Again, I have to say, whatever cells you are doing or treatments, you must do a proper diagnosis. Important. You need the lab work. Okay, you need to go check the hormone test. Then you have to do a detoxification, because there could be a lot of heavy metals, lipids in the body. You have to remove them out. You do the repair, and then you regenerate. Because you cannot rejuvenate with the stem cells very well and get 100% good results if you don't work well with the DDRR. We call it the 4th step here: diagnose, detox, repair, and rejuvenate. This is important. These are some of the 30+ publications I've been doing. And recently, just a week ago, it was been out in US, another publication on diabetes, how we treat diabetic patients. Okay, you have so many of them. You can go to my website or you can contact me. You can find all the publication on different diseases and all the therapies we have. They come with publications. We must have publication for proof. We must have. We cannot just say, "Oh, this worked." You cannot do that. It must be with publication. This is one of the stem cells book where I'm treating a lot of animals. Animals, even in US, champion dogs, where they are aging and they also, like human, run into liver problem, heart problem, cardio problem, cancer, all kinds of problems apart from the joints. This is one of the stem cells. This is one of the is a textbook for stem cell for wet or even for pet lovers or owners, and they'll be coming out in USA soon. Now, of course, we have been publishing a lot of books in the past. Okay, these are some of the books where we have for cell membrane, for fatty liver, or for good heart, for brain, for cardiovascular, even for the liver. And then there's this book in stem cells, which I published 1 year ago. It was sold out totally in Amazon. We had to reprint it. Okay, and this is the book we have here, and it's selling very well all over the world. You can get it at a very special price for me. If you contact me, we talk about all the different types of stem cells. We talk about why certain stem cells work and why certain stem cells don't work, and which type of stem cell for heart problem, liver, all kinds of problems. Okay. Again, we wrote a book on biological medicine. This is a therapy which is found with the Europeans for decades and centuries, that's been there with the Europeans, and this is what all the doctors are medical doctors, but they can practice some kind of biological medicine. Okay, again, this is, you look at my hair on the left, this is how I maintain my hair. It's so easy. This is one of the patients who came to me. He went across the world doing all kind of transplant. It don't work because the hair will still come out. So he came to me, and I did it by asking him to do it himself at home. With a simple stamper, he did it every week, just spending 5 minutes a week, and this is the result he get. And these are some of the patients I treat over during the lockdown when we have in Malaysia. I was treating the cabinet, the whole cabinet, and then it was a lockdown, and so everyone has to do something at home, and everyone started to grow the hair. So I can do a lot for the hair too. Okay, and of course I'm doing for the eyebrow for the lady who want to take the eyebrow or eyelash. Natural. You don't have to do a hair transplant anymore. And this guy on the left, he has a lot of gray hair. So I make his gray hair become darker, so that by growing baby hair. So you look on the left or right hand side, the one in green circles are baby hair coming out, which are black color. The new hair will be black. So you have more black hair covering the gray hair, your hair will be less grayer. Okay, so these are some of the ways we work. And this is from Dr. James Joseph from USA, Chicago. He sent me a picture of a patient who treated after only 2 weeks, and he claims to grow more hair. 2 weeks, only 2 treatments. Can you imagine that? So there's a lot of things we can do here. These are some of my centers worldwide. They are all very beautiful centers. I have hospital in Germany, in Greece, we have a cancer hospital in Greece, in Germany too. We have in Greece too. Right in Athens, we have in Bangkok, we have in Malaysia, all over the world. These are all the centers we have all over the world. They are all 5-star quality, and they are all wonderfully, you take care of the patient as a whole. These are the whole world chart of our centers. We are coming in a big way in Mexico, and we are coming in a big way to some other parts of America. Okay, we are coming in a way in Ecuador. We have signed an MOU working with one of our ex-patients in Ecuador who is a medical doctor who went from stage 5 kidney to stage 3 now. From a GFR of 9, he went up to 31. He was in our videos as a testimonial from him. He gave the testimony of his own, and then he was now, 2 weeks ago, he called me and said, his GFR went to 49. Imagine from 9 to 31, and now it's 49. So the doctors in Stanford Hospital was amazed at his progress, and he was having a heart problem. He's also improving very well with the heart. When I first met him 2 years ago in the conferences, in one of the bioregeneracy conferences, he can't even walk well, and he cannot even get out from the hotel to meet us, So my point is, physicians should be more open. You have to be more open-minded. When there's no solution, when there's untreatable diseases, When conventional medicine don't have a solution, we have to work. We have treated thousands and thousands of autistic children. You give the different types of brain cells. You cannot just give the mesenchymal cells or the placental cells. You must give the brain cells. Without the brain cell, it not work. Again, with autism, we also have to understand some of the children are heavy metals. We probably have to do some ozone insufflation for the gut problem too. So we have to assess the patient differently, but the end game is still you must give the stem cells and the peptides of the cells. Okay, again, these are pictures of Down syndrome. You notice a before and after. You can see that your face represents the IQ of a person. Your brain, your face is your brain. It tells a lot about you. Look at the child on the left and also the other one who started very late, 9.5 years old, and within 1 year, he changed so much with his face. Sometimes the pediatrician cannot even recognize his Down syndrome child before. Okay, again, this is a child with Down syndrome.
Dr. Chan.
He can't live this. I'm finishing already.
Hold on, I have a question.
And this is how he improved. So if you have any questions, please contact me here. You can snap a picture of this. I'm always there for you. Okay? I can answer and I'm willing to answer all questions and share my knowledge to all the physicians of the world. It's always good to give than to take. And I believe in sharing to the world after being in the education arena for the last 25 years, apart from being in the research. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anything else I have to do?
Dr. Chan, I want to ask you, you treating COVID with peptide, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Is it one injection,
Yes,
two injection? How long you?
Okay, what can we do with COVID? Please bear in mind, the important thing is you must have a strong immune system. Okay? If you have a strong immune system, it's difficult for the virus to go into your windpipe. If the virus don't go into a windpipe, it can't go into your lungs and attack your lower lungs and then infect other organs. Okay, so what the important part we have to do with COVID is that you must make sure you have very strong immune system. That is the first part you have to do. Okay, these are the something where we work with COVID patients. You know, we super boost their immune system first. Okay, we can give the thymus therapy, we can give the super transfer factors, and this is what we do. Now bear that in mind, again, post-COVID patient. A lot of COVID patients who recover, I work closely with the Chinese government in a way, treating COVID patient in February. You know, the nutritional committee of the President Xi Jinping for Greater Health China called us, and I was on the China News Health Portal, you know, live at that time, and they told me that a lot of these patients, even after they recover from COVID, they are very weak because their organs are all compromised. They have been compromised with the liver, the pancreas, the kidney, even the brain. So again, you have to be careful with the brain. The brain controls everything. The most important organ for you is your brain. You must have good brains. So I always take a brain peptide every day by a nano-sized supplementation, which I have created and won awards for 15 years ago in some innovation invention. So you must have strong, and that means strong immune system. Super boost your immune system, then you are safe. When you have a strong immune system, it also means the cancer cells in your body are suppressed. So there's lesser risk of getting cancer. Okay, so prevention is better than cure. Have a strong immune system, super boost with the super transfer factor, the thymus therapy. And for some of the patients, if they think that they can get GC-MEF, they can do that too, but get the right thing, because a lot of things are not as what they turn to be. I can sell you something, but it may not be that something. I can just put the name there and sell you an A for a B. So be careful. The credential of the supplier is important. Anything else, David?
Yeah, where our audience can purchase in U.S. any products you have in USA?
Now they can contact us, and patients can always purchase in any parts of the world because it's for their personal use. So it's not a problem for the patient to purchase. They can purchase because it's for their personal use.
Okay.
I don't see a problem. We can ship to US without any problem
I
for the
understand.
patient. Of course, for the doctors, there are some other arrangement. Again, if stem cells cannot be done in US soil, there are always options to be done outside USA. Okay,
We-
there's solutions in Bahamas, solution in Tijuana, which is not far away. You know, there are always solutions. Okay, of course, when you come to Europe, we are always there. Okay, but for some patients, they cannot have it in US, then they have to come out. But in terms of peptide or some other things, they can be available in the US.
So going back to immune system, you mentioned in thymus therapy or thymus your products, and also maybe some thymus glandular or something like that. Maybe capsules with vitamins might help. Anything else you recommending for immune system?
Yes, of course, you can still have your supplementations of vitamins. Your vitamin C is important, okay? Of course, it's not just vitamin C alone, okay? Of course, you can still get your vitamin C from your fruits or from your food, okay? But again, most of us, sometimes we may not have enough supplementations. So you have to boost up the organs now. When you want to say, I want to super boost my immune system, I probably need the thymus. That is the faster way to boost the immune system. But as you age, your thymus will be reduced very much. When you're born, you have a thymus bigger than your heart, you know. But by the time you age, the thymus is missing. So you have to boost up with the thymus, the right thymus. So what I'm trying to say is you can still have your multivite, you still have your vitamins, but you should need some organ-specific booster. This is where we have to come in and treat.
Yeah, like you
because
said,
like
the
I say,
brain.
you have an A for A, a B for B, a C for C.
Like you
Just
said-
like you have a vision problem, you need an eye peptide. Okay, you have a vision problem, you have glaucoma, you know, so you cannot see well. So what is going to happen? Or you have, after post-laser eye surgery, you have dry eye syndrome. So you need something for your eye. Then we have to give you the peptides of the eye.
Yeah.
You know, glaucoma, I probably have to give you the optic nerve. I cannot give you some other things. I will give you the optic nerve from the eye. That is important.
Yeah,
Yes.
ship me, if you would kindly ship me samples of your products, we will promote it to our groups in US and try to sell them for you. And also, we invited you to, they're calling me from our room, they're watching us. And also, we recommend you join us next year in February, March, or April. We finding a date if you could come back to US, regardless of COVID and all this stuff, and join us for a few days of conference. We would love to have you bring your products, and we will promote you heavily.
I thank you for that. I'm looking forward. I come to US 8 times a year. Last year I was in US for 8 times. Can you imagine 8 times is a lot, you know?
Right,
I
right.
was down there and can you imagine 8 times a year? So I was in A4M as a speaker. I was in RECFest as a speaker even this year.
Right,
I
right.
was also in many other conferences. Okay, so our team are all coming from Europe. We have a big, strong team, all professors, a lot of MDs with PhDs, a lot of researchers. The important thing is we are also clinicians. That means we own our hospitals. Our hospital has been there for 60 years. You know, just as I was born, the hospital is already there, and that's how we share a lot. Even in some of our hospitals or clinics, we're having a few hundred patients a day. So can you imagine 25% are cancer patients coming from USA or coming from Australia or coming from Asia? There's a lot we can learn. So we have oncologists, but we also have oncologists who are also well versed in the field of biological medicine. This is important. Okay, that means to say they're medical doctors, but they will not just go with chemo or radio. They probably also supplements or complements with some other therapies, where the chemo can be attempted in the last resort, you know, and you can reduce the frequency and the dose. Okay, there's so many therapies found in Germany and Switzerland, which is not found in USA or even allowed in USA
That's right.
for the treatment of cancer patients.
Correct.
You see, they're not allowed. So for that reason, a lot of Americans patients sometimes get out of the country to come to Europe for the treatment.
Right.
You see? Yes, because in Europe they're allowed as an individualized therapy.
Mm.
There's so many advancements in a country like Germany,
Right.
with not a lot of technology,
Mm.
or even in Switzerland, which is more open.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us. I have another speaker waiting to speak. So thank you, and God bless you, and we will join you next conference and we go from there. Have a nice evening.
Okay, I'm looking forward to see all of you. I will come to US at the right time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Next streamers, we have next speaker, Michelle Jewsbury. I'm sorry? Yeah, but I'm saying I have to start the recording. Streamers are watching me. Are we, why are we showing, hold on, my apology. Why are we showing Hangy Hawk? Stop video. Hold on. I'm trying to, hey, Alan, come here. I want to, oh, gallery, okay. Okay. All right, you're all good to go. Streamers, I have a great speaker, Michelle Jewsbury. And you're not good to go?
Well, no, I gotta plug her in.
How many minutes you need?
I'd
Okay, we will give us 2 minutes to be start. And I gotta start the recording on here. I wanna. Are you going on stage, right? Yeah. Would the lady go on stage, please? Because I have to show you. I don't know, wherever you're going. Okay. Alan, are we live with her, right? Alan, with her in here? I don't see. Oh, here. I gotta move this. There we go. Can you, ma'am, can you move a little bit that way? Thank you. Or actually, my mistake. Come this way. Come this way. Yeah, more. Thank you so much. Yeah. Hold on. Do the recording. We're recording on Zoom now.
Okay, this one's tied to this cord, so that's probably why.
No, let's.
Sorry. Ready? Okay, welcome everyone. Our next speaker, born in Sandpoint, Idaho, is an international philanthropist and global breakthrough specialist, Michelle Dewsbury. She helps people overcome obstacles. Michelle's powerful story is one of grace and triumph through one of the worst situations imaginable. It freed a lot of people to open up and begin their journey of healing. She is personally mentored by global success coach and venture capitalist Bill Walsh. She has shared the stage with entrepreneur Dan Fleshman and producer of the Think and Grow Rich World Tour, John Shin. She has been interviewed on major networks, including KTLA 5, Good Morning San Diego, and Everyday Extraordinary Women. Our next speaker is a trusted, essential asset to millions worldwide, coaching and empowering people who have experienced extreme difficulties and unforeseen circumstances. She wrote, produced, and performed a critically acclaimed play to a nearly sold-out audience based on her experience with domestic violence. How many people here have experienced obstacles in your life? And how many people here today would like to overcome your past and achieve even more success? Michelle Dewsbury is a very successful background in sales and marketing and has spent over a decade collaborating with successful business owners, increasing sales productivity and overall success. She is an innovator with a remarkable ability to use her story to help others navigate through life. For everyone that would like to capitalize on their entrepreneurial dream, her message will push you to make the changes necessary for ultimate success. She enjoys speaking to small and large groups around the world. Who here today is extremely serious about stepping over the invisible barrier and overcoming the obstacles that are holding you back? Please stand to your feet and welcome Michelle Dewsbury.
While we try to fix this PowerPoint presentation, let's see. Can everybody hear me in the back? Yes, yes. Okay, awesome. How are we all doing today? Good. Well, I have a PowerPoint. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to roll with the punches. How does that sound? Cool. Is this one plugged in or yours? That one's plugged in? Okay. All right, so we are switching. Perfect, that's fine. We're switching. So what was, it is on. What was your guys' favorite part of the event so far? Does anybody want to answer? The people. The people. Who in particular inspired you the most? I know there have been so many amazing speakers at this event. I first want to say thank you so much to David and Alan, of course, for all this tech. Which one am I using, actually? Is it this? Yours? Yours. Okay, got it. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. The button on the right side. Yeah, not working. All right, well, anyway, so first off, like I said, I want to say thank you to David, thank you to Alan, thank you to everybody here. It's been an honor to be on this stage. I spoke a little yesterday as well in the other room, and today I'll be talking about a similar topic, but I'll be breaking down a bit more about the 5-step system to help you guys overcome obstacles and trauma. Anybody out there deal with an obstacle, especially in 2020? Let me see some hands because I know you're lying if you're not raising them. Thank you very much. 2020 has been a very, very interesting year for all of us. And, you know, it's time to help each other break through some of our barriers. What do you say, right? So you guys are probably wondering why I am on this stage and who I am and what I'm all about. So today what I'm going to be talking about, like I said, is a 5-step system to help you overcome challenges, but I'm also going to be talking about a breakthrough masterclass. It's a 10-module masterclass that helps you really conquer your barriers and elevate your perspective and then dive into the transformation process. Would everybody out here like that for free? Yes. Well, I'm not giving it away for free because nothing is for free, but it is under $500. And if you are here to invest in yourself, oh, it's working. Let's see. Oh, okay. We'll go back that way. If you're here to invest in yourself, if you're here to elevate where you want to go, to have even more success in your life, then this program is for you. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. Is that okay? Yes. Okay, I want some interaction here. So everybody in the back, I still want your interaction because me on stage, I can still see you. Okay? Wave your hands. Awesome. Thank you so much. So I was born in the 80s to 2 amazing parents. My mom and my dad were brilliant. They were fun. We moved around a lot growing up. My daddy was in the military, and we relied on each other. We found that family meant everything, especially being from a military family. We had to make friends very quickly, and then leave, and then make friends again, and then leave again. You're shaking your head, yes. It's very, very difficult growing up in a military family, but if you have that home support system, then things are a little better. And things were a little better for me. And when I was about 16 years old, I decided that I wanted a real job. How many out there came to a point in your life where you're like, I think I should be employed? Well, I probably went the wrong direction when I said that. I was actually a babysitter and a nanny at that time, and I was making more money under the table than I was as being employed. But so I decided to, you know, go into the restaurant industry. And my mom at that time was a manager of a restaurant, and she decided to train me. So I started off as a hostess, and then a server, and then I washed dishes for a while, manager, bartender, and I loved it, right? It was absolutely amazing because I got to interact with people like we're interacting right now. However, I wanted more with my life. How many of you guys want more with your life? Even more success, even more visions to be sought after. So I fell in love with the stage, and I fell in love with acting. So I ended up moving my happy little butt to Hollywood, California, packed up my car to the brim, and drove all the way from North Idaho, Coeur d'Alene, all the way to Hollywood in a white Mustang. And I got rid of almost everything except for my shoes because, you know, girls in their shoes, I can't get rid of my shoes. But it was great. You know, I was on stages, I was producing plays, I was in a handful of different commercials, et cetera, et cetera. It was wonderful. And then I ended up meeting a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, sexy as F guy. And he swept me off my feet. And he was my knight in shining armor. He was my Prince Charming. But about 4 months into that relationship, my head went through the drywall. And I had no idea it was the beginning stages of a domestic abuse relationship. I remember when that incident happened, and we were having an argument, and he had pushed me so hard against the wall that my head bounced and went through it. And I remember stepping forward and looking behind me and seeing the indentation. Oh, they're getting a good picture of my butt right here. And all I could remember thinking was, I have to patch the hole in the wall. Now, I ended up staying with Paul for 4 years. During those 4 years, I endured sexual violence, psychological manipulation, domestic violence, including physical violence and financial abuse. And after I had left that abusive relationship, I literally sat in front of a computer, very similar to what you guys at home are doing, is sitting in front of a computer, and I started documenting what happened to me. And when I started documenting, then I started to have aha moments. Holy crap, I can't believe this is me. How did I allow myself to stay in this relationship for so damn long? How many out there have had aha moments in their life? At this point in my life, I knew I had to do something. So I ended up writing, right? I ended up documenting everything that happened, and it came out in a one-person play. My one-person play was called But I Love Him. It was a 65-minute solo show all about my experience in domestic violence. I played myself, my abuser, along with multiple other characters. It was exhilarating, but what happened next was what was miraculous. People started coming up to me, telling me their stories, thanking me for speaking up against this injustice. And again in my life, I knew I had to do more. In 2017, I started a nonprofit organization called Unsilenced Voices. We help survivors of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking worldwide. We work in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, and now we're also expanding to the United States. So excited about this mission. I believe that everybody here needs to be on a mission. And that's why you're sitting in these seats. That's why you come to these events, because you want even more for your life. Choose something to stand for. I don't give a crap if you choose women's empowerment or animals or plastics or climate change. Whatever the hell you choose, choose something. And do it with all of your heart and all of your soul, because only people like the people in this room will make a difference. But you cannot do it alone. I didn't do it alone. You have to have coaches. You have to have mentors around you. You have to have people who push your butt to go even further. From here, I ended up writing my first book. I don't have a thingy on here. My first book, But I Love Him. My book is my complete memoir about my domestic violence experience. And my second book, Overcoming Obstacles, will be released Q3 of next year. And then I started speaking all around stages. I've been on over 45 different stages, over 30 virtual stages since March. I ended up getting stuck in Egypt in March trying to come home. It was kind of crazy, you know, with COVID and all that. 2020 was a very difficult time. Oh, you want me to pull my chair forward? Tell me when to stop. Good? 2020 was a very difficult time for a lot of people. And for me, I like to be very transparent and honest. So when I got home, I was like, what the F is going on? I was changing from pajamas to different pajamas, a little depressed and lethargic, not knowing what to do with my life. Now, I'm a speaker, and I help people overcome these types of challenges, and I still had trouble. I spoke to one of my friends, who is also a mentor of mine, and she insisted that I speak up about what I was experiencing. And because I started to, I realized that I implemented what I taught other people, that actually works. And then this is why I'm so incredibly passionate about this breakthrough masterclass system, because it actually works. And since March, like I said, I've been on over 30 virtual summits. We are speaking live again, and we expanded to Rwanda with Unsilenced Voices during the damn pandemic. So if I can do it, other people can do it too, because I am nobody frickin' special. I just chose to take action. So, like I said before, how many of you out there have had obstacles? Right? Everybody's rolling their eyes. I love it. So what I want to do is talk about some of those obstacles and talk about how we can conquer them. So Henry Ford once said, obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off of your goals. Well, that's exactly what happened to me in March. I took my eyes off of my goals, and all I could see were the obstacles in 2020. And then once I put my vision back in place, once I realized that those obstacles didn't define who I was, who I am, then I knew that I could overcome them. And I knew that I could get back on track for my mission and my dreams and my goals. And to help other people, because I know that's why we're here, is because we all want to start some type of movement to help one another. Well, what I want to get into now is a 5-step process to help you overcome these challenges. Is that okay with everybody? Awesome. All right. So the first step in the 5-step system to help you overcome obstacles is recognize. So you first have to recognize what you're going through. Now, what I mean by this is oftentimes people don't understand that they're alcoholics until they realize they're an alcoholic. They don't understand that they have an eating problem, an addiction problem, a sex addiction, until they understand it. So you first have to accept it and understand it so you can realize the problem. So I remember when I was in my abusive relationship, and like I said, I stayed with this guy for 4 freaking years. But I'm not the only person that has experienced something like this. 1 in 3 women worldwide and 1 in 11 men in the United States experienced this. I had no idea what I was going through. So I could not recognize the process. I could not realize, accept it, or understand it whatso frickin' ever. When I finally escaped it and sat down in front of my computer, that's when I had that aha moment. That's when I knew, oh shit, Michelle, you're in way over your head. And that's when I started enrolling in therapy and started writing and getting coaches and mentors around me so I could overcome it. And that's what we teach you to do in the Breakthrough Masterclass, to help you recognize your challenges and then turn it into monetization. Let's see if I can say it. Turn it into money. How about that? We help you make money out of your intellectual intelligence. Because like I said in the very beginning, your circumstances do not define who you are. The way you react to them does. So the second step in the 5-step system to help you overcome challenges is thoughts. And what I mean by this is oftentimes we'll wake up and we'll think that life is shitty. We'll think that we can never accomplish our dreams. Or we'll think that Joe Schmo down the street is right, or your aunt or uncle, or your mother or father or cousins or brothers or sisters, or Peggy Sue. Whatever they said is right. And you allow that to affect your thinking. They tell you you can't do something, and then you start to believe that you can't do it. But nobody that has accomplished the dreams that you are striving for will ever put you down. It's only those people that aren't doing crap with their life, who are going to be jealous of where you go and your accomplishments, are they actually going to put you down? So, you know, you two have already heard this story, but I was a cheerleader in high school, and I'm a little blonde girl, so I kind of do look like a cheerleader, I know. But I remember I was working on this one skill. It was a double toe touch back tuck, and I thought that I could do it when I got to the gymnasium. But then the other team, the other cheerleaders on the other team, kept mocking me. Howley girl. See, I grew up in Hawaii, so I was the only white girl on the team, too. Howley girl, you can't do that. Howley girl this, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to do it. And I threw it, and I landed on my damn face. I started thinking to myself, well, crap, maybe they're right. Maybe I can't do it. My coach, Michelle, get your ass back out there. Oh, all right, fine. Threw it again, landed on my face. Ha, 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 I told you, Howley girl, you can't do crap, da-da-da-da-da. My coach, Michelle, don't listen to them stupid girls. You know what I did? I went out there, I took a deep breath, and I thought to myself, you know what? I ain't gonna fucking listen to anybody else that puts me down. I'm gonna throw it. And I did. And I did that double toe touch back tuck, which I can't do now or I'd show it to you. This was many, many years ago. But I landed. I landed on my feet. And it was all because of my thought process. I had to overcome all of the crap that everybody else was saying. And we have to do that every single day. And you have a team around you to help you do that. The third step. I forgot all about this one. So Henry Ford, we're still in thoughts. So Henry Ford once said, whatever you think you can or you can't, you're right. So what that means is if you think that you can accomplish something, then you will accomplish it. If you think that you can't accomplish it, then you won't. So this is allowing other people to get in your head. You got to choose your thoughts every day. So you have to wake up in the morning and decide to choose to think positive. Now, that's not necessarily an easy thing, but is anybody married out there? A couple people. So when you wake up in the morning and you roll over and your bride or groom has messy ass hair, stinky ass breath, maybe you guys went out drinking all night, had a bunch of garlic, you have to choose to love them still. It's the same process to choosing your thoughts. You have to make a decision, a choice, every single day to choose to be positive. And then you got to destroy your limiting beliefs. So by destroying them is making sure that you read good books, you put positivity into your mind so you think positive, you continue going to great seminars like this. And again, David, I don't know where the hell you are, but thank you so much for putting me on your stage. Because it's so incredibly important to get out there and be around like-minded people. Because if you hang out with your cousins all the time who drink beer and watch Netflix day in and day out, you will not achieve the dreams that you want so badly in your life. The Breakthrough Masterclass helps you do that. Okay, now we'll go on to 3. Okay, is that cool with everybody? So first step was recognize. Second step is thoughts. Third step is feelings. Oftentimes people don't understand the difference between thoughts and feelings. So instead of thinking with your head, you're starting to feel with your heart, right? So you're transitioning. Now, feelings are a difficult thing because even when I was in my abusive relationship, I would wake up feeling anxious. I felt heartbroken. I felt like I couldn't take another step forward. So in order to overcome those challenges, you first have to take responsibility for your feelings. And what I mean by this is you have to express them. You have to get them out. You have to acknowledge that they exist. You cannot push your feelings down. We have a lot of clients right now, one of which is absolutely freaking amazing. Jamie Allwright, I am going to call her out, so if you guys are watching on live stream, make sure to look her up. She's wonderful. If you have a chance to work with her, she is extraordinary. But I remember when we first started working together, she thought and felt that she was going to be stuck in her situation forever. She didn't know how she could overcome it. She didn't know how she could change how she felt about it. But the problem that we realized in the very beginning of our coaching was that she wasn't expressing herself. She was suppressing her emotions. And I mean, I'm getting into the third step, so I'll go 3 and then 2. But when you suppress your emotions, there's something called adverse childhood experiences. Does anybody know what that means? Is there any psychologists or anybody in the room? No. Okay. So what that means is that if you have any type of trauma at all, whether it's anxiety, neglect, child abuse, rape, domestic violence, if you have a trauma in your adolescence, youth, or even young adulthood, and you don't express your emotions, it comes out in physical and or emotional ailments as an adult. Autoimmune disorders, chronic fatigue, overeating, stress, anxiety. All of these things that can be prevented just by speaking up. And then number 2, you have to forgive yourself so you can be set free. So forgiveness is not for the other person. So if you've experienced any type of trauma in your life, and I know a lot of us have, because like I said, just domestic violence statistics is 1 in 3 women and 1 in 11 men. That's not including 50% of entrepreneurs that deal with depression. You have to forgive yourself for how you have been treated and how you've treated yourself. And that's the biggest thing that I have to share with you guys, is it's how you treat yourself. I'm trying to keep track of my time, you guys, sorry. If you don't talk about what has happened, if you don't learn to write it out, then you will feel like shit. I love that you're laughing, but you will. It's very, very true. Let's see if I can fix this real fast so I won't continue doing that damn thing. Are we getting some information, you guys? Yes? Good, 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 good. Let me fix this so it stops going out on me. Perfect. So some negative feelings that people often tell me that they experience is, I feel like I can't get up in the morning. I feel like I can't accomplish anything. I feel depressed. I feel anxious. I feel, come on, shout out. Stressed. Negative. Hopeless. That's a positive one. Yeah, that's good. That's very, very good, actually. But oftentimes people tell me these negative feelings. And we encourage them to start putting Post-its all around your house with awesome words to help you overcome that, which leads us into the next step. Okay, so we've got the first step, which is recognize. Second step, which is thoughts. Third step, which is feelings. And fourth step, which is words. Does anybody know what words of affirmations are? Yes. Yay, perfect. Somebody in the back, yell out some words of affirmation. Feel good now. Okay. I am beautiful. I am happy. I can overcome. I can be successful. I am amazing. I am making my dreams come true. I am statements, just like what Mark Usick right here talks about. I am statements make you realize that your life is happening now, and not in the future, not in the past, but it's happening now. So if you are driven to be an entrepreneur, if you're driven to be successful in any business, you have to be successful now. I don't care if you have $0 freaking dollars in the bank. You are successful now. So I am successful. I am brilliant. I am overcoming. And all of those power words will replace those negative feelings, those negative thoughts. And how do you continue getting those positive power words in your life? Well, like I said, write on Post-it notes. Put those Post-it notes in your office. I used to write with lipstick on my mirror. I've got this, bright red. I am a leader. I am an entrepreneur. Put them in your office. Put them outdoors. Put them wherever you want. But another super, super important thing is to make sure that you also listen to amazing things that speak words of affirmation. So what I mean by that is, is it looking at my butt again? Okay. Oh, got it, okay. What I mean by that, though, is that, I lost my train of thought. So we'll go into the next thing. It's fine. So we talked about power words, and then the second one is you manifest what you speak. So if you say something out loud or to yourself, you will make that happen. So if you start to say, oh, yeah, Sue's right. I'm not going to be able to do my dreams. I can't be an entrepreneur. Then you won't be. But if you say out loud, even if you don't believe it in the very beginning, but if you use these words and you say it out loud, I am, I can, I am making it happen, it will happen. And then this is something that Mark Usick talks about all the time. So if you guys don't know Mark Usick is an absolutely amazing entrepreneur. He deals with NLP a lot and deals with hypnotherapy, and he likes to hypnotize people. He does really awesome shows and makes people go and quack like ducks, which is really, really absolutely freaking hilarious. But what this is subliminal messaging. Say, who drove here today, this morning? Okay, so a handful of us drove here. Okay. Did you pass any billboards? Yes. I heard one yes, but 3 people drove. I know more people passed billboards. Okay, so you passed billboards, and say you passed a billboard, and the billboard was for McDonald's. You didn't consciously see that sign, but subconsciously, your subconscious knows that you love McDonald's French fries. You know, because they are addictive, they've got sugar on them, whatever. You know, there's a whole bunch of reasons why. But you love McDonald's French fries. You're not hungry right now, you didn't see the damn billboard. 2 hours from now, or about right now, I guess it is lunchtime, you start to crave McDonald's French fries. Why is that? Because your subconscious brain saw the billboard earlier in the day, and then now you want to eat it. So it's the same thing that we teach you through the Breakthrough Masterclass to use positive subliminal messaging in order to achieve your dreams, which is the writing of Post-it notes all around you. Now, I'm not saying wake up every single day and read all of these things that you wrote out. Your subconscious will catch on to it. So throughout the day, wherever you go, all of these positive affirmations are going to be around you. And once they're around you, you start to feel better. You start to think better. Things start to look different in your life. And I'm not saying that we all need change, because we don't, but we all want even more success. I know that I even want even more success. And in order for me to have even more success, I have to help other people and make sure that I am okay. You know, I used to do Amway. Does anybody know what Amway is? Right? Thank you. I've got a couple of hands being raised right now. I know when I say Amway, everyone's like, how old are you? I did say the 80s, you guys. Yeah, I know. I look a little younger than I am. So when I was doing Amway, my entire dream was to be a diamond. Right? I want to be a diamond. I want to be on stage and help other people become platinums and make 60K, right? That was the first vision, is 60K. But I remember going to these events, and it was a stage like this, but I mean, there was like 3,000 people in the audience for these big events. And I remember sitting at the stage and looking out and hearing these diamonds talk positivity into the crowd and seeing the crowd go, yeah, we can do it, getting all pumped up, right? I knew, because of the environment I was in, the words that I heard over and over and over again, that I could do it. Now, I didn't become a diamond in Amway, but I am a diamond on the stage right now. And like I said, thank you. But like I said, I am nobody special, you guys. I just decided to do something about what I went through. And this is why I'm so fucking passionate about it. Because we need to join forces and help one another and continue to lift each other up. Take a stand for something. Do something. But in order to do that, you have to have coaches and mentors around you, because I did not get on this damn stage by myself. Bill Walsh, he's not here, but I am going to call him out, is my coach and is my mentor. He crafted an entire package for me to get me to where I am. But it was only because I decided to say yes. And it's up to you to say yes for your life. It's up to you to say yes for what you need to move forward. Yeah, you can go far by yourself, but you can go even further with people around you. And the Breakthrough Masterclass gives you that, you guys. This is why I am so freaking passionate, because it works. It definitely works. I've been able to do it, and now I can teach other people to do it as well. Like I said, we can turn our lemons into lemonade, and we're not stuck being a victim. It's time to be a victor. Put the awesome people around you. Listen to these positive words of affirmation. Keep going. Next step, which is the last step. Take action. I mean, duh, right? That's a no-brainer. So first step, recognize. Second step, thoughts. Third step, feelings. Fourth step, words. Fifth step, actions. Now, actions can look different to a lot of different people. So this is why if you decide to do private coaching with me, that's a whole application process. I only take on 3 clients per month because it's so time consuming. But if you do private coaching with me, we decide which action steps are necessary in order for you to overcome. The Breakthrough Masterclass goes over a variety of different ways that you can take action, but there's no specificity because you're not doing one-on-one coaching, you know. But it tells you different options. So these are some of the options that we talk about. Support your mind with motivational material. So be here, show up. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard Bill Walsh say, show up to blow up, but you have to show up to blow up, right? You can't be sitting at your house watching Game of Thrones over and over again. I mean, it is a damn good series, but you can't be doing that because you're not going to accomplish as many of your dreams that you want. Show up, right? Support your mind with all of these entrepreneurs, all of these like-minded people, like-minded material, right? Surround yourself with books and mentors and people who have achieved what you want to do. Write. Now, I talked about writing. This is something that really helped me to conquer a lot of my barriers. Now, does anybody know what stream of consciousness writing is? Okay. So what that is you literally take a pen, you take a piece of paper, and you write out whatever the hell is in your head. Doesn't have to be complete sentences. It doesn't have to make any sense whatsoever. It's just stream of consciousness. So typically it'll go from, I need tomatoes, I hate him, I want to go to Tahiti, etc., 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 right? It's just what is in your head at the moment. So I do this a lot for myself. My birthday was in August. I love the beach. I know a handful of you actually know who I am. I love going to the beach. The beach is an absolutely amazing thing for me. So I sit on the sand with a notepad and I just write. And typically it's like, oh, this boy's so cute, or why doesn't he ask me out? But oftentimes it's also, you know, expansion for unsilenced voices, or why am I stuck in my head right now? Let me see if I can process through this. But the one thing that kept coming up for me in August was gratitude. Over and over and over again, gratitude kept coming up for me. Now, I travel the world a lot. And oftentimes, the world is not very nice. And I have seen injustices that should never happen on this planet. From child abuse, to human trafficking, to domestic violence, to manslaughter, to the plastics and styrofoams that are on this planet that are killing us, to global warming, to the cruelty of animals. I mean, it's horrendous, right? But in order to look at the bright side of things, you have to be grateful for what you have. And it took me a while. Like I said, the words kept coming over and over and over, but I had to learn to be grateful for my life. I wake up every day in a house. I have a roof over my head. I have a full belly. I've got a successful business. I get to travel the world, and I get to meet great, incredible people, and I get to help great, incredible people pursue their dreams and make their dreams happen for them. And that's why I am so incredibly grateful for what I have in my life. And we teach you through the Breakthrough Masterclass to be grateful. Because like we've been saying this entire conversation, no matter what the hell you've gone through, you can overcome it. You are not defined by your experiences. So regularly meditate. Now, I know that this conference is like a woo-woo type thing. I don't know a better word to use. So I apologize if that's negative. Okay, perfect, thank you. But I don't meditate the way some people meditate. However, it doesn't matter how you meditate. So if you meditate by using this amazing tripod thing over there, or if you get read by the pyramid, or if you get read by amazing people who can tell you your futures, or if you do by whatever you do, it's absolutely necessary. And so when I meditate, I literally sit on my bed and close my eyes for a couple minutes. I don't think that's actually true meditation, but that's my type of meditation. But we teach you to do your type of meditation, whatever that looks like. Because in order to clear your head for positive things, you have to get rid of the negative things. So your brain, right, is very similar to this water bottle. This water bottle is full of water. Well, halfway full. You guys hear it? Okay. Now, if I do this, is there less water or more water in this water bottle? Less water. So that means, is there more space or less space in this water bottle? More space. That means if you start clearing out negative things in your brain, then you start to open up space to positivity. And that's what meditation does for people. Exercise. Now, not saying go out and run a damn marathon, and I know I got to hurry up. I got about 20 minutes left. But get outside and walk, especially during COVID. I mean, I live in Los Angeles, and we're still freaking closed, so it sucks, right? But we got to get outside. You got to walk. You got to listen to the damn birds. You've got to breathe the fresh air, even though it's super smoky in LA. I still breathe the fresh air. You've got to get outside, right? And then sleep. Make sure you get enough sleep. 8 hours is very, very important, you guys. Try not to get 6. Try to get 8. Find ways to laugh. You're laughing now. I love it. And I don't know what you're laughing about, but find ways to laugh, right? We're all chuckling a little bit. Because if you don't laugh, then what the fuck is the point of life? We're not put on this planet to do nothing and to be bored. We are put on this planet to have fun. My mentor, Bill Walsh, oftentimes talks about family, faith, fun, or faith, family, fun. I 100% believe in that. My fun sometimes comes second, no matter what. But that is definitely the order you should do, because life is meant to be fun. You're supposed to go out and interact with people. You're supposed to go out and laugh. You're supposed to go out and have a great freaking time. Because if you don't, what's the point? And we teach you to do this in the Breakthrough Masterclass. We teach you to have even more fun. Practice gratitude, like I already talked about, grateful. And then control your reactions, okay? So it's not about what's happened to you, but it's about how you react to what's happened to you. So learn to forgive. Learn to conquer your barriers, right? Learn to control your innate reactions to get pissed off and yell at somebody, because your words are more powerful than any physical violence that you could ever do to anybody else. Oftentimes people used to say, sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. But they do. Words have longer lasting implications than that of physical violence. So these, like I said, I don't have very much time, but this is what we cover in the Breakthrough Masterclass, these 9 steps. And I'm not going to go over these right now. You'll need to enroll. I do only have 28 minutes now. But we really help you understand where you're at and really help you conquer a lot of your barriers, because we work with you. Now, the next thing I want to ask you, am I going too far? No. Okay. Why are you here? Why did you come to this? Why do you wake up every morning? Why do you go to work? Why do you brush your teeth? Why do you do anything in your life? What is your why? This is my why. The top left corner is my brother and I. You know what? My mom and my dad died. My mom died 1.5 years ago, and my dad died 5 years ago. Life is short, you guys. So cherish the time that you have with your friends and family now. That kid up there is my heart and soul, and I would give my life for him. But fun is also part of my why, right? I've already talked about this. I travel. I love to ski. I love to drink wine on a boat in Italy. I love animals. I love to scuba dive. I love unsilenced voices and what we're doing in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, and that picture is India. I've been to India and Guatemala doing humanitarian relief work, Kenya. Give back. That's what I stand for. But this isn't about me. What about you? What is your why? Once you get your why clear, then you'll realize why you keep doing what you're doing and why you are fighting so frickin' hard for your damn dreams. Because yeah, if you want a big mansion or if you want a big yacht, it's not that you just want it. Who do you want it for and why do you want it? Do you want it because you want to take your friends and family out and give back to people? That's an awesome reason to want a big-ass yacht. But if you just want a big-ass yacht to show it off, I hope you don't achieve that, right? So what is your why? Make it very, very clear. Write it down. So these are some of the results that you get after you enroll in the Breakthrough Masterclass. You build a world-class attitude. And it's so important to have a positive attitude because it's not just positivity, right? It's not just elevating your thoughts and feelings and all this. You have to learn to change your attitude because your attitude is on your face. Your attitude is expressed to other people. Your attitude is what will actually take you through to the next level. So if you have a positive outlook or a positive attitude on life, then you'll go even further. And this is why gratitude is so incredibly important because you know what? Like I said, I've seen a lot of crap and there's a lot of nasty things on this planet. But there's also a lot of positive things. And if you choose your thoughts, if you choose to look at the positivity instead of the negativity, then you will build a world-class attitude, and that's what we teach you to do. You wake up every day and you're inspired. You have something to do. You have a dream to go after. You have somebody who is with you the entire time. You have even more fun. Didn't I say fun is a big reoccurring thing in my life? I love fun. How many more people want even more fun? Right? Yes, even more fun in your life. Because it's so incredibly important to have it. Yeah, let's see if I can speak, right? You get increased time with your friends and family. How do you do that? Well, we teach you time management skills. We teach you what's necessary in order to clear your schedule to make sure you book your friend time, your family time, your faith time, and your fun time first, okay? And then you live the life that you have always wanted, all while enjoying the journey. Now, the Breakthrough Masterclass consists of a variety of different things, so let me kind of go over what that looks like, and then we'll talk about how you can enroll. Because I'm only looking for about 2 people, and I only have 1 spot for a private coaching client, and I know 1 person is already on the fence about coaching in November. So, like I said, that's 3 total. So 2 people for the masterclass I'm looking for, and 1 person for private coaching. Now, coaching is $3,000. That's just what it is. $3,000. It's a 3-month package, but you get me nonstop. But the masterclass, like I said in the very beginning, it's less than $500. And the masterclass, this is what you get. So it's a 10-week series to help you overcome your challenges, conquering your barriers. It comes with corresponding videos and worksheets. So if you don't put in work, are you going to have success? Answer me.
No.
No, thank you. Very quiet in here, you guys. So, in order to actually move forward, you have to implement what we teach you. So, we don't hold your hand and say, now write your book, now do. We tell you what you need to do, and it's up to you to actually do it and get it done. Does that make sense? Perfect. Thank you. I don't know who's back there saying yes. We cover 3 main topics. In the beginning, I said this: conquering your barriers, elevating your perspective, and then we dive into the transformation process. Now, in week 8 of the series, we dive into ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, what I talked about previously. Now, when we dive into ACEs, oftentimes people have some anxiety, some stress, some fear, a lot of PTSD that might come up. So in week 8, I give you a complimentary consultation with me to help you overcome a lot of those barriers. So this consultation, it says with my team, I think, up there, but right now I'm doing it with me, especially during COVID, because we've had a lot of clients that are dealing with a lot of BS right now because of COVID. So I've decided to jump in for my team members for right now. You also get the techniques to improve, you're jumping back up here, okay. To improve your self-worth, change your old habits. I know we all have old habits, right? But you can teach an old dog new tricks. Like, it is possible, you guys. You gain the self-confidence that you need for financial and professional success and growth. So this is all valued at over $3,000. But because I'm at 5D, like I said in the beginning, I was going to offer this for less than $500. So you get all of this for $497. Yeah, it is less than $500. Yeah, it's $3 less than $500. Would you? I mean, it could be $499. Then it'd only be a buck off, right? It retails like it's valued at over $3,000. It retails on our website for $800. So this is actually a deal. It's not something that I'm just like shoving up your butt. I know, right? Because I'm at 5D, I want to go ahead and throw in a couple more bonuses, but this is only if you guys decide to enroll today. And like I said, I am only looking for 2 masterclass clients right now. We're going to give you a bonus breakthrough session. So that bonus breakthrough session you can use at any time during the 10-week module. And the 10-week module doesn't have to be 10 weeks. It actually can be every 3 days if you choose to, but there is homework. So make sure you complete the homework before you jump into the next module. And then you're going to have access to our private global community. And the reason why that is so important is we have other survivors in there. We have other people who have gone through the Breakthrough Masterclass. We have our coaching clients in there. We've got other mentors in there and other coaches like Melanie McSally and Angel Tussey. I know some of you guys know their names. They're people that you guys can reach out to help you even more, to help you build your business. And of course, I'm in there. So if you have any questions at all, you have access to me. And that's what's very, very important, right? So this is valued at $500 that we're just throwing in for free. So this is what you get with the Breakthrough Masterclass. Now, I've got about 9 minutes left. And what I'm going to do is for the people, I see a couple people kind of interested. So for the people who are interested, show me a hand. There's one, Mark. I think he's ready over here. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead. Here, will you hand that to him? And then, Michelle, will you hand that to her? If you want to just go ahead and fill out your name, your email, and your phone number, then we will go ahead and give you guys a call, and then I will be in the back to answer any of your questions. Fair? Okay, awesome. Thank you. The end.
What, do I
No,
have the
no, I
clicker?
think-
Oh, okay.
And it's this button here, and this one does laser.
Okay.
In case you want.
I do want to, I want a laser today. All right. Am I okay?
Yeah.
You got a what?
Situate the workshop.
Okay.
Scott
Is there
should be
anybody
finishing.
over there?
Yeah, Scott is at his end, and then after that, you're one of the rare people that doesn't have a workshop going on at the same time as your talk here. So you've got the attention. He's like, you're the only one that he actually did that for, where he didn't overlap the workshop in here.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
can you ask the people that are in the workshop if they want to come over here?
Yeah, no, it's finishing there. So
Okay.
in the next few, I'm letting Scott do his thing because he started late and he only had 2 people in his room.
So there's a,
Yeah.
that's wonderful.
Yeah, so I felt
Okay.
bad like having to leave him with only 2 people in the room.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Testing, testing. Somebody posted, I guess I posted something.
I want to read the thing.
So she just went like the first sentence, and then if it's too long, just drop the second paragraph.
I'll read the whole thing if you want me to.
Okay, yeah. It's a little bit complex, but
It's okay.
that's still the title.
Which camera am I on? Here? Oh, good. Here I am.
That's the topic she's doing right there. This is yours.
Miracles of Total Body Healing,
Yeah,
Part
no,
2.
it's right there. This is yours, right?
Miracles of... It is? Okay.
Well, I got it.
Sure. Oh, I do. Oh, good. I need that for notes. Oh, good. Perfect. Yeah, this is good. No, that's fine. Sit here, and then when you want to come up, it's when you want to sit. When you want to talk, it's better to sit. Or that's probably better to slower. Just turn that over.
I'm okay with that one.
Okay.
I like it.
High up. Let me see you sit in the chair.
Oh, and there's the transition between.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. I'm excited to announce my guest, Donna. Can you have her pull this up again? I've worked with Donna and done. What's her name? Dulcita. Dulcita. Can you please fix the phone again? It did what you said. I've known Donna and worked with her before. We've done videos, and we did a online. I guess they canceled our show in L.A., and then so we did a BioMed online. And I was happy to share experience with her online, and it was really wonderful because, and I've seen her heal people. The first time I met her, I watched her heal people in the crowd, and she has amazing energy. And so, she is an MT, certified medical technologist, and a former NIH scientist, molecular biologist, who was invited to the White House under Ronald Reagan for her groundbreaking work on sickle cell anemia. And she was featured in Time, Newsweek, API, UPI, and the New England Journal of Medicine. Following a 1994 life-altering out-of-body journey enlightenment experience, she was gifted with the ability to communicate and facilitate miracle healings from the other side, which I've seen personally and can verify. As seen on CNN, she is a master energy healer and a medical medium who performs individual client sessions of body, mind, and spirit expos worldwide. She's a motivational speaker, author, spiritual teacher, and who has used her uniquely channeled meditations from the divine to work with audiences 50,000 people and greater, individual clients. Her books, Journey to Enlightenment, From Corporate Mentality to Spiritual Reality, and Miracles of Total Body Healing, True Cases of Miracle Healings from the Files of a Master Energy Healer, is available at DonnaMcGrath.com. Following her life-altering journey to enlightenment in 1994 experience, prophetic scenes regarding the history of the planet, which have all come true, including the blizzard of 1996, the Hurricane Floyd, 9/11, the falling of the stock market, and the Indonesian tidal wave, rising oil prices, the China earthquake, the current American economic depression, and the 3 days of darkness, she was gifted with clairvoyance, clairsentience, clairaudience, and the ability to perform long-distance healing miracles because she doesn't have to be in person. Donna worked behind the scenes on Bravo TV's hit show Project Runway Season 4, energetically inflating a model's collapsed lung via phone, and obviated the need for a subsequent lung surgery in the next week. Additionally, her work has obviated the need for knee surgery, lung diseases, drug weaning, rehab, asthma, anxiety, depression. Never said that word. Muscle and skin. Okay, I'm gonna look. That's good. I learned a new. That's my new word for today. Oh, cross-eyed. I'm going cross-eyed. You're trying to see this new word. Maybe I'm hypochondriac. Yeah. Bipolar disorder. Yes, you can work on me. ADD, allergy issues. She will cover the following topics: the NIH background, the 3 examples, paradigm shift in medicine, what we really need, yeast, fungal, parasitic, which we all have, parasites with nice plethora of fuel your energy, and it takes one to know one, and you're the real deal. And I want to tell you, please test her and be open to receive healing, because where else are you going to get this opportunity, or when else? So it's really a pleasure to meet you, Donna, and I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. That was such a wonderful introduction. And I want to start out by showing a video, and the video is a short video testimonial of various different healings that I've done, and it was published by the New York Post and New York Times. So I want you to pay close attention to the actual case histories, and because then I'm going to talk about them and actually what happened in each case. The audio isn't working on the thing. I have an ability to heal people miraculously.
That I no longer had prostate cancer.
People always say kind of like the same thing, like, I don't know what happened, but it just disappeared.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I had a session with Donna McGrath, and miraculously, whatever was in my breast just totally disappeared.
So you are a believer?
Oh, I'm absolutely a believer.
I was limping. I could barely walk. I was like tiptoeing wall to wall. She ran down my ankle. She went like this, and I feel like heat. All of a sudden, it's like a miracle. I can actually walk. I wasn't limping.
Getting rid of the migraines, elimination of the migraine headaches in Tony. Do you see I'm gonna... 016 is super oxygen. Okay. Your migraine headaches are totally dissolved in the moment of now. I'm speaking in angelic tongue. It's sort of like the God whisperer. In 1994, I was shown the history of the planet, so that gives me the ability to look into people and know what happened in their
heat rising up. I felt the migraine was lifting, and then I feel that tingling sensation going all the way up and past my head.
The pain that you have right now, right? Okay.
I have chronic knee pains. I have tried every doctor, so I figured I'd give it a try.
Totally clear all of his knee pain. in his left and right knees, breathing in the breath of life, breathing in the breath of life.
During the actual session, that knee pain stopped.
I usually get a 90% healing rate. Okay, so we're going to talk about the testimonials there. We missed the first part of the video, the slide presentation with me. It's the front cover of my book and me sitting on the living room couch. So what happened briefly is that, well, let's go back to 1982. I was working at the NIH. I did PhD level science on molecular biology research on sickle cell anemia, and our lab, which was me and the MD that I worked with, we found a cure for sickle cell anemia. Our research was sent to the FDA and it was eliminated. but we did get accolades, and we went to the White House with Ronald Reagan, and our research was actually on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. It was internationally known, and it was touted as the first time that molecular biology came to the bedside. So the idea of it was to hypomethylate the beta globin, or the genes, and then insert a delta gene, which is you have 2 alphas and 2 beta hemoglobin genes in your blood that hold together the organs. Okay, that's why it's called beta. Around. So it had a good the delta genes, which are you have 2 alphas and 2 deltas when you're first born within the first 10 days of your life. So we deactivated the beta gene and then increased the delta gene, so that then the cells wouldn't collapse. Because when the beta genes don't work, then what happens is, if you have a cell like this, it just collapses and it looks like a new moon. Okay. And then it causes rouleau, and it gets blocked up in your red blood, in your veins and capillaries and arteries, and it causes severe pain. And this is mostly a disease of black people, okay, and also Mediterranean people. So anyway, the research was sent to the FDA, and it was squashed, and because they said they didn't know the long-term side effects of the drug that we were using. Okay, so at any rate, we received all those accolades, and then I went on to be a scientific salesperson, and I sold very high-end diagnostic instrumentation for the labs in the hospitals. So I was number one sales rep for about 5 different big pharma companies. Okay. And I did very well. Then in 1994, I had a number of deaths in my family. My 5-year-old nephew was killed tragically in a car accident, and then 6 months later, my aunt was brutally murdered. And then my uncle died. And so there was like 3 in a row in a very short period of time. And I was 32 then, and so I was tragically really upset, obviously. And the whole family was devastated by the deaths of our family members. So I went inwards to meditate and to calm down, because I was having panic attacks and anxiety and depression and things like that. So I went inward to meditate, and that's the first time I joined a meditation group, and it's the first time I learned how to meditate and go within and stuff like that. Well, within 6, and then I started reading a couple of spiritual books, because after my aunt was murdered, I don't really tell too many people this, but okay, I'll tell you, because it's in the book. I was praying when I came back from my aunt's funeral by the bedside, and I was yelling at God. So I said, look, I don't know what's happening here. I thought I had my life all fixed up and everything was going great, and now everybody's dead. I mean, what's the purpose of life? I said, bottom line, because I'm a Capricorn, bottom line, what is the purpose of life and death? And why are we here on the planet? And I heard a voice, and it was the first time I heard the voice, and the voice said, what did the voice say? Oh, how are you going to find out? And I'm like, I thought you were God and you were supposed to tell me. And the voice said, how are you going to find out? And I got up from the bed. I was literally praying at the bottom of the bed. I got up and I started pacing in the room. I'm like, oh my God, God asked me, how am I going to find out? I don't know. How am I going to find out? And the near-death experience. Okay, she had a really bad asthma attack and was driving up Route 78 to the asthma doctor that day. So that's how my book starts out. It starts out with my friend Sharon's near-death experience. So I told Sharon, you look like the Walking Dead. And I said, you better go to the doctor. And she said, I will, but I'm under all this pressure. I have to get these projects done for my boss. That night she went up Route 78, and she couldn't breathe, and she pulled off to the side of the road. She gave herself a shot of adrenaline. She was reaching for the nebulizer in the back seat, and then she just went to the other side. The second chapter of my book is a lengthy near-death experience, and it's her near-death experience. And it teaches very, very many spiritual principles that really hit you hard. And you get really pulled into the book at that point. Basically what it says is, she went to the other side and she met Jesus, and she was told very many different things. She asked questions about who do you belong to if you were married to two different people, why do people have weight issues. She was told the layers of the aura. She was told that what happens when people, she asked what happens when people murder each other. And everything that she asked went along with what was going to happen in my life. Very interesting. And I was the only one she told about this experience. She told it to me about 27 times. I mean, I had to interview her a lot to get the words and everything right down. So it taught about the layers of the aura and things like that. So anyway, fast forward in the book, I ended up doing a lot of work at this pharmaceutical company, coming out with a new flow cytometer, and they didn't really have a lot of integrity at this company that I worked for, and this instrument hardly even worked. I got it to work, and then I didn't get any recognition for the work that I did and everything, so I just finally quit the job. Then, fast forward, then my nephew died, my aunt was murdered, all the murders happened, and then I went and I got into meditation. So I give scenes, or I guess it's going to be a movie, I hope someday. But there are scenes where I walked into the meditation group, and now I'm a scientist. I walked in with my suit, and I'm like, what are all these crystals on the table over here? I was like, and these candles, what is this all about? Like, I just didn't even, and I remember my one friend who's a Reiki master, she said, oh, they're crystals. And I'm like, all right. And then she goes, they have energy. And I'm like, yeah, right. What kind of energy? She goes, love energy. And I'm like, oh man, this is just too much for me. But I did the meditation with them, and it was the first time I felt peaceful within myself. And so when I was leaving the meditation that night, everybody, they were shaking my hand, hugging me at the end. They said, okay, well, we'll see you next month. I said, no, we got to do this every week, okay, because we have to do this every week, because I was so relaxed and so peaceful, and it was so wonderful. So anyway, that's how I got into meditation. 6 months later, I was sitting on, my meditation teacher recommended the book The Celestine Prophecy by James Redfield. And I don't know if, what? Yeah. And the Celestine Prophecy takes the reader from a point of, it builds up, and it's basically like a Raiders of the Lost Ark type of thing, where the main character runs through the jungle and he's finding all these insights, and he's following the coincidences and the synchronicities, and he unfolds this ancient manuscript which has different spiritual truths in it. And when you get to the book, it's supposed to take you to enlightenment, but the reader doesn't really know that. They just, go on and read the chapters, and different spiritual insights are revealed. So anyway, I was reading the book from 9 o'clock at night one night until 4 o'clock in the morning, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, let's see, a beam of light came down as I was on the couch, and that's the Celestine prophecy in my hand there. A beam of light literally came down like that. It filled the entire house. It wasn't just on me, but it was on saw it in the dining room and all the way through the house. And I heard the voice again, and the voice said, "You thought you knew so much. Molecular biology, biochemistry, immunology, toxicology, and all these different ologies, and all you know would fit in one grain of sand on this beach." And I saw a beach which stretched to eternity, and one piece of sand was taken out. And so I was humbled, and I sunk into the couch. I felt the voice was not only speaking to me, but to all of mankind, and, lawyers, doctors, all professionals who actually have an ego and think they know what they're doing. And, it was a huge revelation. So then the light was still there, and I didn't know what to do. I'm like, okay, now what do you do? So I looked into the light, and I saw that it had all different types of colors in it, and sparkles of gold twinkles and silver particles and things like that. And I said, I wonder where this is coming from. And so I looked behind my right shoulder into the corner of the room, and inside of the light, it looked like it was going out to the cosmos. It was going out to space. So I made an intention, and my intention was, oh, gee, I'd like to go and see what's out there. And once I made that intention, I was out of my body. I lifted out of my body, and I was a speck of consciousness looking at myself on the couch. I didn't really care about my physical body. And I basically went through the tunnel. I went through the light, away from the planet. I saw the magnetic grid of the planet. I went through the magnetic grid of the planet. I was still a point of consciousness. Then I went, and I was in the mental realm of the planet. I exchanged high levels of knowledge with Mozart, Beethoven, Einstein, Tesla, and all the great enlightened thinkers of the world. And it was just a huge amount of knowledge, and I was like ecstatic. I was like, I am a genius. This is great. I was just basking in the knowledge. It was a wonderful thing. But then I just turned, if a molecule could turn, and I went faster than the speed of light, and I went through what I would say is a black hole, and that billions of stars were going past me. I just kind of went into warp speed, and it was like Star Trek. Billions of stars were going past me, and I ended up being someplace called the Andromeda Galaxy, and there was a light next to me, and I don't know if that was a light ship, but it seemed like it was God, and the voice just said, stop. And I could actually see the reverberation of the voice of God go out into the cosmos over the Andromeda Galaxy. It was really stunning. It was really great. Okay, so then after that, and that voice said, now I will show you everything from Alpha to Omega, from beginning to end. And I turned to my left, and a screen shot up, and a piece of, a blade of DNA was twirling, turned into a blade of grass, covered the entire planet. Fish came from the ocean, man walked upright, trees grew, rains came down, and it was all like the beginning of creation. And then everything went fast forward and was downloaded into me like the Akashic records of the entire planet, and everyone on the planet, and everything that was and everything that will be, and everything. So at the end, two stars came together, imploded and exploded, and then that was the circle of life. So it's together, coming together and going apart to individuate, and then coming together again in unity and going apart to individuate. So after that, the light said, do you have any other questions? And I said, yeah, I want to know how life was created and what is the cure for all diseases. And then I was downloaded with what's back in the corner, the flower of life sacred geometry, the pattern of circles within circles. So it's like watching mitosis in 3D, and it was the shape of the cellular division that was important. And then it came closer and closer. It was eggs dividing, flowers blooming. And it came and it imprinted itself in my third eye. And I went, oh, life is so simple, and they try to make it so complex back on Earth, those scientists. So I got the whole gist of the experience. And then I was there, and then I was on the couch. Afterwards, I was totally transformed, and I didn't have to eat, I didn't have to sleep. I read 4,000 books in 3 months. I was walking in my Christ consciousness. Anyway, that's the experience. I didn't really think I was going to go over it, but it totally transformed my life, and I turned from being a scientist to a medium. And so that's the Flower of Life Sacred Geometry symbol right there. And I asked, what is the cure for all diseases? Okay, this question is, how is disease formed? Okay, so this is the human energy field and the human aura. So you can see there, and 3 inches out from there, right around like 3 inches out, you see a little blue area. That's your emotional field. It's very close to the body, and it only sticks out 3 inches. That's your emotional field. So we have the physical body, then the emotional body, which sticks out a little bit, then the mental body, which sticks out like to around here and can extend to about 10 feet in most people, and then the outsides of the spiritual body. Now, this spiritual body can extend to the ends of the universe. So since I had gone to the Andromeda galaxy, my spiritual body extends out to the Andromeda galaxy. So I don't know, I'm just expansive. So, all right. Okay. So how disease is formed is in everybody, it actually is formed by an erroneous, it twirls around and around. So if you have an erroneous thought pattern, which is not of love, okay, like I'm not going to pay the rent, I'm not going to pay the rent, I'm not going to be able to pay the rent, or whatever it is, it goes around and around, a negative thought, and it finally hits the body in a certain spot. What I was downloaded with in my light experience was the whole entire emotional body map of the body. So wherever it hits, or wherever you have a disease, whether it's a tumor, whether it's a pimple, whether, it doesn't matter what it is, but any kind of defect in your body is related to a different emotion, okay? And so if you tell me, you know, your left ear hurts, okay, I know that that's because you felt ungrounded, and there was some kind of, I know that you felt ungrounded, and I also know the energy to pull up and to overlay you with to clear that at a quantum level. Okay. Okay, so so whenever we're born, from age 0 to the present moment of now, we have about 44,000 traumas on the soul before the age of 4. These are, so just imagine that there's a newborn baby that's just all sweet and wonderful, and you know how delicate and wonderful when babies are born, and you don't want anything to happen to them, and they're just fresh from the other side, so they're fresh from being in the light. And then they come over here, and somebody spanks them, they fall off their bicycle, the brother hits them, and so it ends up that there are these emotional traumas on the soul, you know, and then you get into a relationship, it goes up, and then you're dumped, and then you get married, and then you get divorced, and so you have a number of these traumas on the soul which do get processed as we go on in life, but at a very, very slow 3D rate. So that's why whenever we go to a psychologist, we talk about the problem and talk about the problem and talk about the problem, and over time, it kind of goes away, kind of, sometimes. But if it was a big trauma, it takes a long time to heal. What I do is I have the ability to set the intention of a session whenever I do a session with somebody, and say it's to clear an ear infection or something like that. I listen to the person, and I feel and understand what emotions are behind it, and I clear the emotions energetically. So I pull up the quantum level energies, and I know 5,000 different aspects of unconditional love to heal almost every condition. So I pull up the energy, and then I just dissolve the trauma. And so when you have a physical condition, if I go and identify the right trauma right away, something could be healed like really fast, and that's when a miracle occurs. So miracles occur in the moment of now, which is of absolute duration. It's sort of, it's a time warp. It's kind of like in the moment of now. It's when everything's peaceful. Okay. All right, so when somebody calls me and they ask me, you know, they have a medical condition or an emotional condition or a relationship condition or something like that, I listen to them. I say, okay, why did you call me? You know, what bothers you the most about anything? Michelle, were you thinking of what bothers you the most about anything? I'll do a little. What? Is it your right knee or your left knee? Okay. So the right knee is all about not having enough fun. Okay? And the left knee is about grief. So sometimes, you know, when elderly people lose a spouse on the other side, or you know, there's some kind of loss in their life, then their left knee goes out first, and then later on the right knee starts. What? Well, that's the trauma. That trauma needs to be cleared because, you know, they traumatically went into the joint and they did surgery and everything. So that also needs to be cleared. So we can take, I wish I had a stand for this microphone. I need both of my hands to clear you. That's, can Dulcita, can you hold the microphone? Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's the solution. So basically, with our minds, we put the surgery in my left hand, and then in the right hand, I do quantum manifestation of the energy. Let me wait until I get this so I can do it in the right way. Oh, you don't have to, but you can if you want. I do all over the phone on the. So I don't even have to know what the person. I just. Your first name is good because that gives a connection, you know, between me and. Well, usually the whole audience has the same condition, so whenever I do an audience healing, it covers everybody. Okay, and you know, it could also be. Okay, all right. Thank you. A little bit back. Yeah, need to put my hands. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, so the COVID-19, you know, confined everybody at home, and a lot of people weren't having any fun anymore. They weren't allowed to go to the movies. They weren't allowed to go out to eat. They weren't allowed to go to the gym or the hairdresser. You know, so it really confined a lot of people, and so a lot of people had that energy of not being allowed to have fun. Okay, that's good. Okay. A lot of people had the emotion of not having a lot of fun during the COVID-19 situation, okay? So let's put in my left hand, not having any fun. The surgery wasn't any fun. And in my right hand, I want you to think about something that was fun. Like maybe the most fun you ever had in your life. Like you went on a vacation, you were laying on the beach. No, you don't. In private sessions, I do have tell me, but you can just think. You can say something, but make up a sentence that's non-revealing. Yeah, much fun that you've ever had. Okay, very, very good. Okay. What is yours? Even if it was a 5-minute clip of time, and we're going to take that and we're going to multiply it to make you, and I want to bring up that emotion that you had when you were scuba diving or when you were having sex or whenever, okay? All right? Okay. All right. Okay, so this is it for the microphone. Okay. Here. for Michelle, for Janet, and for the entire audience. Time, throughout all time and space, clearing out all persons, people, places, things, and events, any and all surgeries, any and all times that you weren't allowed to have, overlaying with quantum manifestation of rock water in this lifetime, this lifetime, this lifetime, past lifetimes, past lifetimes, past lifetimes, past, parallel dimensions, parallel dimensions, parallel dimensions, parallel dimensions, future realities. Clearing the whole issue down to the DNA level, subatomic level, subatom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, clearing you down to the beginning of the creation of life. Breathing in the breath of life. This is ridiculous. Breathing in the breath of life and breathing in the breath of life. I can't do it with this thing the way it is. Is there a microphone? All right. So that was it, but I kind of need to, to wave my hands around, okay? In this hand. And I actually feel the trauma in this hand. And I bring my hands together. And I'm going to teach this. It's an emotional healing technique. And then you hold your hands together, okay? And then you pull up the good experience in one hand. You think about the bad experience in another hand. And you bring your hands together. And you hold them in front of you. And you imagine that you're circulating the good energy throughout every cell of your body. And it's amazing. And then you just throw it back to the point of nothingness from which it came. Back to the universe. Imagine a black hole or something. Just throw it away before it was even created. And then in a session that I do with people, I might do 5 to 8 of those things. And I go into really deep emotional things. Like yesterday I did a little workshop and somebody talked about sexual abuse and somebody talked about something else. So 50 different emotions that I work with. People on this planet don't even know how to manage the first 12 or 15 emotions. Okay, so there's a standard control drama that goes on between everyone, and it's like somebody gets angry, okay, you get angry, and then you either don't talk, or you push them away, you reject them, or you go away. Okay, so it's like you get angry or jealous, and then you just cut off all communication with them, you delete them as a friend on Facebook, whatever, you get really mad, or you leave your husband, or you won't talk to them. So it's all right here in the throat chakra. So that's what you do in order to make the other person feel like a victim and feel guilty that let's just say they cheated on you, okay? So they cheated on you, you don't talk, you cut them off, and you try to make them feel guilty and feel like a victim. All right, and this is like a teeter-totter, and it goes back and forth. And then the victim over here that was disempowered and feels guilty, and it turns into a lack of self-confidence, then they may somehow muster up some power to then yell at the first person. And so it's like a teeter-totter, and then they try to be the one that yells at the other person and disses them and goes away and stuff like that. So this whole control drama is what happens on this planet, okay? So once you recognize the dynamics of this situation, there's ways to, and it talks about it in the Celestine Prophecy actually, there's ways to clear this kind of control drama. And what it is calling the control drama, in a loving way. And then if this situation can't be resolved then, but I teach that in the class. And also clearing yourself using this method. Like when you find yourself being triggered and really angry at something that someone says or does, okay, you can go in the back room or go in the bathroom and put the anger here and like, why am I feeling angry? Okay, and who was that like? Was it like my father, or was it like my mother, or is it like how my daughter treats me, or whatever? And you put it in the left hand, and then pull up the energy of the flower essence, holly. Now these, I was going to make a slide of the different flower essences, but I didn't. But there's 50 of them. They're the Bach flower essences, and I teach them in the class. The master class which is it's an intensive class because it basically teaches you these 40 different flower essences that are aspects of fear. When I say flower essences, this is what I mean. There are actual tinctures, like liquid tinctures that you can take to make yourself feel more confident. There's another tincture that you can do to get rid of any bitter anger and resentment. There's another one that you can get rid of doubt. And so any emotion or emotional pattern that you find that you really are stuck in, you can take a tincture. And they're called flower essences. So how they're made is that the different flowers from the trees, for instance, impatiens, okay? The flower essence from the bush impatiens, if the flowering bud is taken and broken off and taken and put into a bowl of water and then put in the sunlight, the essence of the flower, which is the spirit of the flower, goes into the water, and the vibration of that flower, which is impatience, helps to mitigate the emotion of somebody that's impatient and can't settle down. They're just really impatient, always wanting to run ahead. So the flowers are scooped off of it, and then it's actually preserved, and then you can buy those tinctures. They're called Bach flower essences. Okay, so if you know you're a really impatient person, you can take the flower essence impatiens and get rid of it. I have taken all the flower essences, and so I can pull them up in an energetic quantum level at a higher level that brings you up faster and just works faster. It's really great. So we have all these flower essences, and then I also have 5,000 other energies that straighten you up and put you into a state of wholeness and unconditional love. All right. So when somebody calls me and they say they have a problem, I talk to them and I ask them, what the problem is. And I mean, normally it's not as, although you have pain, you can put the flower essence, by the way, of water on your right knee. You could pour it on there and then also put maybe some BioFreeze or something on there. And over a period of time, the pain will just lift and go away. I had a frozen right shoulder and I was taking 8 Advil a day. And it was like, I never take pharmaceutical drugs, but it was so painful. So I went to Whole Foods. I got a bottle of pine because pine is the flower essence that heals this part of the body. I poured the entire bottle on it, and in 15 minutes the pain just lifted. And it went away, it didn't come back. It's wonderful. So I'm going to make these flower essences into creams that people can put on and apply topically. So that's a future project. Okay. So somebody calls me and says I have this sore knee, okay, or I have asthma or I have something. What I do is I test and see how many sessions they need, okay, in order to give them an idea of the price of, whatever and everything. So muscle kinesiology is me basically connecting myself up from the highest chakra to the Godhead, and basically I'm asking for the truth. I'm connecting myself up to the truth. And then I ask, so like how many sessions would Michelle need to totally get rid of the pain in her knee? And it would be 1, okay? But somebody that has diabetes and multiple different conditions and everything, like how many sessions would you need? You would need 2. You would need 2 because you have more of those traumas than she does, okay? So I don't make anything up, but you're not going to be healed. I've used this system so much that I know that you're not going to get the healing until you do the 2 sessions. So if you say you want to do 1, that's fine, but you're only healing it halfway, okay? And you're not going to get to all the traumas. You might feel 10, 20, 30. After the first session, you would feel 30% better, and then after the second session, you would feel 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80% better. Once you start feeling 80, 75, 80% better, then you know that something really great happened and you feel like you had a miracle, okay? All right, sometimes miracles happen in the first session. Sometimes miracles happen 6 months down the road. I had a little girl that was 14 years old, and she had very bad exercise-induced asthma. And I met her at one of these, it was a workshop, and my guides told me she's going to be healed, okay? She's going to get a miracle. So I told her father, and he was fine with that, and He set up appointments every week with her. So she had this asthma. She was on a nebulizer. She was taking Flonase. She was really messed up and everything. So I changed her. In order for healing to happen, it has to happen on the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels. So I got her off of the Flonase, all right, and her mother took her off the Flonase and weaned her onto a natural nebulizer like MSM that would strengthen her lungs. I changed her diet, and so she didn't have any milk, and I eliminated all dairy products and everything. But the emotional and the mental really needed to be healed, right? And so this was a lot of, in the lungs, whenever you have lung problems, it's grief in the lungs. It's always held right here. And it's also the emotion of struggling past the point of exhaustion, pushing yourself past the point of exhaustion. So like whenever you're working hard and you're taking care of 3 kids and you're doing the house and the home and the family and the car and the pain, it's really, and people do that. They push themselves past the point of exhaustion. So the flower essence oak is the remedy for pushing yourself past the point of exhaustion. But when you do that long enough, then you get chronic fatigue, and the flower essence olive is for chronic fatigue, because now you're in a chronic state of exhaustion, and so that's not good. So the flower essence is oak and olive, oak, olive, oak, olive, oak, olive, oak, olive, oak for everyone here that's tired. Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay. So this is the what I was telling you about. This is the normal healing response. What we would like to see is for it to go up in a straight line, but that's not really what happens. What happens is, like I said before, you might have the first session and go up, and then you might have a detox reaction because the energy that I give you after the first session, and if you ever have not had any energy work before or not much, the energy goes in and tries to rearrange you on the inside to make you whole again, to make you like you were 10 years old. So it's like one lever up, one lever down. It goes into you to rearrange you, and sometimes that causes a detox reaction. Sometimes people are something like that, or they might be grumpy for a day or two, but then 2 days later down for a couple of days, and then they go up, and you see they go up to a higher level. All right, and then I do another session. It goes down a little bit, and then it goes way up. Okay, and then I do another session. That's 3 sessions, and then down, and then up. That's 4 sessions, and then it just keeps going until you feel totally fine. So people don't know that that's what happens, and so if they feel terrible the next day, it's because it's like going in and throwing in an atomic bomb and bombing the whole place out and then building it back up again. So that's what happens in the course of healing. What else do I have? All right. We went over this yesterday, but so the development of my gifts is after I had the light experience, I was led, I didn't have to eat for 3 months, but then I was led to go to the health food store and eat organic vegetables and things like that, healthy food. And I didn't know what to do with the gifts because entities were coming to me from the other side, and my nephew that had died came to me and told me not to throw away the racing car blanket. My uncle came to me and told me to give balloons to my aunt for her birthday. So I was getting all these messages, and I didn't know what to do with them. So I started going to Whole Life Expos and like the LA Conscious Life Expo and things like that. So I was a medium. I did 15,000 readings with people just on straight mediumship and contact with the deceased. But when I worked at the health food store, I absorbed the information of all the 72,000 supplements that are there. So I know how to use homeopathy, essential oils, vitamins, minerals, chelation, all the different modalities of alternative medicine. And I could touch books and read them, and I read the whole section of alternative medicine. So I kind of know what to do in every situation. So I integrated. One day, my guide said, "Today's your last day at the health food store." And I said, "What am I going to do now?" And they said to integrate it into my own modality. So that's what I did. So I ended up working with another 15 or 20,000 people personally, and My goal was really to always find the emotional that was key to the cure for all diseases, like to find out in different situations. For instance, lupus or autoimmune diseases are usually caused by somebody that has sexual trauma usually, and somehow they had a sexual trauma, but they were told not to tell anybody. So their throat chakra is closed off, and then they have some underlying anger about the whole situation, and so they turn it against their own immune system, and that's how they get an autoimmune disease. So if you go back in the timeline, flip those situations around and dissolve the emotional trauma, then sometimes the timeline is healed. I want to skip back to Jillian. Okay, so the girl with the asthma. So I cleared up her her issue with the nebulizer and the diet, but my guide said she had exercise-induced asthma, and she was running track every day, and she was doing that opening where she was going to a really competitive school. She was on a cheerleading squad, then she ran track, and I said, look, you have to quit doing the track because you're pushing yourself past the point of exhaustion, and she wouldn't do it. And so this was a case where, like, week after week we were doing these sessions, and it progressed like up to 40%, but it wouldn't get any better. So I finally said, look, I'm not going to work on you until the summertime whenever you're not doing track anymore. She says, I'm not going to quit because I like some boy on the track team. So, okay, so she liked some boy on the track team, and she stayed there. In the summer, she was motivated to go to and do overnights with her friends. And so what she did was she goes, I really have to get rid of this asthma. They think I'm, chronically coughing place, and I'm going to embarrass with my friends. I did one session, boom. She never had it again. Never had it again. So that was an interesting case. And then these are all other case histories. Jonathan also had asthma. He was, and she came to me. She had to have lung the next week, and I worked on her collapsed lung. I energetically blew it up over the phone like a balloon, and in 2 sessions, and she went to her doctor, and it was totally normal. Project Runway. This little girl had a low heartbeat, like 32, and she had a heart defect, and I worked on her for 15 minutes, and when I called her mother back, her mother said, I don't know what you did, but she's jumping up on it, down on the couch, and she's fine. So that's little Lexi. She's a professional dancer. She's really, really good. And this is the model. She went on to be on Project Runway Season 4, and she won the competition with Christian Suriano. This lady had a grapefruit-sized tumor in her uterus, and I met her in a waiting room, and she told me the story, and my hand turned on like a satellite dish, and 2 weeks she had surgery scheduled. She went in for the surgery and to find out where they were going to cut, and it was completely gone. Like, the doctor turned red. He was amazed. So we totally dissolved that tumor. This is little Kelsey, and this is the last thing I'll wrap up with. So Kelsey's mother found my apartment and came to see me, and she had a disease called dermatomyositis, which is a skin disease but also muscular weakness. And she was pale white, 5 years old, and she was very sick. The doctors gave her two weeks to live, and the mother took her out of the hospital and brought her to me because they were going to do experimental drugs on her, and the mother said no. So she brought her to me, and I worked on her for an hour, and basically she was up and around and she was healed. 2 weeks later, the Make-A-Wish Foundation called her and gave her a gift to go to Disney World before she was supposed to die, basically. And the mother called me and said, what do I do? And I said, well, just tell him she's feeling better and she would love to go on the trip. And so she did, and so she took, there were 5 of us, and she took me and her grandparents to Disney. We had a wonderful trip at the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It was wonderful. she just graduated from high school and she's in the first year of college. Okay, and she's our model child for the Create a Miracle Foundation. So the mother didn't have any money to pay me for the healing. She paid me $40 in $1 bills. And it was because her boyfriend, the mother's boyfriend, went around to vending machines. He owned vending machines, and he collected all the $1 bills. And I felt so bad, and I said, these kids or these people need to be able to pay for the healing, but the healers need to be healed too. So it has to be like a two-way street. And so I created the Create a Miracle Foundation, and the logo is where love makes miracles happen. I have a team of healers that I know that can heal at a very, very high quantum level, as I can. And so the vision statement for the Create a Miracle Foundation is to provide funding for a spiritual energy healer network, which are my colleagues, and engineering, pioneering energy medicine transmission laboratory. There are very, very many high-tech instruments that can beam energy at people, and if you use certain frequencies and things like that, they can use certain frequencies, they can be healed. So it's to create an energy transmission laboratory and also to provide superior nutritional supplementation to the people that are healed afterwards, because obviously sometimes they can't even afford to get anything to boost their immune system and things like that. All right, so I think the last thing he said on the intro was that I was going to, I worked with like 25 people regarding COVID-19, and I had an MD friend of mine that was one of the speakers at the last 5D event here. He went to China and got the virus when he was in China and called me, and I had gone back to New Jersey for Christmas, and he had called me and he had the virus. Now I didn't know anything about, this was like back in December, I didn't know anything about it. So I'm like, okay, it's just a virus, and so I've healed people of HIV and severe viruses. So I was like, okay, and so I just overlaid, you can easily take lysine, L-lysine, which is an amino acid, and it inhibits the replication of viruses. So taking 3, 4, 5,000 milligrams of lysine for 3 or 4 days usually gets rid of the problem. You can add some zinc in order to boost your immune system, and also a product called Transfer Factor Plus, which I have at my booth if anybody wants to buy it. It increases your immune system by 437%, and there are clinical studies to prove that. So if you just take that every day, your immune system will be strong and you'll be fine. Thank you very much. I want to just give you the information that I have regarding how to contact me. So you can write an email to miraclesbydonna@gmail.com. You can go to my website, donnamcgrath.com, and I do have my books, and I have the Miracle of Total Body Healing Meditation MP3, which is amazing. Okay, so it's a meditation where I go through the whole body, through the spinal column, up all of the chakras, take you to the God consciousness, to the higher consciousness, cleanse you of your problem, and then bring you back down and ground you into your body, and then ground you into your heart, ground you into the earth as well. The meditation is 45 minutes long, where I hold the energy of that, and that's one of the reasons why it works, because it's very powerful over a 45-minute time period. You go into a deep meditation. You'll never hear anything like this because it's channeled and I speak in angelic tongues. So thank you very much for coming. And there's my phone number is on my website, donnamcgrath.com, and everyone can contact me there. All right, thank you very much, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, so here.
Okay. Holding it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll have this closer to me. I actually got the table like that over there with my cards on it. You can put it in this way. Thank you. I think it's face the camera and not the people. You got it. That's it. That's it. Yeah. Hey, Hannah. Do you want me to say welcome to BioMed and... Okay. So I put it between my knees, so it's okay. Is this one where I have... Oh, I can hear it. Okay. I was wondering how close I had to have it to my mouth. I want to listen to yours later, Donna. I want to listen to you later. Just give me the 5. Give me the 3, 2, 1. I'm used to it.
Dr. Margaret Rogers Van Coop, I am so honored to meet and greet and share you with the people here because I have known you for, I think, 5 years. And I was with my friend Mike, and we went out to dinner, and we both fell in love with you, and we met your husband. And then I brought another friend at another conference, Richard, and he fell in love with you, and they kept talking, and they still communicate with you. And then Corey, and he's Riley, and with you, and having many readings done at all these different conferences, and we really had a great time, and you did the same reading, and you've lived through amazing times, and you have so much to share, and I look forward to working with you, closer in the future. So I'm happy to stand here and introduce you, and welcome to, I'm glad your accident. We've been crossing paths since we were Arcturian and Syrian and Lyrian and, everything. So wonderful. I'm really honored to introduce you. So thank you for the honor.
Thank you, Eric. I wasn't expecting that. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, to the BioMed Expo. As Eric said, I'm Margaret Rogers Van Coops. I happen to be a professor and have studied many things throughout my life. And today I'd like to talk to you are not who you think you are, and you are not alone. And the reason I chose that is I want you to understand that I was born in 1942, and this is a picture of me with my mother, and you can see I was only 1 year old, and according to my mother, I was already hearing as an infant the moment my cord was cut. The dropped across the road from the hospital, and many people were killed, and as a result, the nurses came to help me, and remembering to serene calmness, so she told me. I have no memory whatsoever of it. But you can see in the middle here a picture of the clouds, and I'm sure many of you have looked, and I found this on the web because it shows faces and people in the clouds. And I always saw that as a child as an example of the spiritual people around me who were helping me to help other people. And when I was a child, I was already to these people. Now there's a long list and I'm sure you can all read them, but I want you to understand that when we say hermaphrodite, what we're saying is that we are both male and female. And as understanding that, we talk about past lives. We talk about I was back in Germany, France, or Africa, or China, somewhere where I was living a life as a man or a woman. God's here in this world, and believe you me, I saw a lot when I was a child because World War II is really strong, and I would see demons and devils and things that look, but we didn't have that kind of. So I was often running to Mother saying, "There's something horrible in my room," and she would come in and say, "Darling, there's nothing here," and she would wave her hand through the thing that I was seeing, which sometimes was a face or sometimes was a monster, as far as I was concerned. But giving time, I began to realize that they were only monsters if I wanted to believe they were monsters. And if I stopped and looked and felt, I realized they were a species from another dimension in another universe. Okay? So what we call demons are not demons, but if we act in a negative way and we interact with them in such a way to deny them their existence by trying to get rid of them, they become angry, just like we do. If you talk to someone and you say, "Hey, I don't like you, I turn my back on you," that person's going to be only 3, 4 years old. And I've also got Roman and Greek gods coming to me, and they got their rods and things, the symbols of the time that we now know about. But I was a child. To me, they had magic things that could fire at holes and make vortices. But of course, as I grew up, I did. There were also a lot of people who were killed during the World War I. So these vortices that they would create would be in my bedroom, and I would be petrified, clinging into a corner cupboard, trying to hide underneath it, while watching all these entities and people going through the vortices. And so I began to realize that they were saved. Is forgotten. Everything is a part of the whole. Now let me talk about aliens, because that was going on as well. When I was very small, I thought in my memory I must have been 3.5, but I realized later I couldn't have been, because my father was home when I was 3.5 and the war ended in 45. So I had to have been 2.5, and I clearly remember the door disappearing in my bedroom and this little boy who was dressed in a blue dressing gown was staring at me and who came to play with me. And the next morning I went and told my mother, and my mother said, "Oh, the blue boy, darling, you're probably dreaming." But about it to her, she said, I was astounded because I'd seen the little blue boy at the foot of my bed too. The little blue boy awakened to the fact that there was another species. It came when I was 4.5. When I was 4.5, I was running home from my grandma's house, which is a road trip up the street, literally, to wait for Daddy at the top, who was going to take me across the road to take me home into the apartment where we lived. Literally, for a little child to run, 2 or 3 minutes. On the way, I see some sparklers, so I think, and the next thing I know, I've looked, I've seen these big, big eyes, and I'm running up, no Daddy. But I'm strong enough and wise enough to know how to cross the road, so I think. So I cross the road, run into the apartment, run up the stairs to find Mummy and Daddy and a policeman. And they're, "Where have you been?" "What do you mean, where have I been? I ran all the way home. I saw this thing with big eyes." "But you've been gone an hour and a half." "Well, what did a 4.5-year know about hours?" "I didn't know. I cried. I was naughty. I was being punished. The policeman had come to tell me off." Well, that didn't go away, because, you know, when you have an emotional experience, it stays in your consciousness. So I was aware of them, and I realized that the time that I was missing when I was 4.5 was a larger grey. So I was beginning to realize there were two kinds of species. And as I got older, I began to realize I was having an encounter with Arcturians, and it was quite amazing. I'll tell a little story here. When I was a teenager, probably about 10, 12 years old, my parents had been rowing over me, away, hiding in the park. I'm sitting on a bench. There's no way this person walked up to me without me seeing them. I'm crying like this. Suddenly someone's sitting here, a little lady dressed in old-style wraparound aprons, who talked to me for an hour, telling me how my parents were thinking and feeling and why I shouldn't be upset and how I could go back and help them. And I, of course, got control of my emotions, stood up, walked 2 or 3 paces, turned around to say thank you, and she wasn't there. And there was nowhere she could have gone to. Later, I had experiences with the Arcturians where I was out of body. Chips had me there to check me out, to make sure I was healthy and that I did what I was supposed to do. I was 7 years old when I remembered them saying, "Remember, you're one of us, you're Arcturian." Well, I woke up the next morning, I ran into my mother and I said, "I'm Arcturian." She said, "What's that?" And she looked at me, she said, "Margaret, you have a vivid imagination." I was to hear that many, many times throughout my life. I also met the 8 to 10 foot humanoids who are Syrian. And when I talked with them, I had a lot of higher consciousness coming to me. My first out-of-body experience was when I was 4.5. And that is in my book, My Journey into the Oneness. But I don't want to talk too much about me. I want you to realize that what's up on this screen is something you can read while I'm talking to you. Everything that we do in some way is an experience for us. For me, having so many spiritual energies around me was quite confusing. There were often times when my angelic experiences were definitely very different. I could hear the voice of God. That was an amazing moment that I'll never forget, and I want to share that with you. I was 4.5, and I know it's 4.5 because my sister had just been born and brought home. And Mother was feeding her and asked me to go to the kitchen to pick up something. When I got in the hall, it was in darkness because it was still cold weather, winter. She was born in January, and everyone was saving energy because the war had finished. And suddenly the lights went on without me trying. And I was looking up at the light, and I heard this most amazing, soothing, sound around voice that said, "Child, you're a child of God. You will know great suffering, and you will help those who are suffering." And I, like any child, think, who are you? I can't see them. I don't know where they are. And I hear, I am the one. And I said, what is the one? All that is. What is all that is? I am God. What is God? I didn't know. And so that energy stayed with me. I am the voice of the oneness. I am all that is. I am God. So I never got to the kitchen. I ran back into my mother immediately, shut the door, and I looked at my mother's foot because she was a cripple, and it seemed to grow very large vision. That is suffering, because God told me I would have that. The out-of-body experiences that I had with Zoroaster were amazing. I was watching lightning striking. I went out up into the light, and then I was standing in a clearing, and I was a small, and this tall black man was standing next to me. He took my hand. He led me into what was years later I learned to call a cult. If you want to read more about this, it's in my book that I mentioned, My Journey into Oneness. But the point here is, I became a man, and I sat with him for 3 days while he reminded me what I was going to teach. Now, he then took me back to the edge of the clearing, and I was suddenly a child again, and I woke up on my mum's bed, ran into my mum, and I said, "Mum, I've just been with black people." And she looked at me, and she said, "Really? Well, go and do something." Well, years later, I talked to her, and she said she was amazed that I said that I've been talking to black people because we lived in a white community, and unfortunately in those days we had segregation. I didn't know about that. I was 4.5. My Jesus connection also came when I was around 7. A lot of suffering in my life. I won't bother you with too much. But in my book, it took a great deal of courage to admit who I was in the time of Jesus. And in that time, I was one of the disciples. I was not just rationalizing it and sitting here. Spirit took me back to the life, gave me the life. I have total recall of that life, how it truly was, and had to be reprogrammed afterwards as me. You can read about that in the book. But I want you to understand by that we all have lived before. And we've all had very important lessons in those lives. We've given and we've taken. We've been good and we've been bad. We've been monsters and we've been angels. We are a collective consciousness of all that is, and that is the oneness. So I hope that you've read my little list here, because I'm not going to go into them all, but you have to understand that as we today can effectively change a baby in the womb while it's in the womb, do surgery on a baby, We can change the DNA and the RNA of a baby even while it's in a test tube. We have been manifested as people. Okay, here we're looking at some of the aliens I was talking about. One of the things that happened to me when I was 15, I was very much a virgin, was I was made love to, and I say that because there was no horror in it. It was the most pleasant moment of my life at that age. And as a result of it, I found that I was, and as a result of that, I told my mother. I even went to a doctor who wouldn't examine me because I was a virgin. It was only when I had a child in real life that I felt butterflies flittering in the early third trimester, the end of the first trimester, that I knew, in confirmation of my everyday self, that I had indeed been pregnant when I was 15, which was the catalyst to wake me up to remember my daughter. My daughter looked like the second picture there. She's an amazing personality. I was gifted, trained to be able to be their trainers in preparing these children for another planet. And here I want you to understand that we were brought here. We didn't just evolve here. We were created, and the Greys are very much a part of many other species who do cellular transformation, integration, and adaptation. And so we too are learning to do this, and in eons of time, in our time as we know it now, we will one day create a new species and send them to another planet. Because the lesson always goes on. Why? Because the oneness must go on. Because the oneness is all that is. Now, some of these aliens might look a bit monstrous, and we have many stories about people who have felt they've been attacked and so on. What we're seeing here is some more wonderful Arcturians I talked about, and then we're seeing some of the very closer females of the species, and we're looking at the Lyrians. Okay? They're so amazingly telepathic, so sharing, so loving, so supportive, and they do appear to us like angels, to horses, to dogs, and they can even take a life in that form and come and do whatever they need to do to stimulate someone to be something. I know there's a lot to read, but and listen to me at the same time, but I want you to understand they have to be mysterious in this time because we're still in judgment. We cannot accept a miracle. We always say there's got to be a reason for it. Okay, our human brain, what we're using is like 2% of it. If you think about the Arcturians and the Syrians, they were using 80% of theirs before their species died out. I have a story to tell you. I came out of body. I went with Sister Teresa, who was part of my training in my early years when I was a child. And she took me, it was like third star on the left, fourth star on the right, and so on, whiz, ever so fast. And we arrived at this desolate planet. The sun, or whatever it was, had given the planet an orange glow. I actually even drew it and painted it afterwards, after my return. And I arrived with her, and we're standing and waiting, and we realize I'm a spirit here. And this wisp of smoke came up, and I'm thinking, where am I? There's nothing but a dead tree, and this wisp of smoke shuddered and turned into a man. And that was my first memory of meeting an Arcturian. And we sat down, and there was rocks all around and dirt, just like the desert here. But it had this sort of orange glow around it. And I said to him, how can you be here? And so on. He went on to explain to me that this planet was indeed dead, but it was still the home of the Arcturians, and that it was indeed still livable for those who live there. And I'm questioning that. And he said, well, we don't have a body. We are energy. And that wisp of smoke is our form. That's energy. And as he said that, I said, well, why be on the planet? He said, well, why not? And I said, well, I'd like to see gardens and things. And he put his hand down onto the soil and he said, everything is here. And as he did that, water came out of the ground, and before my very eyes, like magic, and I told my mother later it was magic, where she said I had a vivid imagination again, this water fed the grass, and it turned into a wonderful garden. And I'm sitting with him and Sister Teresa in the garden while he explained to me that everything is possible when you believe that energy can be used and used wisely and productively. So all these things that I learned, I began to understand from him, and I had many communications where he explained to me that the conscious mind was a liar and a cheat, that it told you 2 and 2 made 22 and you believed it. Well, it might do in our world, but in the oneness world, 2 is just 2. And it's a use in that it is shaking, vibrating, resonating. Our brains are constantly vibrating and resonating. Our lobes in the brain, the cortex, the central core of the being, is our life survival mode. Our midbrain is where we process all the things that we believe in or don't believe in and judge and condemn. The deep subconscious is the real us that has the coding of the soul vibration. Now, when I was with the aliens, they wanted to find out, this is a grace, they wanted to find out if I was the kind of person that would evolve to be a great teacher for the greats. So here am I in a room with all these horrible animals that were spiders and snakes, both of which I had a fear of. My father had been brought up in India and told me a lot about the cobras and all the horrible snakes, and he used to act it out like this, and I'd be sitting there like this going, oh, you know, and I was so scared of snakes. And they knew that, the aliens knew that, so they put me in a room of snakes. So many, and I'm sitting there frozen to death, freezing like this, I can remember that. And then the other time was nasty boys held me in the real bushes in England, and for days I was creepy crawling with spiders because they were nesting out, the spiders were nesting out in laurel leaves. And so they put me in a room full of spiders, and they were small to great giant ones, and they were all crawling over my face and all around me, and I'm screaming and screaming. And then suddenly, in both cases, the room became a white room. And in that moment, I knew that that wasn't real. Well, they did lots of things like that with me. And I began to realize that they were testing my belief systems. They were testing me to understand if I could tolerate the negativity of mankind. I was beginning to understand that they wanted to know about our emotions. And over a period of time, by the time I was 15 and I had my daughter, they had realized that I had a good awareness of their humanity and ours. And so they went on to train me to be a teacher so that I could prepare these children that they were making now to go to another planet. And I update on that recently is the father of my child telepathically told me, congratulations, you have 3 grandchildren. I'm like, 3 grandchildren? How's that possible? She didn't have ovaries. And they said, he said to me, you don't understand. And then I could see the others in my head. They're all there talking. He said, they're your eggs. Now I want you to understand that means I have babies on another planet somewhere in the cosmos that I'm never going to meet, I'm never going to know, I'm never going to love. But I'll know that she will love them because I taught her how to use physical, emotional energy from us. And she became the primary leader of all of the other children that went with her, who are now all adults, of course. They're about 4'5", male and female. They have hair, but it's sort of like whatnots, little lumps here and there. They do have physical hair because it grows in ways that their genes have been put together. And they are a new species on a new planet, and they are surviving. So here is an example where we have to understand that our negativity, when they test us, like pretending that they're doing surgery on us and they're sticking tubes up us and all this, never really happened. It was all telepathically put in our minds, and our body immediately, because the brain is programmed to do that anatomically, sends pain signals to the human body. And so we lie and writhe in pain and suffering on the table. Well, they're all just standing there watching us because they want to see if we have a strong personality that can be someone who can teach the children of the future. So it's just another example there. Now, on the side there's a picture of the 5 bodies that we have. We are made up of physical, etheric, spirit, higher mind, and soul bodies. So there's a better picture of it. You can see it, and there's the brain. And you can understand that the core of that brain is actually the survival mode. You're here to survive. You're here to make a difference. You're here to share all that you are, to integrate all that you know with the coming generations. Now, the children that are born now, their brains are different from ours. They have an extra DNA strand, and some of them being born right now, 3 and 4. Here I want to talk about the God, the oneness. You see the triangle? That triangle is the universal consciousness of all that is. The triangle, just like the pyramids, is powerful. It self-energizes, it self-rejuvenates. And if you look at my diagram here, you can see how I've written, I have to come down and look at it myself, how we have the higher self, and we have the higher emotions, the higher mind, and we have that coming into physical form. And that's how we platform into the 3-dimensional Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And aliens consider this information very important to our future, to understand that we are genetically engineered through dynamics of vibration, resonation, reverberation, echoes, sound. Always remember that no matter who you are, wherever you are, whatever you do, you are in some way a part of the oneness. We are all united by what we do, whether it's negative or positive. We must have friction, because friction creates sound, vibration, reverberation, resonation throughout the cosmos. So we can't see what's going on the other side of the cosmos, but we can know through the reverberation that they exist. And when you see something like Star Trek and all those movie things they've got in there, you think, what an imagination the creators had when they made that movie. But the truth is, that already exists out there. We just haven't embraced it yet. So what is God the Creator? Well, from a different dynamic, and looking at my picture here of the universe and planets going round, you have to realize there has to be some kind of law. There has to be something that says we don't overstep the mark, not because we can't have light and dark, but because we don't want to be destructive, that the oneness disappears, that it no longer exists. So I don't know if you can read this, I hope you can, that the momentum of the universe is constantly fluctuating. And everything that we see is both in separation and in unification at different times, in different places, in the parts of the cosmos that we don't even know about. And genetic engineering is going on all levels in every dimension. So when you think Earth is the important place, why is everybody turning up here? We have to say that this is the fourth plane of evolution in the oneness. Here are the laws of karma. And if you look up here and can you see it? No. Okay. I have to. How do I move over? Let me see if it comes. Oh, here we are. The laws of karma are very important, and they were given to me in 1986 when I wrote my book, The Way to Oneness, which is now published as Journey into an Unknown World, The Way to Oneness Revisited. The original book went into East Berlin after the wall came down, and they sold 12,000 copies in a week. So they told me 2 years later. I didn't even know. But here in that book was the laws of karma. And I'm going to put it into an everyday way for you. You are not allowed to invade the space of another at any time, no matter how important you think it might be that you want to save their life or something. If they're saying, leave me alone, you've got to leave them alone, because they're learning something. And they go stronger as a result of learning. So if they're on drugs, for example, you want to save them, dry them out, you get them out, they go and do drugs again. Why? Because they're saying, I haven't learned the lesson yet. So you have to allow them to fall, and it's only when they say, help, that you can pick them up and you can share with them. Now, each of us must be responsible for what we do. You can't blame and shame everyone else. You have to say, I am in the God sense doing what I'm doing. And if I mess up in some way, if I make mistakes, I did that for a reason. I'm either learning it for myself so I won't do it again, or I'm doing it in front of others so they'll see not to do it and bypass what I've just done and evolve through that and be better for that. Okay? The third law is about understanding that no matter how different we are, we have a connection in the soul. We have a connection in the heart. And we have to allow ourselves to have unconditional love for anyone, whoever they are, whether they're, I use the example of Hitler in my book, The Way to Oneness, where it's explained in the end, he was the central mode. And in that sense, everyone around him was supporting him, and everyone around that was supporting them, and so on, until there was a whole concoction of people who did horrible things to people who were innocent, and so on. But what was it really? It was a change, a transformation in consciousness. And to come down into embodiment and be a monster is hard for an ascended master, but only ascended master can do it. And so one of the things I learned, believe it or not, which is going to shock everybody, is that just as Jesus was a great sage, Hitler was also a great sage who went into delusion, demoralization, and all the D's that goes down. And if you read my book, The Way to Oneness, A Journey into an Unknown World Revisited, whatever it is, I can't remember my way around. I have 17 books published, and I'm not talking about them all, but I want you to understand that we can come in life and be a monster and make changes in this world, in the dark side as well as the light side. Each of us in the fourth law is a mirror of all other people around us. We copy, we mimic, we mime, we pretend, we grow and evolve, we share, we get in conflict. I'm better than you, or I'm worse than you. But whatever it is, we're supposed to come together without judgment and say, well, let's fix it. Let's move on in harmony to do a new thing. And right now, COVID is helping us do that. We're all forced to stay at home. We're all forced to think about new ways to make an income. We've got the whole world, because we haven't got planes up, we're getting free air again. And we're all seeing Mother Earth rebuilding herself, flooding lakes, flooding lands, and people are starving. But they're learning. They're learning. Find another way to exist. And the last one, always remember, you're part of the oneness. You are unconditional love. You are unconditional consciousness. You are in embodiment. You are the creator. You are part of the creator, and therefore must love you and must love all that is, which is the creator. The aliens have many influences on us. But one of the things I want to share here is people movers. So there's a long list here, and I doubt whether I have enough time to explain everything about aliens. And I'm sure there are many people who can take a picture of this with your camera if you're watching, online, and then you can read it through later. So I'm going on to the spaceships. Now, I have been in these many, many times. The one on the left is for 3 people. So they would come, there would be 2 aliens, and there would be what I called the snake person, because their skin looked like the snakes. And remembering my dad telling me about snakes, at first I was scared of them, but I realized that they were the warriors. The Greys are not violent in any sense of the word and very fragile. And so if we humans got angry and started to attack them, then these snake people, as I call them, would protect, hold us down, and stop us from trying to kill the Greys. And of course, if we were violent and aggressive and couldn't be transformed with telepathic things, which today we know as hypnosis, then they would have the snake people take them back, put them in bed in their house, and not remember anything, because yes, the snake people were also, in my opinion, telepathic, because I could hear them talking. And to me they were snake people, because when they talked, they hissed. If you have to do like this, but I could also understand within it were their words. So it was talking like a very bad lisp. You ever heard somebody got a very bad lisp? It's hard to hear what they're saying. Well, that's how they sounded. Now, the second one that you see here is a larger one. It's a people mover. And we could get 7 to 10 people in there. And so sometimes they would come and pick up several people and take us up, and we would be congregated together and trained together to think about how we were going to effectively bring changes to the world. And so we would meet up, and I've met some of those people, and we have said, oh, I met you on the I was going to say plane and boat, but it felt like that, because we had different consciousnesses at different times, depending on who we were and where we were at. But finally, I started to talk to people in the who were into the alien world, because I have to admit that being a medium and a counselor and a healer and traveling all over the world, I kept my alien encounters secret. So when I wrote my book, My Journey into the Oneness, I came out of the closet with many things, including my alien experiences. Because back in the days when I was famous as early young woman at 21 through 40, you didn't talk about aliens. You didn't talk about any having babies, the alien babies. None of that. If I'd have talked about that, they'd have thought I was insane. So it was kept secret. But when I started to meet people at metaphysical things in this country, I'd look at people and I'd see them transfigure, and I'd think, I know that face. And I'd go up to them and talk, and I'd slowly, gingerly speak about aliens. And they'd go, oh yes, I know about it. And we clicked. And I knew that I'd been with them on a spaceship, and that we'd been trained together to come down and do whatever we were doing. And we were brought together at these metaphysical events so we could, on Earth, say, hi, I know you, and connect. And today there are still more people that I'm meeting that I know. We have a strong vibe. And yes, we are Lyrians, we are Arcturians, we are aliens, we have been Greys, we've all incarnated in all those other places. Now, the last spaceship is a big one. It's like a city going over your head. And when you're on that, depending on which one you're on, there is a hum. You can hear it. And the hum comes from the engines. Now, here I just want to talk about the DNA. See the crystal here? And this little blob on the left is lots of little bumps. This is your DNA. We go into it and see your chromosomes and so on, and science has come a long way since I was giving this lecture. But I want you to see that crystal. No two people are the same. We all are snowflakes. Our coding could be similar. We could have several spikes in the same direction, but the little dots that you see and the little bubbles here on the DNA, you're different. So this is why we're none of us the same. And this is a very unique thing to think about when I'm training my students, metaphysicians and things. We go into this in detail, and of course I can't do this here. But I want you to understand that aliens also have this DNA. They have their own crystal structures, but we have a part of their DNA in us. And we haven't learned to reveal it yet. But with the new kids coming in with 3 more aspects of the DNA being stimulated, and with the aliens helping them do that, they are going to manifest the next age of sound. Now we have sound in many ways. We have the earth has sound deep inside with the miasma, subsonic sound. We have sound vibrations on the earth from everyone, like birds, ants even are making sounds. So what insects are making sounds, buzzing around. We talk all the time. The earth is vibrating all the time, so this is regular sound that we can hear. But we also know with equipment that we don't hear all the sounds that earth is resonating. And we also have supersonic sounds that come from the cosmos that we're beginning to understand. This next generation will awaken to the energy of sound, and sound will give us the warmth of our houses, the planes that we can fly, and so on, like the aliens. This particular medallion that I have explains the universe in a nutshell, the way it was given to me, and someone made it, I didn't make it. The little circles that you see are the explosions of energy when energy comes together. The explosions of energy are like gas. You can see there's many triangles here in this, and those triangles overlap, causing patterns. Patterns resonate into form. The form then resonates into a solid structure, which we've got here as a diagram, which resonates into human form and anything else we can think of that is throughout the cosmos. That is how the whole universe was created. And if you wear that particular medallion, and I know who made that is selling them, you might go online and look for it, that will give you a whole new perspective on who you are. The cosmos is full of that. It's going on all the time. That we are transforming, resonating, rejuvenating through the vibrations of gas, liquid, and solids. Now, if you think about your body, that's going on inside you all the time. You are killing off cells and you're growing new cells. And same in the cosmos, the universe. A lot of it's dying and a lot of it's rebirthing and reforming. And your DNA is aware of all of that and is sensory to that. So, for example, I could wake up when I was a younger woman with my psychic self very strongly working in that way at that time and say, we've just had an earthquake. Put on the radio, because there's no television, and hear over the news that there's been an earthquake in India. Okay? Today, flash, flash, is all there in seconds and we know. We've got lazy in terms of losing our instinct and using it. We've gotten lazy in believing and trusting in our inner truth. We have to come back to that. So the COVID is here for a reason. It's 5,000-year-old, what's the word? Germ. So I've got straight in my head. Sometimes it's hard to find the words. Okay, so this particular germ came from outer space, was brought by aliens, and it killed off a lot of people then in those days. It is self-rejuvenating. It adapts to its environment. If you're interested to know more, you can go onto Kindle and find my article where I explain about the virus, the COVID-19 virus. Now I've got the word, see, virus. Okay. And when you understand it, you will also hear that I was confirmed when I said it was over 5,000 years old, because it's been found in the ice poles taken out in the North Pole by scientists 5,000 years ago it existed. So no, the Japanese didn't do anything to it. Poor so-and-sos. Don't blame people for something they didn't do. Okay? Now, here we're going to jump a bit. The gods of the days gone by, the Egyptians, the Mayans, and so on, they were connected to the aliens, and they were watching wars. The Indians were watching wars going on with the aliens above us. So I'm skipping over that a bit because I'm sensing from my spirit guides we're running out of time. But I want you to see the next one. This is sound. We all know what sound looks like when it reverberates on a meter on your computer. But what you don't realize is that if we draw and stretch out that reverberation, we can see that like a violin strings, they're resonating. So if we're looking at it going up and down like this, like a W or a V's, loads of V's together, the point at the bottom and the point at the top are strong points where that sound is stretched and it resonates like you're plucking a string, and it resonates so far backwards and forwards that it meets the other side and hits the other side, causing light, causing energy. So here we can see in the middle slide I've got here, you can see the string reverberating out and making light in the middle in that little window there. And then below you can see a lot of reverberation of sound causing a light stream through all the sound. We will learn to travel on the light beam of sound. And so we won't need gas. We won't need electric. We don't need fuel out of the ground. Now, here is the extended reverberation of a light beam. If you look at these light beams, they're going in many different directions. And what you're seeing here is these light beams are crossing over one another. Now, if you think about watching an alien spaceship, what it's doing is hopping backwards and forwards on these light beams. Now, if we go on to the next slide, what we're looking at here is two ginormous magnets. The polarity is allowing sound to be trapped. Now, that little white light I've got there in the middle is the best I could do to draw and explain what I'm talking about. So these two magnets are polarizing and rejecting and stimulating the sound into light, which they then can run their engines on the spaceship and hop backwards and forwards on the light beams. To us it's like fantastic, but it's possible. And we know light is, I'm not very good at math, but 286,000 miles, something like that, per second. So that's why they can go at such speed so quickly traveling on light, which is why they can also jump across the cosmos from their planet to ours in seconds. So no, they're not hovering around us morning, noon and night. They come and go, okay? But see here, I'm talking about the rift that turns the whole light, energy and sound is created by friction. And we as humans are constantly creating friction. Right? We get up, we sit down, we're rubbing our body on this chair, I'm doing this, I can't hear it, but I'm creating friction. I'm moving energy. Well, the universe and the cosmos is constantly moving energy. And so there is friction going on, and they are tapping, these aliens are tapping into the light that's caused by friction, which is a resonation, reverberation of sound. So you see, we can do all this. Aliens do have some rules, okay? They're going to connect with you, but they're only going to connect with you on a one-on-one basis, because if they came down and appeared here right now, we would either attack them and blow them up, or we would expect them to save us and make us them, and then we would be fighting anyway because we don't want to be them, we want to be us. So one-on-one is important. Bit by bit, they influence us. Second thing is our psychological, our remote conditioning by our parents, our ancestors, our DNA, the wars we've had, all these different things are stored in our cellular neuromuscular memory. And so they don't want to disturb that because that's part of our growth, that's part of our learning, but they do want to awaken us. So when they have us on the ships, they put us in a hypnoidal state, they stimulate us to remember the parts that are important so that we will come down here. We can't remember all the scenarios we went through, but we awaken to the part they want us to remember, and then we go out and teach it. We are constantly connected to the ones we've worked with telepathically. If you're a medium, a healer, you will know that. If you're an everyday person, you go with instinct. I just have a feeling I have to go here and do that. Oh, here I am, and oh, I've met that person here, it's meant to be. That way they link us up. We have direct thoughts in dreams and imaginations where they're redirecting us if we go off book, as it were, if we go off our pattern, if we go off the way what we're meant to do. And when we have pictorial memory, then we come back online and we go in the right direction doing what we're supposed to do. Are we transported in spaceships for experiments and surgery? No. Are we transported by spaceships and so for checkups to make sure we're healthy? Yes. Can they do miracle surgeries that we would call miracle surgeries? Yes, but they're not miracle. They change the anatomy, the atoms, the basic energy. So if you have cancer, you can change it. I learned crystal acupuncture because of them. I know how to move energy through a person, and I can create a miracle in a person if they're ready for it, if I'm not breaking the 5 laws of karma, and if they're here to do something. The miracle happens in seconds. If not, sometimes I have to take a long road round and do them bit by bit until they feel a lot better. Okay? As a result of my skills with the archangels and all the aliens and so on, I'm highly telepathic. My psychic skills, I can read anyone across the world. I can be online. Someone can say their name is Mumba. I don't know if it's a male or a female voice. I don't know because I've got an email. I'll know their man, woman, child, age. I know what they're thinking, what they're doing, and what they're not doing, and what they need. Okay, and I'm nearly there. And the last but not least part that you're all seeing is that we have many times had trips and we just don't know it. So don't think you're alone. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. You do have technology within your heart and soul. So in the overview, be alien and be proud of it, that you are from another species here on Earth to collectively unite us. Thank you for listening. They're telling me I've run out of time. I was rushing, so thank you. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you. Okay? Am I off? No, David came in and said I had to finish. Okay, thank you. Then everyone who's watching on streaming, I've got a few more minutes. The divine order of presence I've got here at the bottom, we all have a place in space. We all have a purpose, and we're all part of the whole. So no matter how, even if you're just sitting in a wheelchair feeling like you can't do anything, you have a place in our society for us to learn by you being like this, that we need to appreciate our life, our bodies, our intelligence, our experiences, and to awaken to the power of our being. Okay? Here's my little promo. These are some of my books that I've been talking about. The Rejection Syndrome will teach you about your DNA and how you're called. Donald Trump here, this one, Spirit made me write this one. It's not about him as a president, it's about his ancestors, his DNA, and explains why his DNA is functioning through him to be his ancestors so that you all know his personality and character the way it is. The next book is my book, The Way to Oneness, My Journey into Oneness. I was talking about my life story. Then below that is my crystal acupuncture and pterogram therapy and Trinity Stone books that you can learn, read and study and treat yourself and create a miracle for you. The other books are all about the oneness on the right, and you can study those. And yes, I've got a few novels at the bottom and an extra, put an extra story in there because Donald Trump needs to be understood as not crazy, but acting out his ancestors. So that's it. Everyone's wonderful. Thank you very much. All right.
Bravo. Thank you so much. We got Sabine Metzner.
So
Yeah, testing. Testing. Do you hear me? Yeah, we're doing that. Hold on, we gotta find it. Huh? This is it. Huh? Oh, you wanna better bring the whole thing? Testing. So, you're starting your streaming.
So David, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Sabine, yes.
Awesome.
Okay,
Okay,
is it
perfect.
Dr. Sabine or just Sabine? Dr. Sabine?
I see myself on two screens here, so I don't know.
Yeah, we streaming to a streaming. You have two streaming, so just ignore it. We working on.
As long as it's not a parallel universe, I'm all right with that.
She is on. She's into this stuff. Yeah. Okay, you should have been here. You should have been here. And we planning for February, March next year. You should come, regardless of anything. You understand?
I just came back from Europe. I was
Oh.
honored that team, you know.
Yeah. You. What country?
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Maybe I'll come.
What country did you go to? What country? What country did you go to? What country did
Germany. Germany.
Okay. Nice. Are you ready for the? Oh, you mean yeah, like oh, my like here? Out here. Sorry, and then
boost her up as much as you can.
I don't know how
His
to
volume
boost
is 100%. Okay. That's all.
Sabine, we probably need you talk closer and louder.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, I can do that.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
You're recording. We're live.
We are live. Let me go recording on Zoom. Sabine, are you ready?
David.
Okay, you're good. You're good.
Right over here, it's off to the side.
You hear me good, right, Sabine?
Yes,
And
I hear you.
We hear you good. Audience, hey guys, please be quiet. Hello. All right, going recording. 1, 2, 3. All right. Foreman 5D 2020, and we have a great guest across the ocean, Sabine Messner. Sabine, we welcome you to BioMed Expo and 5D events. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us and bringing light to humanity and the event. And please go ahead, if you would, few minutes define, introduce. I had a busy.
Yeah.
Define your position.
Define what I'm doing, right? What am I?
Your website, how people can contact you, forget, and then where you. People like to know you personally before you speak.
Before I speak, all right. Alex, first and foremost, best for last. If I am the last speaker, it's been prepared a very lively presentation for everyone. So I don't know if there's still live audiences. If there's still a live audience, I would love for you to, participate. So you asked about who I am. I will definitely also that I have prepared. Alive, in which I have not followed sort of the customs and the cultures and the rules. I have actually by my own soul. So as such, I have really lived a life on purpose. It's based on their own intrinsic soul desire. It's in 1994. I was by the founders of the World Wide Web. So I came based visual communication, and I had anticipated actually Wired magazine world. That sounds preposterous, but it is absolutely fact. San Francisco has sponsored one BB. Then I built my design career, marketing, branding career, which I then later expanded to also incorporate communication. Yes, is it?
If you can bring a piece. Jawohl.
So, you know, if you guys can.
Yeah, we.
Speaking today. Has a of humanity, and that's really where I come in. Science, but through our own awareness and to what we call epigenetic awareness, which is basically the evolution of our own DNA through our own intelligence, our own consciousness, our own awareness. Basically, and Mice, who all of you I'm sure know, she has been a soul pioneer since decades, and she the fastest way to our heard over the last 3 days down, and the rabbit hole is and different rabbit holes. Upside down, and intertwined. This is really truly happening for everyone, and so for the instance of basically all it anymore. Everything is a little bit like sort of like in a washer dryer. Know what's up, what's down, and how to orient yourself. And ladies and gentlemen, this is actually what we call The fourth portal resembles a birthing canal. So what we're of humanity's evolution is actually that we are literally going through this channel that is very, very, very uncomfortable. Caterpillar goes through when it kind of sort of turns into basically mush, right? Everything is kind of like, amorphing. The old world, the third dimension, in the mind matrix, with it. And when we pop out this 4D portal or birthing canal, we will all have made it to the fifth dimensional plane of existence, and alongside with Gaia, that's certainly my hope and my intention, and where I think all of our work is leading towards. But what exactly is the fourth dimension? So the fourth dimension is actually a journey, deliberately, preferably, perpendicular to the third dimension. In other words, you either can go down, you can go up, which is definitely something that we're seeing quite a bit. Many, many people are suicidally depressed. They're going down. Many people are doing better than ever before. They're going, and then basically, and I'll show you in a second, what this basically looks like is that things are on the move. This is a mobilization. In all ways, in all aspects, on all levels, in all dimensions, and nobody can stay put. Everybody has to basically be on the move. And what this basically means is, because we were all, before that, so I'm running a bit of an issue here with this.
It's
headset.
okay. Just whatever is comfortable for you. Yeah.
My speaker sound doesn't work, so I have to.
Yeah, it sounds okay now. Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, since we were all, and now this cube with all of us in it, is basically on the move along with us. So we're really truly all on the move, because the fourth dimension is a tesseract, which basically means warping, a movement. It's also the end of linear time. The third dimension was basically controlled by gravity, and creating we're really entering again the time, and this is really what this move is about. So here's another way that we can kind of visualize this a little bit. Inhale, and we're looking at, you can see the first zero dimension, second dimension is basically the cube, and this is what's known as reality. And now the cube is moving, the cube is stretching. I'll show you what this actually looks like in an animation. You see it's getting, the cube is getting warped. And this is exactly this disorienting, disturbing, and uncomfortable feeling that so many of us have. To be solid and fixed and finite is no longer, that. It is on the move. And the best thing that we can do is counter change with change. So as you can see, this is inevitable. Nobody can really sort of like stop that. This is the ascension protocol that not only Gaia is going through, but the entire Milky Way galaxy. And the best way, what we can do is participate proactively and consciously in this journey, in this expansion into a higher state of consciousness. Now, as we are beginning this move, this journey, it is interesting to recognize that what has actually got us to sort of like the third dimensional box, this cube, this confined space, was an from the oneness as we have actually sort of known it in other parts of the universe, what have you, because we're really truly in a simulated, third dimensional space. And as we are returning, sort of like our sovereign, universal birthright, we have to mend what has been severed. And what has been severed has happened on our DNA level. So we are currently operating as humanity on a two-strand DNA. And 97% of what we carry in our brain is considered junk DNA. It's actually still function in a way that it was designed, and we don't know how it fits together. Is basically a woman. The dark matter, the junk DNA that makes up for 97% our brain. Ultimately, I believe that we will return into a 12-strand DNA humanity, and that obviously is it obviously is incredible evolutionary, return, epic adventure journey. If you look at the complexity versus, what we're dealing with here, two-strand DNA, and this is, the entire planet, because it's not just like we have been sort of like, separate. It's also the planet has also been sort of like in that third dimensional, box, and trapped, if you will. And so we are together with basically the planet on this acceleration journey, on this ascension journey. And the internet is playing a critical role, and obviously this will now expand into sort of the blockchain extension and the Internet of Things, because it that interface that connects all of us, and it connects primarily our brains, not just our bodies. And so as we are basically turning this sort of like truly this network on, if you will, elevating it. And there's always this sort of like, sort of journey. Is it negative? Is it positive? Is it good? Is it bad? And I would say, we have to just really, we have to take this in our own hands. Hearing some drug sounds. We have to take this into our own hands and basically. Sorry, David. Can you mute yourself for a moment?
Yeah, my apologies. I have
Thank
to
you.
speak to you. Keep going.
Yes. No worries. You can mute yourself. That would be helpful. Thank you so much. So basically, we are on this ascension journey, where we get to really own our power again. And in those initial stages, it is a bit of that sort of power battle, not just externally but also internally. And it's the return into the heart consciousness that really takes us from the carbon humanity back into the crystalline humanity. And this is really also what all of the indigenous nations have heard and have known. I'm still getting background sound. One,
Sorry about that. We'll be quiet.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So basically, what it all is that we have to literally below our mind is where sort of the control patterns and the control, schemata basically has been existing in. The third dimension is basically in the mind. And as we're now taking this journey, through the fourth dimension of growth and consciousness, it is truly the journey from the mind into the heart. The fifth dimensional consciousness will bring us into a heart-based humanity. And the growth encoder is literally this like extraordinary short journey just from the head into the heart, but it is an epic ourselves to actually have our mind blown. So now many that have already taken the red pill, if you so will, and have gone down, the rabbit holes, will probably agree with me when I say that our focus is still way, 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 way too much on the external reality factors, now probably more than ever with COVID, with all of this external focus on government, regulations and this, that, and the other. And I want to really invite us all to take our own sort of, to take our own power in the sense that we really, ultimately, if we don't get this journey figured out inside of our own body vehicles, uh, in other words, it is the responsibility, it is the sacred responsibility and privilege of each and every individual. And there is not one size that fits all. This is truly, truly a one by one, sacred calling, if you so will, to take matters in our own hands and to really clear this path, because the third dimension is in the mind. And when we kind of like blow our own mind, if you so will, and really come home to our own higher dimensional self, no matter what goes on around us, we have already found peace. We have found the foundation for prosperity, for health, for all of those things. So that's why, for me, human design is so important, because it gives us access to our own epigenetic evolution. It puts the power back into our own hands. And immediate direct sort of like influence in how we can understand ourselves, how we are designed. So I'm really known as, as far as human design readers are concerned, to be truly exceptional in the sense that I really blow people's mind processors, and I do that, deliberately, because I want to liberate people. Once they get out of their mind and into their body, it's basically lose your mind to get to your senses. Your senses, your fifth dimensional senses, all of a sudden people will be able to navigate this chaotic and challenging time and actually have fun. This is not something that we should be complaining about. It's a privilege to be alive at this very, very critical moment of our humanity, but also of Gaia, of this beautiful planet that we're on, and it's a privilege. I do believe that all of the souls that have raised their hands to be alive at this time have actually made this pledge to contribute through their own evolution, and I think this is really the most exciting thing. So human design is the first Aquarian age system specifically gifted to us for our own awakening. It helps us remember who we are, why we're here, and most importantly, how we operate, because it gives us the operating manual back so that we can joyfully create our lives. So let's step back here for a moment and actually take a look at that. Aquarian age, okay? We know that all of the astrological ages last about 2,165 years approximately, so well over 2,000 years. When we think of our history, we think of the last 2,000 years, to around the time when Jesus Christ was born, right? Maybe 100 years, BC. But usually it starts and ends right around that time. So we really, really, truly operate truly in those astrological ages, and don't really relate to, the histories before and after those ages. And it is now safe to say, even though, like I said, there is quite a bit of a soft 100-year, you know, we are now in the year 102 of the Aquarian age. In other words, we're literally starting with 2020. We talked about hindsight, foresight. You could literally say 2020 is year one of this new 2,000-year astrological age that we're entering into. And so how we make decisions about ourselves, how we take charge of our own destiny, outsource it yet again to our powers to be. And this is exactly why human design is giving us this opportunity to really hack our own code. Now, human design has been downloaded by what they call the voice. The voice obviously comes from an external, extraterrestrial source. So human design is not a system that was born through a human being. It is a system that was downloaded into a human being. And it took a great toll on him when he received this download. And so in that sense, it's an extraterrestrial system. And you could venture to say that perhaps this was, a system that, was given to us by creator gods that actually had a hand in our human design, That's why it's called human design. So we are designed, if you will, by God and or creator gods or blend of it. And I think it's very exciting to be able to actually take a look at your own manual. Wouldn't you want to know, especially when you look at the 97% dark matter in your own brain, and when you are aware of the fact that we all have reptilian brains, that we all have limbic brains, et cetera, how can we kind of sort of like get our own sort of like hands involved into our own self-generated epigenetic evolution? Because anything that is outsourced, again, is to me not where it's at. This is a moment where we turn the switch charge of our own sovereign, lives, starting today, starting right now. Human design synthesizes all of the 5 core wisdom schools that we know across all of the various religions. So this is the cool thing. All of the true wisdom schools that we have known here on the planet, such as astrology, we can't navigate, the universe without astrology. I mean, that is, the most important thing. The Kabbalah, tree of life, that is giving us the infrastructure, if you will, of our, dimensional evolution. The I Ching, over 5,000 years old, it's known as the oldest book that we know on the planet, gives us the 64 hexagrams, which are corresponding with the 64 genomes. The chakra system, obviously the energy system, and then even the DNA neutrinos. So it synthesizes a lot of the wisdom schools and technologies, and it gives us access to all of that inside of our own epigenetic matrix, if you will, our own design. And so that, to me, is very, very exciting. So here we're looking at basically what it looks like when you are getting the information and location of your birth time. And this is kind of like what it looks like. It shows you kind of like the wheel, and it shows you the energy centers, it shows you the gates and the channels that you have. But what I really want to show here is how it sort of corresponds to the DNA chart. So when you take the brain and you turn that into a DNA chart, that's what that looks like, and that is what our graph, our human design graph looks like. So there's a tremendous amount of similarity. This shows you the 64 hexagrams, the I Chings. We also have now gotten to know them through what they call gene keys. So they're either called hexagrams, or gene keys, or gates. So that's basically a little bit of an intro to the human design system. And again, I want to make it very applicable. For me, it's not about being a human design expert in terms of the teachings. For me, it's about the people and what it can do in a person's life. This, for example, is a Canadian ski world champion who I recently had the great privilege to do a human design soul activation for. And what was so exciting to see is that everything that she did on the slopes, um, she did exactly according to the built-in manual that she has through her human design. However, she was absolutely stuck and in a lot of distress because she had to make, at age 23, a lot of decisions about her future. And decisions such as, like, should I go to the university and what should I study, and et cetera, et cetera. And these are basically third dimensional matrix decisions, if you so will. What I was able to show her is what is intrinsically her genius. And if she continues to apply this genius to her entrepreneurship, to her education, to whatever she's doing, then she is absolutely destined to be a champion. It doesn't matter what area she goes into. And this is exactly the kind of truly life-altering and life-changing for a person to discover truly their own design and to take fully charge of it. It's an exciting moment. My contribution to this event in sort of like as we're coming to this tail end, to really help you guys and to inspire you guys to activate your own soul vehicle. The soul vehicle is also known as the chariot of the gods. So we all had, you know, in our original blueprint, if you so will, you know, designed to be sort of like the chariot. Neck is light, ka is spirit, ba is body. So in a sense, we're actually designed to be little mini stations, except that we don't know what's going on. It's all basically a little bit like scrap metal. And that has a lot to do with the down having been downgraded to the two strands. And so for me, it's not just about getting handed the key. It's also about just basically taking charge of yourself, your own evolution. And again, this is where the human design soul activations come into the picture. It is a soul-shaking experience. It is something that, you know, where I get into a human, into another person's design, and I just feel like I have almost like jumper cables, you know, when your battery is empty and your car doesn't start, you know, and you need to hire, you know, this actually happened to me yesterday. I had to hire, you know, roadside assistance to get my car jumped. This is a little bit what I do for people when I do a human design soul activation. That's why I call it a soul activation. It's not just a human design reading. There are thousands of readers out there. It's a true soul activation. Most of the people that are getting human design soul activations from me have had at least 2, if not 3 readings, and they haven't been able to fully live it because it's a multidimensional experience. For the human design to really truly carry you forward through the 4D broken canal and into the 5th dimension, it has to be a multidimensional awakening, and that's really what I love to facilitate for others. So as I mentioned earlier, I am a through and through soul-based spiritual entrepreneur. And I'm really truly here to liberate people because I understand that for peace to prevail on earth, we need to have prosperity. And prosperity starts out by having certain, not just financial freedoms, but also inner freedoms, right? That's when the prosperous, creative mind comes alive. And I see my role very much as being a creative role model and catalyst to show other light workers how they can liberate themselves and then help others to do the same thing. This is just a little bit of a visual. As I mentioned earlier, early on, I landed in the United States in 1994, just at that very amazing moment when the first online browser in the world went live. That was Netscape. Maybe some of you are old enough to remember. And that was where my desk was, and that's where I worked. At Wired magazine to design the first online magazine in the world, and went on to become a senior designer in charge of 12 channels. You know, this is me in the center there with the other founding designers. So for me, it always has to do with design. The design of our world, the design of our interior. I'm truly a designer through and through. And I later American shamans and South American shamans, Mayans, Incas, etc. And I participated in many prophecy keeper rites. I also understood how they are designing, destiny. So in a sense, you could also say destiny designer. I help people to proclaim design so that they can actually fully fulfill their destiny. In my current business model, I do a lot of in-person retreats all over the world. We've done retreats in Costa Rica, Thailand. Right now, most of my retreats are virtual, though I look forward for that to change again because I love coming together in community and celebrating and really rejoicing in bringing people of all walks and colors together. And so this is basically what this is all about. And I did prepare for all of the participants some wonderful, wonderful gifts. I think those are wonderful gifts. I hope you take me up on actually receiving those gifts, because, obviously it depends on all of the people here to actually say yes to this gift. But I have set up a special page. If you go to sabinamessa.com/biomed, you come to a page that looks just like this, sabinamessner.com/biomed, and if you click the button, yes, I'm ready to receive my gift, you actually get 2 master classes for free. These are normally part of my paid services, and as you will see in a moment, my human design soul activations are not exactly that sort of cheap because they're so life-changing. They're still very, very affordable, but my point here is these are very, very valuable gifts. So in Masterclass Part 1, you will learn about the 5 human design types, and you will also be able to get immediately a chart that lets you know what type you are, so that gets you started in really understanding not just your design, but also what the designs are of other people. And then you also get access to the second masterclass, which is all about the 6 human design frequencies. And that will be clues as to your profile. So you'll learn about your type and your profile. So for example, if you're a 1-3 projector or a 5-2 generator, what have you, all of this will be explained in these in-depth master classes. And again, I really want to encourage also other panelists who may have not had an opportunity to discuss human design to take offer, because I do have a $200 for what we call the human design. As you can see from all of these testimonials, I try to not let people down. I try to wow people and really bring them into a different relationship with their consciousness, because it takes our own consciousness to liberate our own selves. It's not something that can happen outside from us. If liberation happens outside of us and we're still trapped in our own mind prison, then it's a waste. It's the game is over and we have lost. We have to liberate the individual. Have to liberate the individual, and this is exactly what I'm truly set out to do. So my message is not for the masses. My message is for the individual, because I do believe that every person that has actually truly discovered their soul's design and is on the journey back to return to their wholeness as a soul is more powerful than anything else. Every person that is connected with their soul's power is basically a creator God in the making. So this, for example, is a wonderful client who was here in Las Vegas playing for the last 8 years with Celine Leon. She was literally Celine Leon's first violin, and you know how important that is to be violin. And she was also at this like junction where this very many of the world's most famous symphonies, was kind of dead ending for her. And she was also like so many people that have lost their careers, their incomes, that are truly at that dead end situation in the third dimensional mind matrix, like constantly, banging your head into sort of like that concrete wall, right? She was at that dead end and she came to me and I opened up a whole new dimension for her. She was so wild that then she asked me to do, the activation for her son. Now they are composing beautiful music together. Mother and son are working together in a way that they have not been able to work together, even though obviously are loving each other. But it's opened up a creative dimension to where they are now creating their own YouTube channel, their own music labels, and obviously supporting each other in creating new self-empowered income. She also went out and worked with me for 9 months on launching her business. So the human design soul activations is not um, sort of like the end all, be all. It's actually the beginning. And there are many, many other things that I can help people with, including branding. I call it soul purpose branding, so that people can have soul purpose wealth. So most of my clients are spiritual entrepreneurs. They are people that basically, have taken the red pill a long time ago and want to create not only businesses but entire environments, communities, worlds exist the world that are based on their soul's purpose. And in order to do that, you have to just understand who you are um, more thoroughly than the average person. So that's why, like I said, I want to give you an incentive. That's a $200 discount on the integration package. So when you check out, you would want to use the code BioMed to get instantaneously $200 applied. And this is the package that gets applied to one in the center. So this would basically discount the $1,111 down to $111. So that's the discount. And where you can get it all is at sabinmessner.com/biomed. And this is basically the end of my PowerPoint presentation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. If there's still questions in the audience or here on Zoom, I'm happy to answer.
All right. No questions?
No questions?
No.
No comments?
Interesting. Yeah.
So were there people in the audience?
There's few, but there's not that many.
There's not that many. And what happens with the recording? Is the recording going?
I think it is. I think it is.
I mean, will it be sent out to other participants?
No, we just make DVDs of the talks.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay, so then I guess that was it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I guess time is up, and then we need to switch, right? So okay. All right. Then, thank you.
Yes. So my presentation is complete, and so yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, streamers, hang on a second. We'll be coming back with Lee, and he'll talk about some saunas. So just hang tight, streamers. Thank you. Okay. Go. Oh, oh God. I tried to grab it. Okay, we need David for this. Because that's so, doesn't matter if he logged out. Glad you figured that out. You don't press the X. Die. Oh, and other, oh, it's currently in progress. Okay, maybe we can join what we had started and logged out of. Okay, I've got the, someplace here. Okay. Yeah, I found all that, your email and name. I'm trying to log in. It's asking you to enter your email. Meeting is still going on, but we'd like to. I understand. Don't end anything, okay? No, I was in the right place. Just leave it alone. I know I enter another group. Just let, can I do that? Yeah. I entered another account. Not the way you look. Got it. Alfred Weber? Yeah. That's Oh, it's a
Yeah,
recording?
yeah. Because they sent you all the recordings in the email.
No, but that jumped in. It's like somebody was watching it. Who's next on Zoom?
No, there's nobody. I just ended the.
Was she happy when she left?
Yeah, well, she was talking to George, and it ended. What to do? It was over. Dennis is gone. That's my family Zoom. Did you see my sister? Oh, is that your family?
Yeah, that's what I was told. If you're if you're host,
My two youngest sisters are on the road going home.
why? Oh, you logged in under your name?
No, it didn't.
Why is not?
The meeting is still going on.
Why is not?
You just have to rejoin your own meeting.
It's not letting me in.
So our host, please sign in, and that's what I'm doing.
Hold on.
And that's what
You logged in, right?
I was doing it right.
Yeah, you logged in the your name. No, I know. It's not. You logged in. Now Zoom.
It was already.
Can you guys let me just
go ahead and do it.
something like you should have called me. Why you called him?
Because he's more technically savvy. I thought it would be fixed.
You fucking up too many
No,
things.
it would have been fixed if he just typed in an email where I prompted him to. But we're doing long range stuff.
Put your hand here. You logged in.
I'm not going to help you. I'm going to let you fail yourself.
Let me on. You put something.
So what's the version of it? Drop down. the hook when they sign in. No.
What do you mean? Why is asking me that?
Because it logged off me, but not remember me or you.
Once I log off,
Email and password.
once I log off, I don't
Are you
know
saying you
what.
don't know your password?
To end other meetings.
No, I want to end going on.
Now you gotta do the stuff again because I ended the other meeting.
You ended the other meeting?
Yeah, I have to.
I know, that's why you
How you guys
sign
holding
in.
up? Getting rest?
Yeah, for the most part. I got like okay. 2.5 whole hours of sleep last night.
Wow.
So
At least
yeah,
you did it. You
Uh,
know, gotta give you guys credit.
Nobody participating right now.
Because I kicked everybody off just now when you ended the meeting, like I told you.
Okay, right now, what do you want to do?
Right now, I'd say forget about Zoom because
That's
you
what
just
I'm
ended
thinking,
it, and you're trying to start it again. And I was trying to prevent you from making that mistake.
Well,
the reps in the reps. Oh, they're not up there now. Right now, it's YouTube.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
By these streams. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, I would normally put the video live embedded in there for the people that are paid that have the account to log in.
Oh, sure.
And because we're trying not to make it like totally.
I'm going to leave it there.
But
somebody starts.
But this year there was.
Yeah, but I wanted to like the high res, I guess. The highest res. Yeah.
But I wanted to watch the show. When I was 5 years old.
Oh, yeah. I found that.
Subscribe it. And then I am tired. Like, you know, I just told you about phone call.
Yeah.
I've been out. Did you get in and phone number and start sending the dog call to everybody, or is that just uniquely me? Or I'm feeling a little singled out. That's kind of cool though. It said on my phone, it said, usually I don't understand.
Right.
God is trying to be confusing out here. That's one miracle. This is where I'm at, but somebody must be calling me here, you know. So what do you do?
Yeah, a comic book series that I write and publish. It's about enlightenment. First, we have a greedy corporate analyst who's visited by a being only help others, and he can't be greedy anymore. And every time he helps someone, they get it too. They have to help others.
So it's like that's the disease.
That's the disease.
Oh, that's fun.
Right, and it's funny, 4 years ago, and we're just now getting to the part where there's a quarantine. Yeah, that's very interesting. That's what I'm working on. I do have the first issue of the first chapter turned into a script for a pilot. So working toward that.
Yeah, it's kind of like obvious. Popular.
Yeah. Yeah, this is unusual that it's a comic book. It's regular everyday life. It's just a little element of the supernatural going on. So in a way that is kind of wrong for comic books because it's a bunch of superheroes. I don't really like comic books. I put myself in a weird spot as a result of that. But it's a great medium to get exposure to the TV show, which is the ultimate goal.
That's what happened to the woman.
The difference is that in my case, instead of a beam of light showing up, I did ayahuasca.
Oh, okay, with ayahuasca.
Oh, plant medicine in Peruvian jungle. So I did essentially the beam of light, but I was on it.
Oh, you were on it.
Plant medicine.
Makes you see.
Yeah.
It helps you to see. Helps us. I met a woman, I was talking to her on the phone, and she was talking about the a very real thing. But nobody would believe her, so she started writing very hot stuff. So she's written out of fiction.
Right.
But it really happened.
Right.
But she said she can't share that it happened for somebody funny harm.
Right.
But it's like all this wisdom from this thing that is.
That's cool. Yeah. What's the name of it?
I don't know the name of it. It's about an Indian.
What's her name?
I probably haven't. It was about 4 years ago. What happened was I was working for Soul. Tracy. Get her husband's name. They were the Amazing Women International. And so I had called for this to see if they wanted to become public speakers. Different than how Bill does it. People who are into so people like to read palms.
Right.
They want to sell their tarot card reading and whatnot.
Right.
So when I called that list, I would hear some very, very solid things that I would listen to. Like one that she told me about. She was out. That's a funny story. She actually spends time with Michael Archangel, Jesus, and she's actually another being called Cynthia. Apparently, what happened was she was a car accident. When the person who was in an accident so she wasn't a human. She was just saying, I'm just going to together, trauma in her body. So I'm sitting here for the first time listening to these people.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. That's good. Just wave when you're ready to me go. Am I too high here? I got it. No, that's all right. So I should talk like right in here, right? All right. Hi. Hello, folks. My name's Rose. I'm filling in for Phil Wilson. He's the owner of RelaxSaunas.com. He got called. He had a commitment, and he had to take care of in out of state, and we couldn't change it on the program at a short notice. So he asked me to fill in some information about the Amazing Relax Sauna, which I will proceed to do.
I came to the show about 2 years ago, and I bought a sauna, and I'm so amazed by it that I can't stop talking about everybody I know, and I told Phil I'd be glad, to fill in for him on occasion if you need it. There's 3 types of saunas in general use. There's the steam sauna, which you see in most gyms and also athletic gymnasiums. There's the dry sauna, which is dry heat, and they pour a little water on some rocks or stove to get a little moisture. And the third type, which is probably is the most common, is the far infrared cedar saunas. And there's probably 3, 4, 500,000 of them in the U.S. here in individual homes. And the relaxed sauna is an improvement over sauna, far infrared sauna technology. There's been many studies on the benefits of far infrared saunas, and the just a review again what infrared is. Infrared is part of the beneficial rays of the sun, and it's part of the spectrum of sunlight. And there's 3 types of infrared. There's near, medium, and far infrared. Far penetrates the most, and it's the most beneficial. So that's why most of the saunas are far infrared. And where the relaxed sauna comes in, it's based on invention. The inventor said it took them 10 years to figure out how to generate infrared light for therapeutic use, and then weed out the near and the medium infrared, which are less beneficial. The near infrared is what burns your skin when you're out in the sunlight, and the far infrared is what warms up on the inside on a winter day. So this inventor said it took him about 10 years to figure it out, and he invented a semiconductor chip, it's sort of like a semiconductor chip that weeds out the near and the medium and concentrates the infrared between 90 and 98%. So we usually round it off, say about 95%. So when you get in the relaxed sauna, you notice that there's very little airspace in there compared to a wood sauna. So it heats up in within 30 seconds, and it gets to full temperature probably within a couple minutes, and you get a full heavy sweat in about 15 to 20 minutes, where normally in a wood sauna, because there's a lot more space, and the wood absorbs some of the infrared and takes sometimes 10 to 20 minutes just to heat it up. So the sauna, like many of our customers who said they sold the like the relaxed sauna because they go in the morning, jump in, do a 20 session, heavy sweat, take a shower, and go to work. And now the ladies like it because the hair doesn't necessarily get wet and messed up, and the face stays cool. I do want to just give a little disclaimer here that the relaxed sauna and saunas in general are not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure any disease. If you have a disease or a concern in that area, please see a medical professional. Saunas are designed to help optimize and normalize the functions of the human body. I want to mention here that there's 5 different products in the Relax line. If you go to Relax Saunas, that's plural, saunas.com, you look under products, you'll see that there's, or you go to relaxsaunas.com/shop, S-H-O-P, you'll see all the 5 products. There's a silver sauna, and there's a premium upgraded black sauna, which is heavier material. Sweat a little bit quicker in that. And then there's the relaxed lie-down model, which is used a lot by practitioners, particularly chiropractors and masseuses. So it softens the tissues up and makes adjustments and body work a lot easier. And then there's a sky eye. It's about 5 feet high. It's like a lamp, sauna lamp, and it's used by therapists and practitioners to target certain areas of the body. So if, say, somebody has a backache, they can have them lay on a bed and then, or a table, and then put the sky eye over their whatever section of their body is sore. And that particular product has been FDA approved for therapeutic use. And so we say that because the same technology used in the sky eye is used in the saunas, we can say that we have medical grade technology in the saunas also. And as far as we know, we're the only portable sauna line that has medical grade technology. The four semiconductor chips, or something that's similar to that, whatever you want to call them, is there's 20 of them each of the generators, and there's 2 generators in the silver sauna and the black sauna, and there's one generator in the laydown sauna. And so that's the main thing on the price point on it, is the cost of the microprocessors in there. And there's some lookalikes on the market. They look alike on the outside until you look in, and usually they have some type of carbon panel that gets heated up. People who have used that just do what the relax sauna does to very, very profuse sweating. And we've had over 20,000 people are using relax, and many doctors in the and many of them vetted the relax sauna and said that it's the most effective sauna on the market, hands down, for generating profuse sweating in a very short period of time. Plus it's the most portable one too. You can just pack it up in a little bag. Weighs about 18 pounds. Comes with a nice sturdy chair for up to 260 pounds. And if you're traveling in a car, you can take it in a little carry bag, and then you can bring the portable chair, or you can borrow a folding chair or almost any type of chair at a hotel or wherever you're visiting. If you take a plane, I recommend putting it into a large suitcase. And just borrow a chair, wherever you arrive at. The relax sauna is particularly useful for athletic activities. Before an activity, if you do it like a 7-minute session with clothes on, because you start sweating about 8 minutes, so you can warm up with a 7-minute session. Your muscles will be softer and warmer, and there's less chance of straining muscles and pulling ligaments if you do a warm up ahead of time, either 7 minutes or do a full 15-20 minute session. And then after the session, warm down, another 7-minute session, or a full 15-20 minute session. And athletes tell us that it noticeably shortens the time of recovery, and it really has to be experienced to be believed. There's a story in front of me of a triathlete, and she says, "I cannot live a day without sweating in my sauna. It makes me feel balanced, calm, and relaxed." The relaxed sauna is amazing. It's one of the few saunas that actually penetrates past cellulite, and it breaks up the cellulite and radiate toxins like lactic acid. The relaxed sauna is my favorite. Relaxed sauna, when I sweat, is over 80% toxins. My muscles are so well conditioned, they actually it's off after a session. They are not muscles because there's no toxins in muscles. I don't have cellulite. I have my sauna. It helps me recover so quick after a marathon. So it's really a tremendous tool for athletes. Professional athletes particularly can really make good use of it. Professional golf, you can just travel with it and use it as your town Relax sauna is noted for is its ability to get out toxins. And the way that works is the infrared, far infrared vibrates molecules in the body. It doesn't really affect the metal. It affects just the water molecules. It makes them vibrate. When the water is vibrating, it comes to picks up toxins on the way. So we actually had one of our customers did a before and after test in his urine, because it also dumps the toxins into the urine, and it increased the amount of heavy metals in the urine dramatically. And you can see that actually a chart on the in the ebook. And let me, if you grab a pen here, I'd like to give you a couple more websites. I gave them about again real quick. You can get totally up to speed on the relax as much as I do. And like I said, I've been at this about 2 years using my sauna, and I love it. I can't live without it. I had a backache when I first started, and after second or third session, my backache disappeared. I almost forgot I even had it. And I sleep better. It relaxes you so well. It's really good for sleep. In fact, sometimes I'll go down with my pajamas, and I'll sit in the sauna for 7 minutes, because the sweat doesn't start until 8 minutes, and it really, really relaxes me. And I find I sleep better. It's good for energy. It's good for mental clarity. It's a good place to go meditate if you're in there for about 20 minutes. It creates a very serene state of mind. Why is a relaxed sauna different than other saunas in the market? Well, the wood saunas, like I say, are good, but they're very pricey, usually in the range of anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000. In fact, I have a website for one of the fellas. Actually, if you look on the ebook, you'll see some. I think it's page 27 or 26 in the ebook number 1. That you'll see a testimonial by a longevity advocate. He said it's as good as any $10,000 sauna on the market for creating profuse sweating. So it's fun too. If you have one in your house, you can invite your friends and family over and have a sauna party. And it's ask them to bring their aches and pains, and they can sit in for 7 minutes. And a lot of times they'll get some relief. On the website, I'm going to give you this website that has 600 testimonials. It's called Relax Saunas, that's plural saunas with an s.com/YouTube. And you'll see all 600 testimonials, video testimonials. You'll see some past talks by Phil Wilson on there. He's a short guy with hair, he's got on and glasses. And he's been doing this for 18 years, and he does about 30 shows a year. So he's done 3, 4, 5, 600 shows, medical shows, holistic shows, wellness shows, health shows, and he's really an expert on the subject. But the product's pretty simple, and the main fact is that it works. And I've been looking at the product overall. That it's got that the competition and stuff, profuse sweating, and you need to sweat if you want to get out toxins. If you just want to get heat, someone said today, it's not heat. It's not heat. It penetrates. It's a different type of heating. It penetrates the body. It doesn't burn your skin. Its core temperature. One of our customers reported he tested it between 1 and 2 degrees. So it's the website I want to recommend is there's a homepage, relaxsaunas.com, and then Relax Saunas. This is the 2 ebooks I recommend. One's 48 pages, the other one's 28 pages. It's relaxsaunas.com/ebooks12. So it's relaxsaunas.com/ebooks12. And you'll come up to date about the Relax Sauna. There's a tremendous amount of information there. and you'll be ready to talk about it when you see that. And also, it's a good site to refer people to who might have an interest in it. And then the shopping site is very simple also. It's relaxsaunas.com/shop. And you'll see the all the products in there. If you have any questions, you can always call the store in Ohio. Phil's had a store, a health product store in Ohio since 1980. And he stocks many other products in there. And when you go to the Relax site, you'll see the phone number on there. And the store is website is momentum98.com. Momentum98.com. See what else can I tell you? The 600 testimonials that are on the YouTube. We made a list. Made a list of all the different ailments, and you'll see there people talking about. The videos are categorized by ailment. So, and some of the ailments we wrote some down is people mentioned that they had help with aches and pains, acne, complexion. It's really good for complexion. Almost everybody knows their complexion increases. It's really good for arthritis. It's been known to help autism. If you have any weird body odors, it can help neutralize body odors. It's good for burn healing, cellulite, colds and flus, constipation, cramps, Crohn's disease, diabetic ulcers, fibromyalgia, fatigue, gout. It's good. It helps on circulation. Heart patients can use it. You'll see a study in there, in ebook 1, that did a study, and they found far infrared, not just Relax, but any far infrared is helpful to heart patients. With there's okay, of course. It's good for infections, injuries, insomnia, inflammation, Lyme, menstrual cramps, mental fog, neuropathy, pain, posture, restless leg, Raynaud's, scars, sinuses, soreness, injury, stress, toxicity. It's really good for detoxing the body. There's a book called Detoxify or Die, and by Sherry Rogers. She's a medical environmental doctor, and she says the only way to get rid of all these toxins that we breathe in every day, we eat the plastics, food and the fish and stuff, the only way, the fastest way and the best way to get rid of them is with an infrared sauna. It's good. It's good on weight issues. It helps you down climate for winter chills. It's a godsend. In fact, on chilly days, you get up and it really warms you down to your bones. We have over, like say, 20,000 users. I think on the website there's 30 or 40 doctors. Insightful. And then people ask, how does it compare with other saunas? So there's a website I'm going to give you right now that has 42 people giving testimonials how they compare or mention how they in the past. It's worth listening to all 42. URL TINYURL.com/sauna comparisons. That's // If you're familiar with infrared saunas, a 12-page ebook that explains the incredible number of benefits for infrared saunas, and all infrared saunas. Look-alike saunas with carbon panels, and they all said that they to the Relax sauna, and you kind of get your money's worth. Anyway, this website's called it's www. And infrared. It's INFRARED. So it's infrared benefits. INFRARED benefits, and that's very, very informative. If you have people with pain, give them this link here. It's called www.tinyur sauna pain help. And then another site to compare differences is tinyurl.com/sauna. This is just a godsend for people in sports, and you'd have to really experience to believe it. Sports is tinyurl.com. It's medicine too. And then you'll hear from Dan. He's a longevity advocate. Right? And and if you're pregnant, we recommend not using it if you're pregnant or inebriated. If you have any medical condition, we recommend normal medical care, which many doctors do. That the saunas. I mean, I'm sure you've been to a gymnasium or a gym, and you use the saunas. You know how good you feel when you come out. So if you have a medical condition, before using the sauna or the relax sauna, in about 4 business days, it all comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If the first time you do it might take 10 minutes to set up until you get familiar with them. Try to give you this. I think anything else I could give you. When you read the ebook, speed on the whole product line. There's 5 products. You just turn it on. It's about 18 inches high, and you can hold it over any aches. I'll give you the link on it. It's tinyurl.com/table hand lamp. Table hand lamp. And then the material. So people say that it saves time. Probably saves a few minutes on. If you do 20 minutes silver sauna, you probably do the same amount of sitting and probably maybe 2 or 3 minutes quicker with the black sauna. Some people. I'll let you know. I hope I was. Anytime. He's always looking to see them. Any of his customers can call him. And that's why I believe in it. It's been so useful. I couldn't live without it. It's just such a great thing for a whole family. Anybody in the household can use it. So anyway, thank you for attending. Thank you for listening. Appreciate your attention, and I wish you good health and wellness. Thank you very much.
go now?
Do you see it now?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Mhm. Hi, I'm Misha Johnson. I'm here at the 5D event, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my life and my experience. First, to let you know, I am a certified hypnotherapist. I specialize in trauma release hypnosis. I work with people in a shamanic way so that I see what they're seeing and help them, guide them to the exact place where they want to be to answer their questions. I also work with people who have PTSD, people who are in ADD, ADHD, even Asperger's. And as a hypnosis and regressionist, I do past life regression as well. So I'm going to just tell you a bit about my life. I work with people. I have actually 12 groups a month on Facebook. You can find it on Facebook. It's on Zoom. These are all Zoom live groups. They're virtual groups, and they are private. I have several different types of groups. So just about every single subject that I'm talking about today, you're going to be able to find a group, and those are always free. Those groups are free on Zoom to come and share your experience about and speak with them who know how you feel. In my entire life, all the experiences you're going to hear me talk about, I have a group that covers everything, with the exception of I have a PTSD veterans group as well, and I also have a galactic light language that I may or may not talk about that group, but I have many groups, any kind of ET experience you can think of. So, starting off with my life, we are really not the result of our lives, except that we are learning. Our experiences teach us the most amazing lessons and the most amazing things. And throughout my life, even I learn every day from wonderful other people, but everyone has a piece of the puzzle. Everyone has the answers. Of any trauma, I am out of that trauma. I may, here and there, might feel a little emotion from me, but it is definitely part of the healing process as well. So, my IT experience in my lab at the MKL Trust, you can handle the truth. And I want to be sharing with you not only my experience, but what they are doing to the public. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about my childhood, my adolescence experiences, my same time experience, adult experiences, my lab experiences, the Masons, the Rosicrucian in my life, and my return back to my mission after being threatened, my life being threatened. So, this is my first experience. They called the Jesus of Affairs. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because I want to spend a lot of time on some of the other parts, but loving beings. They came to me. I remember being over the roofs of the little small, and it was on the way to the ship or back flying, and many children fly in their and these are kind of a common thing. So guys would have this. They would come to me. I saw Star Wars. I said, "This is an actual Ewok. This is what they actually look like." So he's the one on the right, of course. My other guide was a willowy one. I called him willowy because he had no bone structure, and as he moved, he floated, and he was very opalescent white energy and his skin, and he was always kind to me. He started with me at 6 years old. And there's smaller little grays who would they would come to my window, and I would see 3 deers. And the deers, I would get up and I go, it's time to go, because the deers are here. So I'd go to the deer. So often in experience, since 1990, I've been facilitating support groups for people. So I know much about my own experience, that's green memory, because they often don't want to disturb your life. So I certainly don't want to put wild. So they'll appear as deers, little bears, and I think that bear was a bear. I really do. So I think it was definitely like an Ewok. A deer, things like that. They also can appear as family members too. So the race grays in particular, many of the races have that ability to shapeshift. So when people hear about shapeshifting and reptilians, it's not always bad. Shapeshifting does not always mean something negative. Many races can just automatically shapeshift. So my first positive experience with a reptilian was in 1967. Do I have the, I don't know if I have the right thing here. Me? Let me get rid of that. So my first memory of a positive reptilian was when I was 16 years old. I woke up standing in a field with and they were oscillating circles, and I couldn't move. I could move my eyes back and forth and up, but I couldn't move my body. And I felt very, I knew there was an energy behind me, and it was a very powerful, big energy, though I could not turn around and see it. Later on in that experience, I woke up and there were little grays around me doing gynecological things. There was the tall, willowy one there as well, but I did not know it until after I started freaking out because of the little ones around me, being 16 years old, doing a gynecological examination. It was very scary. And I started getting very terrified, and he leaned over and looked in my eyes and telepathically said, "Do not worry, this is necessary for the hybrid program." So he was with me through, that is the willowy one, was with me throughout the entire hybrid program. This is the first time I ever see a reptilian. Now, this is really probably not a right picture here, but so imagine this UFO, and it's rather, it has tones of reddish color and then into a darker color. And in the back area, there was 3 beings standing with long hoods and capes on. And I immediately, you know how you feel you can feel a familiar feeling about somebody. So I said, I know you. And one of them stepped forward, dropped his hood, and it was a reptilian, which he came later on in my life as well. But that was the last time I saw him until many years later in '89. So now let's go into the whole idea and take experience about my culture. My grandmother's was a Rosicrucian. She raised my dad as a Rosicrucian. She was married to his very strange lady, very strange, and very mean, very evil lady. 5 marriages. She lived on Asylum Lane, which was called Asylum Lane because it was in Blackfoot, Idaho, or the Blackfoot Asylum Lane. The reason that is, I point that out to you, is in part of my mind control, and my training was done at that terrible place. That place is so bad that there was over 1,000 unmarked graves when they came in to remodel and change it all. Found graves, so definitely that was. trauma, my training, psychotronic, my electric shock, the desensitization, things like that. But I will get just a little bit into that later. So this was my father. My father was mind controlled, terrifically mind controlled. He was totally programmed into the Rosicrucian black magician. Now, I'm not saying Rosicrucians, and my father was a black magician. He would work in different kinds of things, exorcism. He was on course for many, many years. His brother also was as well with his family as well as my father did. People in California and Fernando Vela will probably know, like Charles Manson, and they wanted to see if people. He did that from 1949 to 1958 when his death. Now his death was definitely a hit for like a sore thumb, and he came in with I think about 8 other people, and so that was the end of the uncle. But the mind control goes into families, and so it will them. And in my case, my family was a family of 9 before I was born, and it was to be, and I was to be, I was the 9th one, and then there was a 10th one after me. Different ones died of very strange things. Pneumonia, tuberculosis, a child. The 10th one died too. The 10th one died of supposedly stillborn. The other 4 were, in my father's opinion, murdered by the powers that be. They were trying to get them to completely turn over one child, and they. So on my father's deathbed, he said, "I'm sorry, I did what I did to you, but you're." Going back to this. So, as I said, my father was a magician and hypnotist. My father would hypnotize me when they were taking me to either the deacon or to the deacons or other places. He would hypnotize me and make me think I was going to see butterflies, and that would be the only thing I remembered. I was hypnotized to see butterflies. Now, my 2 oldest siblings. Brother and my sister. He took them on the road to do magic. His magic show is called the Great London Ghost Show. 15 and 16, one of the times when he came back to home, kind of a program, because he's the one that ended up in this secret projects in he worked out at Area 51. He worked at the Strategic Air Command. He worked at Lockheed and Boeing and Lytton, and he worked in the Looking Glass program, which you probably heard about earlier in this convention. So my primary way that I was programmed, it started for me when I was 3 years old, and my father was my handler. He was also did the trauma-based mind control on me to start working and programming me to start fracturing altars. So the program, how they work, is they want to use electric shock. They use ketamine, scopolamine, LSD. They use these in correlation with hypnosis to start working on the altars, and they start bringing you. Once they've pretty much, that was much about the size of a closet, and they would feed you through this little slot, and then they would, if I asked for water, they would throw a bucket of water on me. So that was kind of a precursor, I think, to the waterboarding that they do now. I also went through many other types of things. I've had helmets put on my head. They showed me in this desensitization, they would show me all the videos of these horrific things, murders, rapes, monsters, everything. And they'd show it over and over and over and over until you get desensitized to it. Okay. The states right there, I'll just kind of explain that what they watch for with a the type of people that they want to induct into these projects is, especially like with my father. Now, I don't know about the pedophile, but I do know that he would harm his child. But what they watch for is anybody who would not take care of their children. They would they could be blackmailed. They could be genetically the genetic generation of them would. Hold on, what's up there? Okay, so they would. I have a little blank spot here. I'll have to find it. Just blanked out. So they would blackmail these people. So pedophile, like people know now that a pedophile is where they would take children. So child trafficking started with me when I was 9 years old. I was put into service at 9 years old. That 9 year just wouldn't come out of my mouth. Now it is there. And that's when I went into service into the pedophile, into the other aspects of it, as well as child pornography and things. DID, as I think I've already explained to you about that they fracture and produce these alternate personalities and cause a DID, which is, and this is how they work at it. Now, the experience of, and I've already mentioned all of these things, so I'm going to just pass. As the date rape drug now on the streets are all predatory drugs because they're used to incapacitate someone for about 6 decades. These drugs are odorless, colorless, and can easily be slipped into someone's drink. This is how people can be these things run to the nearest. They also produce amnesia. Well, hello. Amnesia and causing victims to have a complete memory loss. So anything that happened. So these drugs are particularly dangerous when combined with alcohol. Is the quest for an ultimate truth serum. It creates a capability of making an agent alters. When they split the alters, your alter now moves into the front and you have no memory of what's going on. It's flashes of what's happening. So they make a very important one they use, the psychosilivine, of course, and scopolamine. The endochrome is also, so they have been doing these tests. This started for me, and Monarch is general programming is the first program that is completely photogenic, and every alter sees or hears, and it's that. So it's a section that's altered. Of course, there's always acting, directing, child pornography, prostitution. They're all. I was considered a presidential model. That I haven't been able to get into that memory. The only memory I have is I was on a bus and I was being taken someplace. Las Vegas. Now, where I lived was in Idaho, and it was in Las Vegas. It was in it was at Hill Air Force Base, and I was told later by a whistleblower that I've been working with, who was actually a man in black, who has been giving me information. I also, Peter the Insider, also told me quite a few about my life. I have a record. Like, if you went and had a record checked, you'd find out you have a record too. But I found out that I was there when Sirhan was killed. I don't have any, not killed, shot, or Sirhan shot Robert Kennedy and killed him. I don't know exactly why. From what he told me, that she was the one doing it, but we always work in pairs. So she was the one that put Sirhan in that place, who Sirhan, by the way, was a sleeper agent, also into the mind control program, and had no idea what he did whatsoever. To this day, he doesn't remember it. So that's what they consider presidential model, because they work in the spy arena. We worked in um, the big fancy houses and the events where the politicians were, the Hollywood was there. And I'll be telling you a little bit more about that later, jumping ahead here. So Delta is the assassination program. These alter in combat, assassination, and espionage. Theta programming is the psychic killer programming. So they hunt down and they look for psychics. I was a very psychic child. The assassination is able to be caused with, in these days, now they've gotten a lot further along, but in those days, assassins could give people aneurysms. And basically that was really the only one I really remembered that they worked. In many cases, wasn't the remote viewers were trained to actually distantly give somebody an aneurysm, and by in the distance they could actually kill them. So the gamma program is a deception. Are trained to deceive, to spread the disinformation, and are able to throw therapists off the track. And it is not only therapists that are able to throw off, but there are certain ones of them running around in the ufology who don't probably know they are, but they are feeding disinformation. And that's also their program. So the Omega program is the final program. And past 39, you're doing really good. Most of the girls that I worked with never made it. There's only two that I know of that did make it. And the suicide program is the program that is done by them, that if you at any point start remembering, if you you start having flashes about your experience, or you have people come into your life and start talking to you, you're going to kill yourself. Now, during my hypnosis, which I've had like 17 hypnosis, I'm a firm believer that the conscious mind cannot get quantum, and some of the mind control programming is the hardest to get through. So you have to get through to the quantum areas to be able to get the information out. So the Monarch program is a method of mind control used by numerous organizations and covert purposes. Victim at any action required by the handler, even murder or suicide. Accomplished by techniques comprising elements of psychology, hypnosis, neuroscience, drugs, shock treatment, satanic occult rituals to create alters personalities. So in these rituals are very, they use animals in the ritual. They use sadistic things. They use torture. They use blood sacrifices. They use all of these things in these horrific rituals. And all of this is for programming to keep the altars, to keep splitting those altars. So they split as many as they need. In my case, I have some integrated kind floaters, I call them, but I've one control of all of them, and another one is he was one of them. He had to do a lot of the assassination things, so he was. I know I sound like I'm talking about 4 different. And they do not know each other. And I finally got to meet one massive shock combined extended periods of time upon our headphones on their head, all used by notorious Canadian asylum psychiatrist Dr. Cameron, who he started in the 40s and turned it on over to the CIA. So that's how they got the driving program, which was the programs they used on me. The other Autochuck is a CIA project that researched interrogated methods and arose from the Project Bluebird of 1951, one of the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence. So it's kind of a combination. So missing period of time, which is when I graduated from high school, I went to ISU. Want to make a few $100s? You can make money by being in a dream study. And all we do is we put you to sleep and we watch you dream. Simple, very simple. That's over from then on. And the memory that what I have was that I went into a brown lake down. Last thing I remembered. The next thing I remembered, I was in Seattle, Washington, and I was on a bus with somebody else's name. Got these little flashes, and they kept coming. So I'd have the altar play games. So your altar comes in, you go out. Your altar comes in, you castles with big iron gates. I remember going my age, 17, 18 years old, 19 maybe, and we were taken up the back stairs, and we were to be used as what they call party favors. And as party favors, girls would be dressed up in that is, I don't think I have it here, but Eyes Wide Shut is prostitutes, but they were programmed, mind-controlled victims. And right after I got the flash about the bus and what they had done to us, so then as I go through, I'd have all these odd flashes. I had a flash about this guy named I'll be there on time. And that was all that. So I'm riding home on the bus. I get home. I called my parents. They came to see me and they picked me up. We're married. I didn't get married. You got married 8 months ago. And then he took you off. And I said, 5th, that I went to the college. And in January 17th, I think it is, I contacted my parents by phone. I was in Pocatello. He's going to become a doctor, and that's it. And and then like a week or two later, they get the announcement, which is right there. I get the announcement. I don't know if it's the announcement. That's the announcement for the wedding, which the wedding was on. Did I ever remember his face? Never do I ever remember what he looked like. But my parents were there for the wedding. They told me that I was very aloof and that I didn't act like myself and that I acted like I was high on drugs or something. And my dad said, I'm not walking you down the aisle. Now, by then, my dad is now in his late 40s. So at a certain point of time, after they've used you up as much as they need, they either have you kill yourself or and sometimes they kill you if it's necessary. But most of the time, it's pretty messy that way. So they just have you kill yourself. So with my father, they gave him cancer. Came back to the Lord, and he was a minister by then. And so he had said, and so I don't want you to get married. And I wasn't quite 18 yet. So, but I'll let my friends walk me down the aisle. They bought me the dress anyway. I don't care. I don't care if you're here or not. And then I got married, and I guess I had a reception. Now, later on in my life, in my head, no, don't do it, don't do it. So that was me seeing one of those. So that is how I got into the whole Monarch program. That's when the training started with that. And indeed, this is where I ended up in Seattle. Now, Seattle, for anybody who knows anything about Seattle, Seattle is a very bad place. It has very, very bad energy. It has a lot of programming that has the Bohemian group is there. There is horrific, came back, and they would come back very slowly. I had a memory of going over from on a ferry, so I was asleep, but I think what jarred me awake, and then then I seemed to have gone back to sleep, and then I ended up in Bremerton, and then from Bremerton I ended up in Vancouver and Victoria Island, and Victoria Island is where some of the asylums are. So they did more programming and more work and more experiences. I think I've already gone over this, except that the information. So the program, and they would send me on a plane across the country. And one particular time, I remember being in the plane, being picked up by a black limousine, taken to a house where I knocked on this big house. I knocked on the door. It was in a cobblestone. I remember it was cobblestone as you walked up to the door, and I said a code, and I was to be his courier. So I gave him information. He was some kind of a politician, I know, because I gave him information about a specific country that had to have their leader taken over, and that this particular message was to start the whole thing in action. And so with these couriers, they're not aware of anything. They always have to put, at the end of the courier mission, they have to put some kind of trauma. So he would traumatically rape me or do the horrific things, and that's something that they always have to do. So you have to have these methods in place in order for the programming to continue staying where it should be. So they can summon forth via a post-hypnotic command and response to a pre-programming cue. Research stated that in the early 1940s by the CAAs continued to do this to this day. Now in the 1990s there was a trial, and some women sued the CIA for mind control, and it was very quietly. They settled out of court. Evidently, they must have paid them off or scared them. I'm not sure which it was, but it was quite a thing going on. And I think it was 1990 or 1990s. Oh, there we go. There's the beta program and the sex slave, and there's the Eyes Wide Shut. I remember these kinds of programs. We were taught to be submissive. We were taught to do as we're told, and we were taught to always please the guests. So that was in Seattle, and it also ended up being another place. All right, so I'm trying to get back to my life with my family, and so I moved to Salt Lake, Utah, and I get a job. Actually, it's in the family business. I get a job, and I'm there working, and I bringing and go to Bob's Big Boy. He will be there waiting. And so I did. I went to Bob's Big Boy. I have no idea for sure who this person was. I think it was Charles. Could have been Charlie, but I don't know for sure. And so I went to Bob's Big Boy, and I packed up everything. I didn't even quit my job. I just left. Or I might have quit. I don't really know because I don't remember. But I got in the car, and I guess I drove with him, but I'm not sure. But I do know that we left Idaho, and we ended up, we picked up some other kids, evidently. He was picking up more people who were in the program or something like that. And I remember that they were, in their mind, they were going to the, to New York, to the big event of the, oh boy. I never, some of the, that's part of the things. They block your name, your mind on names and things like that so that you don't remember. And I forgot to bring my notes up here. But it was, the big event was a big music event, so that was the big music event. So they were supposed to, there was something about them going to that, but then I ended up at MIT, and that's what Peter, the insider, told me, that I was at MIT, and he said, wow, you should have made a lot of money because you did some really amazing experiments there and findings there and everything like that. So let's see. So this was me when I ended up in San Francisco. So we ended up in San Francisco. So we went from New York, then we went to San Francisco. Again, no memory of the man, no memory of the trip, no memory at all. I don't remember anything at all until, but I have regained a lot of memories now. But at that time, I didn't remember anything until my brother knocked on the door in San Francisco, again, 8 months after I was taken, and he said, we've been looking for you forever. Why haven't you contacted us? And I at that time was awake. It's like he pulled me out of it, or whatever it was, I was awake then. So, are very, very important instructions on how to be a perfect monarch model, how to be watch, now I can't remember the name of it. But there is a show that has, it really is a soft and take them out to entertain such throughout the day. But that's a pretty good show. I think if I could remember that. So, let me see here, there. Now, this is where I had more of the hospital, more of the training. I was a drug mule. I was more ritual sacrifice. In this experience, I've had many experiences where I was either seeing sacrifice or somehow participating in it. And this one particular time, and this actually happened back in Seattle, that we were underground, and it was in definitely like a cave. There was a big high ledge here. On the ledge was a draconian in a full regair of his robe, and there was a lieutenant colonel there, and they were watching over the proceedings of the ritual. And during that ritual, there was young women and maybe like about 14, 15, 16 were being brought through for rituals. There was another time there were children and babies. There's some horrific things that they do. Beg your pardon here. So during that time also, I saw other people in cages. This particular time where I saw all these cars coming in, because we will be usually such as this was a Bohemian Grove, some Bohemian Grove, and in Bohemian Grove these chalets. Only way I can say that, and they're deeper into the woods of the Bohemian Grove, and they were bringing in the buses of people and young men, and in fact, Tony Rodriguez and I determined that we were at the same event when he was a very young man and I was an older, not older, but I was like 19. And so we were at the same event. The guys, the kids, the boys were on one side and we were on the other side. We never could communicate with them or talk with them, but going on, and then of course the shop they could take you to do whatever they just got. I do jump around, but it's very hard. So some of the things that I want people, if they're having this experience, they have to come out. They have, it, do. If let's talk about that. Because happening in a way huge and has been going on for so long. It's been even as the monarch problem, and the MK Ultra, those are all been going, for me since 1970. I mean, they've been going on since 1950. So there's people out there my age. I'm actually asking, what are these people? Please contact me. And I have a couple of people here and there, but most of the people my age don't anymore. So some of the things that they teach you also is pain versus pleasure. So the more you're tortured, the more pleasure it is. Now, we're jumping way forward to, I end up, my brother takes me back to Idaho. I start again back in Idaho, and then I'm moved back to Ogden. On these reptilians. And can somebody tell me what that means? Okay. So, abduct me, the Greys will abduct me. Now my lab. Now my lab is military abduction, military lab abduction. And this started happening for me in 1982. These are very similar to the MK Ultra program. It happens to people more now than it did in my time in a different or remote. They're doing remote MK to people while they're sleeping or dreams, and I swear to God they've been gone for a long, long time. They can be in doing all of these things, then either take you physically, just in my group, that women are feeling like, oh, it's just a dream, it's just a horrible dream I keep having, but in actuality, they are accessing, and if they can access you psychotronic, make you feel like you're experiencing all these things, they have this ability. As I said, yes, psychotronic warfare is unbelievably advanced. Think anything they want you in a hologram, a holographic experience, and it will feel real. And you will come back with bruises and scratches and things like that. So, but they still pick people physically. It was because psychotronic place yet. They were working on us. That was some of the things they were testing us for and testing on us. Was, as I said, such where you'd see these imagery and things like that. I think these are things that they were working out. They are also the implants on us as well. So the Chicago that I heard in my mind were called. Now, I think I was also I interface with my ETs all the time, with my positive ones, but it had been years since I did my positive. So, actually, out an important part. About this time is when, this time is about is when my hybrid program started. So I'd like to go into a little the readings are time. There's all different groups. In fact, just about probably every group has a Pleiadian, has a hybrid. And you can see more about that. Three presentations of I'm just going to go ahead. Did I put that in here? No, I guess I didn't. I was hoping I might have, but I didn't. So, planning. So it makes no sense. So my entire life I've always just but I do know I'm not. So I was presented with this sweet little tiny thing in my hand, and I looked at it and I immediately bought my child, the willowy one, and the nursemaid gave me this imagery and said, this is a success. And they showed me in the their imagery that they were showing me, in the communication they were showing me, they showed me other people who had been presented with a baby, and maybe one guy dropped it, another two women backed away, one woman screamed and said, that's not mine, it's horrible, and things like that. The people were freaking out, and so they were very happy that I bonded with that one. And then another presentation was with a little girl that was beautiful, little blonde girl with big bright eyes. Then there was and a tiny little pointed chin. And then one other time I went to the nursery, I saw all of a sudden they kind of stepped away, a little green scale on him. This was actually when I had my encounter. I got that. Yes. Next level, they start interrogating. That at this point they're wanting you to now become the spy, and or to be now the spy. So when the UFOs, they knew what was going on. So if they have an ocular spy back then on me, you could be sure, but they may have some ocular implant. Helicopters, my phone would be tapped, my mail was messed with. I was run off the freeway. Now, that particular time, in fact, in 1 year's time, I had 3 automobile accidents, and the last one was run off the freeway. This is one of the reptilians that I had experience with. So this fellow contacted me and said, because I was actually, do I have a book? No, I don't have. Melinda, Leslie, and I were writing a book called The Covert Abduction, Military Harassment, Surveillance, and Interrogation of the in the Abduction Experience. And we were interviewing military, ex-special forces, other women and men. Lots of years, and I'm going to forgo. I don't think I have time for that. But this particular show. So we come on the Art Bed show. During the Art Bed show, very interesting thing. It was a motif out. Tried to borrowed a phone from a neighbor, came back in, and then Melinda and I finished the interview. Not that night, but the night after that, we were working on a convention we were going to be speaking at, and working on. And so she stayed the day that night, and we worked on that. And then the next night, we went to bed. She was on my master bedroom, and middle of the night, I'm woke up by men in night vision goggles, helmets and night vision goggles. And yes, sorry, I'm drugged, shoved into a van. Same thing happened to Melinda. She broke my coffee table. She fell on my coffee table, which I discovered in the morning. That's how we knew anything at all was wrong. And so they took us, put her in the van. They took us to, and this would have been either Pendleton or another place in San Diego. But I know. So they took us down deep underground base under Pendleton. Then they took us on the gate, and I was passed out completely, but she was. Colonel been warned so many times, you have got to get out of this. It's not going to bring you any happiness. You need to go back to Las Vegas, find yourself a husband, and get out of this, because it's not going to bring you any happiness. Interesting thing that I looked into in many interrogations. It's not going to bring you any happiness is a trigger that they used on me. So he said, at that point, he said, and to bring the point home, I want you to meet somebody. So in walks this being here. I don't have to point it. You can see it. Draconian. And it was really interesting. Today I met a guy. Me, he leaned down, looked at my eyes, and did a mind melt with me. And he put me in a holographic area. So you see the technology that they are getting is alien technology. So when I say they can do this to you in your dream, they can. So he put this holographic screen, me in this holographic imagery. What I had happen. Nets, and I had sun. And it felt the sounds, the smell. I knew they were very nice. Now I had had other experiences. So the first time, like I mentioned that I was that they would do implants to want to make you be a spy. Well, it's one particular time I was brought in. I was given this was the very first time. liquid. I drank it. I knew it had to have been a drug. And the next thing I know, a reptilian, which is the one right here, the dark green. And the mind melt was how some of the methods they can mind, because the answers would come up in my mind, and they would. So that's what happens. So when people have experiences with these kinds of draconians, this draconian and such like that, the past never. I knew who it was telepathically. I knew who it was. It was him. This one. So part of what they used me, and I telepathically said to him, I know you're there. Why aren't they not looking at you? And he sent me back this was my first time I ever had that telepathic imagery with him. This horrific, heavy, dense, like bellowed these words because they must obey us. They know they must honor us. Allowed to look at us. At the same time he's saying that, he's given me holographic imagery of other people looking at him, maybe looking in his eyes, because that was the taboo. You do never look at them in the eyes. And the reason being is this man was being drug off. He was like insane. He was insane. Another person evidently just looked their way, and he was being arrested and taken off. So in this level, it was taboo. This is the 7th level. And I currently found out the exact things of the levels, but like the first level is they're back engineering and things that they're actually testing the back engineering, and then they're getting to the back engineering in the 2nd level. And the 3rd level, you may see the grays and different types of ETs. In the 4th level, there's some experimentation going on. In the 5th level, there's experimentation and with. Why does it keep doing this? Stop it. Experimentation with humans. They're human animals. They're part human, part animal. They're part alien, part human. So this is the genetic labs. This is the genetic. And then the 6th floor is other races. The 7th floor is the reptilians, and they control that level. And I don't know what the 8th is, but it's probably the cloning center or the death. I don't know what it is. Thank God I've never been there. So as other experience I had with them was a very interesting thing. Now this guy was slightly different than the other ones. He still had that same energy, but he was slightly different. But this guy was sitting at the door, and I was sitting on this table, and I said to him, why are you invading our planet? And he said, we are not the invaders. You are. We have been here long before you. And at the same time he's saying this to me, he's showing and running, and these comets are coming down like crazy. And I'm told by him and know by him that directed to the planet. And this was one of this more or less, the end of the story. So many of the smarter ones, like the raptors, and smaller ones, went underground. And he said, I'm sure is a descendant from the raptor. thought. We have evolved to who you see right now. The Delman Pendleton and the others. So I've already gone through this. I wanted to tell you also about my last threat. So after the whole experience of the with Melinda. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you, Melinda won't mind. I'm sure she won't. Melinda's experience was with an reptilian. She'd never seen any reptilians in her experience before, so they didn't have to bring out the big guns with the really bad draconians. So she had a reptilian that looked much milder than mine. I wouldn't have been afraid of him, I don't think. But he leaned over her, looked in her eyes, and made her think in her holographic image that he was raping her and tearing her to pieces. So that was really big for her because she didn't have family. So many things happened to her. The book never got written. The last was I had one more one interview I needed to do, and I went to the guy at the restaurant, and he walked in and said, "No, no, little girl." Over, you're not supposed to do this. Oh, it would be a shame to see anything happen to that little 3-year-old. I was pretty scared. So I took for 9 years, and I felt disappointed. Social report. Also, what? That was in 1999, almost 2000 when that happened. Now, please don't be afraid. There's so many of us speaking out here, and we're still kicking, right? So you can talk. And what? Right? Oh, thank you. Not good wood. Okay, yes, I'm still kicking. So this is a picture of when they. Okay. Your thing isn't working. It's not working. What's that? This particular time. It's time for me to check out. I am done. I am really, really done. And he would really not be happy if I forgot about that. So I'm going to tell you, Ayana was sent to me to protect me. And in fact, when I met with the council, they were the ones that told me. I went to bed. I was actually went over by the coast, and I was looking off the edge and saying, I've got insurance, and my kids will be safe, and what should I do? So they were already pushing me to suicide. So, But my counsel saved me because I decided not to do it. I did. I decided not to do it, and I had an experience where I stood in front of a council of all types of different ETs. This is not actually, this is the best thing I could find, and I'm not an artist. But there was, on this side, there was a glimmering energy thing. On this side, there was two humans, like Pleiadians. This side had some very tall Nordics, a reptilian, a mantid, and in front was what you could consider Jesus, Babaji, somebody. He had this beautiful man with a beard, and he did the talking. Actually, he did all the talking telepathically in my head. And I said, "Can I come home?" And they said, "Beloved, do you not remember you asked for this mission, and you must complete it?" And I whined a bit more and said, "Please, I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm not strong enough." And they said, "Yes, yes, you are. But what we can do," well, actually, they went and communicated back, and I saw that things lit up around them. And I said, and they said, "Well, what we can do is we can help you cancel your contracts." So I did that. And you too can. You can cancel your contracts. Know that for sure. If you're in the MK Ultra program, they may try to convince you you cannot, but you can, and I did. And I canceled my contracts. The only problem is I should have watched my language because I canceled all of my contracts, including my physical ET experiences, which was sad. And I said, "Yes, I know, it's Ayano." And I didn't talk about energy. He first came to me at 16 years old, and he came to an energy in him. You do not look like that. And then he changed into a man, and I said, "No, you do not look like that either." He said, "Are you ready?" Yes. So he showed me reptilian, different in appearance than the one that's a smile. Find him. Passed him already, and there's nothing I can do about that. Also, the little group that I saw was the but they are part of the races. As there's go through a lot of reptilian races, a lot of different the Arcturians and Andromedans, Syrians, and so many different many races. So please know that. And there's good and bad in all races, including the human race. Oh, good grief. Don't do that to me. There, okay. One more. Oh, it's working again. Okay, so now I want to go into the targeted, so I want to make sure I have enough time for that. So the target individuals. Now, as I had mentioned last night, if anybody was here, that the targeting is going on in a rate you cannot imagine. People on a daily basis, night after 4 hours a day, are being targeted with psychonic weaponry, wave weaponry, voice to spell. This targeting that goes on all the time. They're used as guinea pigs, and they're used as guinea pigs is what they plan on the world. At some point, they want to make everyone controlled with the pandemic is psyop that is happening, and part nation answer in you, and then their instruments, which I'll be going to show you, will be able to more easily through everything. There's that's their plan. The reason why presentation understand that they are going to be you, and they can as a guinea pigs with these residual. I got this all in the they're using military, and they're using in crowd control. This weapon that emits energy for military interests and altering weapons and altered machines cause this is the I was put up, but you know, it was a long time ago. Now they don't need that. With my electric shock, it was a band that comes across. Now all they have to do is they put two things right here and here, and they can do the electric shock. They do this also in the psychotronic warfare. They do this to the people, and they will have nightmares throughout the night, things, and they will see bugs crawling on the wall, and they'll all kinds of things like that. So, need to drain the swamp. So, non-lethal weapon, non-lethal weapons target individuals. Electronic weapons under using as subduing a person by if it's administered in an electric shock by a direct contact. So it can be in the ones that they used to use with us was like a pen, the size of a pen, and they could and prod us that way. There's the tasers, the stun guns, the stun batons, the electric belts. Now, the police have a couple of these kinds of things too. And so the water cannon. The water cannons are some of the things they use. And, you know, when I was a child, they would either spray us with a hose, they'd throw us, things like that. But now they've developed this commonly used crowd control that disperses to prevent movement or to prevent movement on a particle position. These water cannons are like development, but they're in development, but they haven't been put out yet, supposedly. However, I have heard they were put out, they were used in other countries, I think. So the directed energy weapon, of course, is your Wi-Fi tower, and now the other different towers as well. Directed energy weapon are weapons, and they're used, of course, with satellites. These weapons emit an energy in an aimed direction without the means of a projectile. They are non-lethal. This is again the government saying that. They're non-lethal and can immobilize people as well as machines. Now, if they can immobilize machines, what do you think they're doing to humans? So it's a very clever way that they're doing soft disclosure. Directed energy weapons include electromagnetic weapons, including laser weapons and microwave weapons, particularly beam weapons, sonic weapons, and plasma weapons.
Of course, they use the active denial system, the ADS. Addition projects electromagnetic radiation that just powerful enough to penetrate human skin and make the nervous system think that the victim is on fire, although no physical damage is done. And this is a very clever way they do that, because people will be calling into me and there's nothing. Nobody can ever go to a doctor because there's nothing ever shows up. The active denial system is a directed energy developed by the U.S. military, designed for area denial, perimeter security, and crowd control. The drone weapon has also been referred to as a heat ray, since it works by heating the surface of the target, such as the skin or targeted human subjects. They put that on their site. Of course, we know all of the new satellites that are going up, tons and tons of satellites. They plan on winning whatever they want to, so they can control, and they can have the satellites up so they can shoot anybody in any place they want to with the psychotronic warfare and the target. So pulsated directed energy weapons currently under development by the United States military involves the emission of an invisible laser pulse which, upon contact with the target, abates the surface and creates a small amount of exploding plasma and electromagnetic radiation. This produces a pressure wave that stuns the target and knocks them off their feet and affects nerve cells, causing a painful sensation. The technology can also be used as a lethal weapon, and indeed his earlier name was called the Pulse Impulsive Killer Laser. The energy projectile of the PEP is a technological non-lethal weapon, which is another degree of that. So they have the Dazzler, and they use this in Desert Storm, yes. So the directed energy weapon is intended to temporarily blind or disorient a target with intense directed radiation targets and includes sensors of human vision. The dazzlers emit infrared and invisible light against the various electronic sensors. The invisible light humans intended to cause no long-term damage to the eye. So therefore, when you're an experiencer and you're having these targeting and you're having these things, you go to the doctor and they can't find anything because it's temporary, but it's still pretty dangerous and painful. Most of the contemporary systems are man-portable, and they operate in either the red or green laser diode, and the green, letter green areas of the electromagnetic spectrum. So the other is the psychochemicals and weapons. Now, these men have, I don't know where that genetic thing came in. That's not supposed to be there. But these men, including another one that was under there, Heath Ledger. Yeah, that's Heath Ledger, of course, Prince, and Michael Jackson. That's who that was. So the bug went in the place of Michael Jackson. Oh, well. So they are some of the people who have had this happen to them from Hollywood. So there's two methods, of course. First, there's the sleep gas, induces sleep because it's a potential fentanyl problem in Hollywood. It causes respiratory depression and ultimately respiratory failure, and if administered in high enough doses. These are some of the celebrities who died from it. There's also there is also, like for instance, Auschwitz and the gas camps and such like that. They took some of that German technology now, Nazi technology, and they're using it and developing it to make a gas as well. And weapons are psychoactive drugs such as BZLSD, coconal, EH3167, the methamphetamines, designed to have a disorientating effect when used during combat, designed to work synergistically with psychotronic warfare, such as remote neural monitoring, brain mapping. I can't tell you exactly what brain mapping is, and harassment, electrocution. See, he belonged there. I don't know why he was over there. So now we go into AI. Now AI itself is not the enemy. AI can be used as a tool, and indeed in our future and the galactic, they use AI, but they use it in a method there where it's controlled and it is not being misused like this. Man and machine. This is also what others call super soldiers. The ultimate goal to replace humans with genetics engineered robots. Remember the movie Terminator? This is where and how they gave you some soft disclosure on that. That is a method. And of course, if you talk to these secret space program fellows, soldiers, the super soldiers, they can tell you some amazing things. We had some wonderful things told to us by James Rink and Johann. So science is not the enemy. That really violates our free will. That's part of our free will. And that is also what we can say no to, because that's part of our free will, that we have the right for this not to happen. I wanted to tell you just a little bit more about the extraterrestrial contract and the hybrid program. There are hybrid program. The shadow government are using in the trafficking. That's part of it. Also, they are, I have a little picture here about that. So this is from this one here, hybrid program. So as you can see, she is being crossed with animals. They have different things like that they're doing. There should be. There it is. There it is. Okay, so this is that picture was supposed to be down there. All right. Finally got rescued and got out. He talked about his experience. He talked about these different people. Like I told you, the other girl that was a hybrid, genetics working with animals, and then this boy here is they're working and programming him for remote viewing. This is, of course, the Montauk chair and the Montauk boys being used. The black-eyed children are another example of what happens with the. So I go back to this, and I don't know, I think I've already talked to you about it. So my mission is to help people get to their truth. My mission also is to have a place for people to share their experience. A UFO Contact Center International, which I was the director of at the time in 1990, they told me telepathically while people were sharing in the group, because it wasn't a group share, it was I bring in speakers and such as that. But after, we have a little chat sometimes, and there was this people talking about UFOs and abduction and things, and they said to me, it's time for you to start a support group. And I said, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Then a few weeks pass to the next one, they do it again and again, and then finally on one particular night, a gal was crying about her experience, and they said, it is now time to start your group. So from that point, I started in end of 1990 and 1991. In 1992, and 91, I had my first, actually it's the first in the world from what I understand, experience groups for teenagers and young adults. And then I had a group for the children and their parents, and that went on for a long time. If you go back and you'll see my binder, there's many pictures of what the children drew or what the adults in the groups drew. I've been copulating that binder since 1991, and you can check that out. I also have a mission for that has been stopped. I have a mission to start a Thrive at My Education school, and I think now would probably be maybe that's why it didn't work out. So about 5 years ago I started working on it, and with every turn the government stopped me. I couldn't get a grant first. No grants. I couldn't get the 501c3. I couldn't get anything. Everything was stopped. But I mean, it's probably because they knew what was going to happen. They had their own plans in place. Just 12th grade, I mean, to the 12th grade, and this would be a school for kids who are indigos, crystals, starseeds, ADD, ADHD, Asperger's, autism, a place for them to study and learn at the way they learn. Some children learn differently from others. So if you put them all in the same box, I'm always hoping that somebody would hear me and want to do something about that. So I'm a certified hypnotherapist. I can specialize in trauma release, as I mentioned earlier. And I just want to go through a couple more things here. I do the readings for galactic light readings. I have my cards back there. These are oracle cards, and you can do your own readings about your own experience. You wake up and you know you have experience. You pull out the cards, and you can find out what your experience is, what happened, so you can get a little bit more clarity. Many, just as you had many lives on Earth, you've had many lives out in space. The chart is back there too. That also helps you find by dowsing with that. It goes into my lab experiences. This one is my story of my monarch survivors, and the information that gives you information about how these things work are also in there, so I try to make it a little bit educational for you. I do my Victor 5 tours right here in Las Vegas, Nevada through Airbnb, and actually since the close-up, I've been doing them through my website, which is UFO Night Watch Encounters. So if you ever want to go out, see UFOs with night galaxies and things like that. That's my school mission. And that is, you can find my website, starseedawakening.org, or I have changed that to Night Watch Encounters, or you can go to my Facebook Soldier and Secret Space Program group and talk to me. Thank you.
Mine.
I guess the stage is dark. This was here. It's like the battery went out. Did you turn it off? Still got the screen turns off. There's no other way to so, right, it was on. Yeah, I saw the volume.
Let's take this down. This? Yeah, the projector in the box, and I'll take my laptop. Okay, right. Oh, the opposite. Let's see. You said it worse. Okay, I'm just putting it on.
Two. No, he wants Misha. Testing, 1, 2, 3. What?
Okay.
Do you know that you have my spot? No, I'm just. For some crazy reason, that's where I ended up.
Oh,
Right? No, it's true.
yeah, okay, that's why.
It's my place.
Yeah.
It's like a routine, Misha. Who knows? I don't have any idea.
We
I
don't
think it's
once
predicting
now.
the future. Predicting the future.
Oh God, I can't get away from being psychic. I'm going to watch you on the streaming. I wanted to watch you.
Mine too. I watch yours on the street.
You want to do a special announcement 10 minutes about today, some special code or whatever, 10 minutes. Can you just sit and listen to her?
Yeah.
Say that again.
Yeah, I'll explain it to her.
Okay,
She's gonna do a little announcement.
I have to do this.
I do.
My ears are so flat.
That's the
I'm not
benefit of
deaf.
having.
Testing.
In fact,
1, 2.
I had a test. No, I was born with ears against the side of my head, so I don't have any sticky outs. If I do that,
Guys,
even
a lot
I
better.
sound louder.
Right.
Hello.
Yours flat.
Yeah, yours
Dennis,
flat. Yeah.
you guys, can you sit down? She want to talk 10 minutes. Then we do something in the back.
Test.
She want to speak 10 minutes
So do you
first.
actually.
I saw that.
I had a test just recently because I'm thinking I had a test just to see, and the only sounds I can't hear.
Dennis, you ready? What, Max?
Hi, there you are.
Oh yeah, you guys turn off your mics.
It's off.
It's picking noise.
There's no switch.
And let it talk after 10 minutes. Important enough.
I'm going to put this on the floor.
Yeah, they're all off. That one, yeah, when we switch it on. Did it work when it was on?
No.
Are you ready? Which one is this? We did last time.
Okay, you ready?
Last time? That's what
Yeah, she want to speak. Please, can you finish? We're picking noise.
It doesn't change.
I'm getting dehydrated again. I was drinking lemon drink.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Said David Farman, BioMed Expo, 5D events. And thank you for staying so late in Las Vegas, Sunday, 25th of October. We have a special announcement for today. Ocean Sky Nikita Surf would explain about what she has researched, and for 10 minutes then we will do the panel. So this is her talk for 10 minutes. Go ahead, Nikita.
Thank you, David. Okay, well, the reason I wanted to take this short 10 minutes time to tell you about today. Today is very...
Okay. Do it again.
Testing. What happened?
That was me. I'm trying to get rid of the echo.
No worries. Okay.
Got a wired mic.
Yeah, it works. It's great. All right, so something very important I want to share with you today. Today is 25th. It's the 10-moon days, and it's Vijaya and Darshami. Vijaya Darshami is a Vedic day. It's once a year. We have this special time energetically. What aligns by all the fast, anything you can possibly imagine, as long as that are good and as long as it is aligned with you. And in that day, it's very important, even if you put your just a goal list for the next 5 years or for the next 5 months, if it's 5 years is too much. And if you manifest that, if you really take any beginning, let it be like if you try to save up for your house, let it be like $20 into your account. If you try to start your new business, just register on the website. If you, whatever your dreams and big dreams is, today is the day when you can put this beginning, and it will happen. Trust me. Like if you just try, it doesn't hurt to try. And I really want to share this information because it doesn't happen too often. And right now is that special day. And it's in the Vedic culture, and by, I was wanting to tell you about like a karmic laws a little bit. So in Vedic culture, we have this thing what calls karma. And everybody heard that word, but now how it really works. So every time you're doing something good, you heard that is coming back to you. You do something bad, is coming back to you, right? But now, when everyday life, when we exchange energies with everybody, we in the context, different energetic context, and when we know, the different dimensions, and we get in some type of zone when we start not as much benefit our karma. We get angry, we have resentment, we have toxic relationships. So say if you react on whatever the situation come through, because circumstance we can't change that, but we can change the way how we react. If we react in this situation, we get in the bad karma. For example, somebody call you some type of like bad names and you call them back. So you take this quality of those person to yourself, and on that moment you're actually making your life a little bit harder. And it doesn't seem right away, but now by the way it goes, you're picking up this all negative energies. Vice versa, if you have some competition, for example, and somebody does something to you, or situation comes out very negative, and you react on that with a kindness, or at least neutral, and just walk away, then on that point you actually getting your positive karma and your life has become better. And if you see something beneficial, if you know how to win any competition in front of you, for example, the person, and he's telling you all kind of negative things about you, your business or whatever, and all you need to do is to, or her, like beautiful eyes or nice tone of voice, or maybe somebody is just kind or tall, anything, and sincerely see that in that person in that moment. And if you can't speak aloud, that will be even better. And that way you benefit that person karma and your own energetic field too, and you gain that quality to yourself. So whatever you see in that person is actually coming to you, and whatever the person telling about you, that's kind of bounce off from you, and actually that person taking your bad karma. I don't know if you understand that energetic exchange, but it's very important in everyday life, because we make this decision as we go. As we wake up every day, it's a new decisions, and every day we need to make a decision what will benefit you and benefit your life. And for that, it is very important to be conscious and aware how we can affect others. So no matter where you are or what you do, if you can, in any space and time, just connect to your heart and be authentic. There is nothing wrong with feeling different emotions. It's nothing wrong with being angry or feeling kind or feeling frustrated, as long as it's authentic and it's a process you're going through. And as long as with this process, somehow you know how to go back to your balance. And when you go back to your balance, you can keep yourself grounded and connected to the higher source. And only you know that. And the only way to know that is to connect to your heart, because this way is, don't just snap on your finger in the middle of, I don't know, like a busy day, other people be able to do it. But if you train yourself every day, if you do 10 minutes meditation in the morning or before you go to bed, rather to be guided meditation, or you can be in prayers or chanting or whatever is close to your heart. If you train yourself 5-10 minutes a day, it's really nothing. Then you start getting used to going to this field. And now when the situation come off, you can easily shift yourself in that exactly comfortable for you already energetic field. And nothing can get you on balance. No other situation, no stress. You will be in charge on your own balance, your own step into your greatness, step into every single day we're making a new choice. And every minute, how we're going to make this choice will affect our future. Even if you don't know, but one decision can lead to completely different direction. And if you're really not conscious about it, the next thing you know, you can find yourself in wrong direction, and it's going to be so hard to align back. Now, if you're conscious, and if you wake up every day and every day is a new day, it's a new beginning. So just because it was great yesterday doesn't mean it's going to be great tomorrow, and everything could happen. That's why you need to know how to connect to yourself, because nobody can tell you about, except the higher source, and whatever you believe, and nothing can really just, if you can start that. It's like very simple habit. Maybe you wanted to paint, maybe you want something and you never really allowed yourself to do that. To find somebody, you want to love yourself first, and you want to, well, Your angels, they're always there for you. And all you need to do is, but you need to be sensitive and open. Yeah, and it's okay to feel these emotions. What get just to ask our guidance, because they're not allowed to step in and actually help us or make any type of decision for us. But if we ask them, like we out loud, that today I want to, today I wish I want to connect to the higher source. I'm open. I'm receiving. I am love. I am light, and I'm asking my guidance, best direction. Invite the people in my life what you can possibly start for you. Merry Christmas. The day is today, so please everybody just, and right in the end, let's just connect to our heart. If anybody can put your right hand to hand in hell, and if you just say, I am love. Love. Because I'm light. Because I'm love. Because I am connection to the higher source. Today. Because I am love. And let it be. Thank you. Yes.
Who wants water? Who wants water?
One of you come up here.
Yeah.
No, Lee?
Yeah, why don't you come over here? Because there's another microphone.
There's a microphone over here.
And you're not on the edge. Not on the edge.
Lee's afraid.
Sing.
Anybody want a little help?
Maybe I can give this, I should give this one to David.
Oh, he doesn't have a mic, right?
Or, I'll see. But.
Yeah, we could always like shift these down.
I mean, we can always shift them, yeah.
Ask our opinion and stuff, and we get a picture of products.
Oh, now we're on balance the other one. So we shouldn't have moved Lou down after all. Oh, they got it. I didn't have to put this.
Yes, David. Yes.
Hello.
Oh, sure. Well, I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you for having us, David. Thank you, everybody. World. My life mission is to be able to help young people, especially through this company here that we partnered with. Thank you. Thank you, David. So I did a raffle here. So we've got a DNA nutrition program to help activate our light codes, maintain optimal health and balance in our bodies through custom DNA nutrition supplement box. So I'm going to do a drawing. For anybody that's not the lucky one that wants to get started on a raw designer nutrition supplement, then I'm happy to get you started. Just so you know, it's up to 100 plant-based, non-GMO, organic, wild-crafted, or cleanly grown superfoods, herbs. We're the only company out there in the world doing it. It's fascinating, and it's truly customized. There's 400 million possible combinations, and one of them has your name on it, literally. And so it's a special program that's coming out to the world to help us activate our light codes by making sure we have those foundational nutrition needs met So we're going to give a drawing. We're going to give away a nutrition program here for somebody. And we'll find out who that. David, did you make it in the box? Yes, sir. Okay, well, who's going to be the lucky one? So, now, keep in mind, just because I pull something out of here doesn't mean that you're a winner, because there was you had to fill out the form completely. So let's find out. Sade Farman. Is that you? Oh, you are magic. David's a magic man. Somehow he must have rigged the thing, huh? David, how did you do that? Is that you? Yeah. You know what? He thinks he's lucky. No, he is lucky. He's very lucky. But just so he knows and everybody knows that there's a one-time $100 lab fee that's going to get you your 35-page genetic review. Keep in mind, this has been my website is Shasta, like the mountain, .euphoriascience.com. Shasta is based from the Human Genome Project, a multiple billion-dollar big governments and militaries around the world, and it basically tells us the opposite of that, unfortunately. However, it's important to know that each one of us are using disease. So 25 years scientific research, software development, 10 years building a business. If anybody is interested in helping others get healthier or helping women's empowerment, then we have a business opportunity that is on the ground floor and going to make a lot of people a lot of money.
Shasta.euphoriascience.com. Thank you so much. Hey, you know what? You know what my name means, right? Saeed in Arabic. Thank you. Thank you so much. So what did I win?
You won. Here, I'll hand you right now.
Get a DNA swab on your cheek and get your customized DNA profile.
Well, there's a 30-day supply of what we call pre-nutrition. They cleanse the digestive tract. Yes. There's a scientific breakthrough in itself, because there's a formula called AC11, which is derived, or it's an actual compound of the cat's claw, a vine that grows in the Amazon. It actually has been shown 100% of the time and 100% of the cases to reverse the aging process by repairing DNA and elongating the telomeres. Yeah. And so this will detoxify the body on a cellular level. It will rebuild the microflora of the gut with prebiotics and enzymes, and it will clear the digestive tract and prepare you for your custom formula, David. DNA test, you submit it to our CLIA certified, HIPAA compliant labs, just so you guys know. It's a doctor-patient relationship. We do not sell or share your information with anybody. So, we do have an event special. So anybody that did not win who does want to get started with the program, then you're going to save $100 by getting started today. So we have a 50% off program to get you started, because we love you and we want to make sure that each one of our light codes are activated that much more from a physical standpoint. And so, yeah, come talk to me out there.
All right. Anybody wants more water before we start?
I've got it.
Okay, Dennis, is everybody's mics on?
Hello.
Mics on. You guys are too close a little bit. They might pick on us, social distance. Adora, please take a good picture from us for Facebook. Thank you. Or anybody else could share these photos on good photos. Not too far, Johnny. Here, my camera, come on. Where you, come here. I didn't know, you said take a picture. Go get everybody. No, here, go. Me and two ends. Yeah, try. And maybe you want to get the photo. Is it possible? Well, no.
Does it do that wide of a shot?
Tommy in? I have to get everyone in now. Well, get half and half, something. Okay. I can get the logo if I go half and half. Okay, get half and half. Get the logo. Adora, did you take some? Another one, Adora?
maybe one further back in the aisle center.
Your picture camera is better. Thank you. You gotta go. All right, thank you, Jen.
Good thing about digital cameras,
You're very
take as
nice.
many pictures as you want.
All right, good job. All right, Dennis, you ready to roll? DVD? Let's do a 15, 20 minutes panel or longer. I don't know. Results of this event. What we did, the culmination of all your efforts in like the way we should do things, or what this is my belief is, or what. Look, the whole purpose of what we did to change the future for better for everybody. And if we can't do that, we are not like other bunch of people who have an intention to create a positive timeline. She knows we will have a better future no matter who is the president, no matter what country, no matter what humanity. Not to kill, not to damage, not to destroy, and not to hate. And with hate, we will destroy each other. Russia and Chinese, America, all this stuff is nations and quarters, and they separate forever. We will have a nuclear war, so we don't want none of this. So we have to really as how we can trade and negotiate. Yeah. Well, okay, we don't have time. Go ahead, start rolling. Everybody on? Ladies and gentlemen, we had a great 3 days, ups and downs and hopes and all the future things we talked about, science, consciousness, health and wellness. Over 33 speakers or more, online, offline, in person, off person. These are the last ones, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in Las Vegas, we're talking to you. So everybody else has to go back home, or they they say their names, how did they like the event, or what we can do better for future to be more positive as off the floor. So maybe we do projects, charity, health and wellness places for alternative medicine like Joe does, or I don't know, things that maybe he has an idea we can bring to the movement, and with funding, public will fund us and do things that will change the society in America and in other countries. So we need funders of every city, over 1 million people, that I can go to that person in that city and say, I need a spiritual help, consciousness help, be my coach. All these people are coaches, best coaches in the world. You know, they will tell you too. So if I can go to him as a leader, I say, this is my problem, this is the way things are, what can you suggest? I have a better future. He is the man I can go to. We are missing these people. It was a church for a lot of people, which is not no more, and or is online, or was for other people, was other avenues of coaching or family, or, you know, I don't have anybody to go to right now. I had a Sufi master. I used to go to him for 10 years. He passed away. Or I had teachers. I used to go to them. I went to church also, churches and stuff. So all this stuff is gone. So we got to create something for the future. Our communities, that we have other goals than normal people out there. We have a higher consciousness. So we should regroup and unite and create a new future. New Humanity Movement and our website, newhumanitymovement.com, or at biomedexpo.com, info at 5devents.com, 5 central legs of the humanity: consciousness, science, health and wellness, and spirituality. So all the above and business. The new way of doing business and trade, that we will bring that up soon too. All right, by saying that, which way shall we start? Whoever want to start first. Okay, go ahead. And you have the mic.
Thank you. Okay. Hello,
Introduce-
everyone. I'm Professor Margaret Rogers Van Coops. I have been doing this my whole life. I was born in 1942 with a bomb exploding as I was birthed. I have never changed my pathway. My destiny has always been to teach the up-and-coming young ones to know awareness, spiritually, emotionally, mentally, and physically. And so my life has been a roller coaster of suffering, of research, and the work that I did. And I have taught in many countries around the world, especially Japan, where I taught over 20,000 students how to be aware of themselves emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually. While I'm not going to all the things that I do, what I do want to say is that David is right. We are in the Aquarian age. When I knew the Beatles before they became famous, I told them they would become famous. Their message was, in all their words, in all their songs, be in the age of enlightenment. We are now birthing children who have 3 and 4 extra DNA strands. They are ready to be taught. And when David says we need a university, that has been my goal throughout my life, that we have for them a place to go to study not just medicine, not just being coaches or whatever it is, or spirituality, religions, but to unite us in understanding that we are human, the human race, and it doesn't matter what color we are. I get very emotional, sorry. It doesn't matter what color we are, where we live, what we do. We must acknowledge one another as a being of light. They need to know how to go out into the world and share where countries have nothing. And right now, the COVID is not an accident in the terms of the one. It's 5,000 years old, and it's our time to rest, stop the mess that we're going through, stop the crazy politicians in the way we're going through, whatever it is, and start. It's 3,400 years. We've just been through 3,500 Piscean age. We're in the Gemini inner vibration, a billionaire who wants to support us in helping us to get a real university where students can come.
That's it, yeah.
From all over the world and be trained and
University.
supported in being able to be a doctor, a philosopher.
You did it. You nailed it, bastard.
I'm looking forward to going next after that.
Ooh, what's up, guys? Zane, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm Zane Daniel. And things that we can do to make the world better by making ourselves better. So I don't actually advocate trying to fix the world. I advocate fixing yourself. Mess, as he said earlier, right? All the chaos, all the things that are wrong were created by us as source so that we could have this experience. And so then an opportunity for us to transcend all the mess and realize all the beauty that it is. We live on a paradise planet, that you interact with another human being, you see yourself as source represented through them. And you can love them, ability to recognize our perfection with flaws, right? That, exactly.
Adjust and transition. Thank you, it was very powerful.
Thank you.
That's all right.
I didn't know you speak in spiritual. Next person. Who is it? Hurry up, guys.
Hi, I'm Donna McGrath, and I'm here to thank David for putting this together. It's a very, very juicy. David always gets the best speakers and the best panels and the best presenters in the world. We were going to work on getting a bigger audience and more students.
We got sharing videos on the streamers. Next year we will do more people in Vegas or other cities, and we want to invite more people to our events. Capacity less, we will make it 2,000 event, and I won't charge people to get in. So somebody out there has money, don't put it in the stock market, put it in the future of humanity. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, and so anyway, my name is Vance. My mission basically is to bring enlightenment to the planet and to present the concept of unconditional love and something or whatever. There's fear of the unknown. There's fear of the known things. There's 5,000 different aspects of unconditional love, but we on this planet haven't even started to understand how to. So I'm coming up with some courses online, and one will be an emotional heal course called Conscious Communication that's coming up, and that will teach you and be totally invaluable to all of your community. Can stop wars, can stop conflict, and can stop any type of any conflict and bring peace onto the planet. So that's my goal. It has the ability to embody the Christ consciousness in themselves and to emanate unconditional love. And everyone has the power to heal within themselves, and everyone can increase that ability by taking courses as well. I'm going also to have a master medical intuitive course. Oh, wow. So yeah, that'll be really good.
In New Jersey.
IMCGRATH.
Okay, great. And she's a miracle healer. She has proved we have witnesses and myself. So don't miss her Skyping or what?
My what?
People Skype with you or what do they do?
You can reach me at coming out. One is from corporate mentality to spiritual reality, a true out-of-body journey to enlightenment, and that is basically my energy healer. And that has about 45 actual verified miracles where tumors were dissolved in 5 minutes, and I've inflated somebody's lung over the phone. I do all of my work
for government and health department.
And I worked for the NIH.
NIH, yeah.
Yes, I was molecular
so she's not a joke,
at the NIH.
So she's serious matter, and that's what this event to go live, I couldn't afford everything. So thank you so much, all of you who supported me.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope you pay us more next year. We will not let COVID or government or politics or anybody dumb us down for what we are here for. Thank you. Donna, we got to keep rolling.
And this foundation is to fund healing for people that it's cost-free for everyone at ages 0 through 99. And it's just, available. I'm looking for donations as well.
Foundation, believe me.
And I'm also assembling a team of miracle healers that will be able to facilitate the actual
we
healing.
Can have a big group of international.
Is to also create an energy healing laboratory or clinics, so that through technology, there's the SKIO machine, there's I don't know, there's a lot of machines out there.
Alternative medicine.
Yeah, alternative medicine machines. So I'm here to create a new shift in the paradigm.
Give us and make us more sick, creates cancer, all the pills they give you. So I stopped going to doctors, and I've been healing people, but if you can heal yourself with a bunch of supplements, why to go to doctors? So, and I believe medicine is only good when you're dying, not before that, because it might kill you otherwise with other diseases, and vaccines also. Shortly we bring up about vaccine. I don't know if you should get to that or not.
Healing on the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels. And so, thank you very much, and again, thanks for coming.
Yeah, this is a closing panel, so we don't do everything at once.
We had a great show. And
thank you. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
And I'm all about vibrational self-care for self-healing.
I like your pendant. I want one of those as a gift.
It's actually green adventurine.
Oh, okay.
And then it's got.
If it was jade, it would have been one of a kind. Listen,
it's all about compassion. So this is particularly for emotional clearing of.
I have the one you gave me. I didn't wear it today, but it's very powerful. Mm-hmm. It's a metallic one. That one.
Correct. Yeah. See, everything is energy vibrating at a frequency, and the vibration in that frequency is the EMF which is electromagnetic field, which is the information that creates that frequency. And so when I started 12 years ago with the vibrational self-care for self-healing, about maybe 10% of the population could feel the energy in our self-care tools like the red laser or the pointer within 1 or 2 minutes. But the frequency of the planet, the vibration of the planet is rising. And today, 35 to 40, maybe even higher percentage of the people feel the energy quickly. And the frequency, the vibration.
Schumann resonance?
We don't work with that one specifically. We work with the frequencies of the body, the human body. All of our frequencies match the optimal wellness frequencies of bones, ligaments, tendons, liver, kidneys, eyes, etc. But the frequency of the planet is rising, and what it's caused is the chaos to increase. And with chaos increasing, the left side and the right side, for lack of a better way of putting it, get so far apart that eventually they collapse. And the collapse is what we're going through here shortly. And then after the collapse, you have reorganization, you have new information, and everything comes together beautifully. And so that's what we're getting ready to go to. And, I'm with saying, it's all about, we're not trying, we don't want to try and change the world, we want to change us. We all are who we've practiced ourselves to be. And practicing, we're creating ourselves. And so the key is to start paying attention to how you're creating yourself when you're by yourself. When you're up on stage here, you got more loving, or we're talking ourselves out of it. One of the, it doesn't change. I'm working on a book called Talking Myself into Success. And so it's all about the vibration and the communication, to heal our body. To focus on our technology is to de-stress the body. We can create our miracles ourselves with our mind. And, but I've got a saying, if you can change your mind, you can change anything.
Your company, Vibrance, right?
Yeah, Vibrance.
What's the website?
My website is helpsyouheal.com.
So much.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add before we finish?
Yeah, it's just a matter of, we're all in this together. We're all connected. There is no separation.
That's right.
Our thoughts are like the electrical signal that goes out in the universe, but it's our emotions that draw our reality and love. Then you're going to have more reasons to practice that come back to you. So it's about being conscious more, because most of us are unconscious. Most can change in the moment, because tomorrow never comes. Okay, when it gets here, it's today. Today is the only day you can change. So glad you're all here, and appreciate you. Look forward to seeing you at the next event.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
I've got some brochures and stuff back there with my website and my YouTube channel and everything if you want to.
Can I say what I
You
do?
finished.
Because I didn't say what
Okay,
I
hurry
do.
up.
I'm sorry, I got so emotional. In a nutshell, I train people to become, train them to emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually be coaches. There's so much. My courses are 5 levels. There are examinations. I can give them qualifications. As a professor, I can give you a PhD. Of integrated and alternative medicine as I am for these children in the future. So I just want to say that's what I do.
I am not a doctor or in that medical field, but I do work in healing the heart. And I have been doing this since 1999, working with people who their heart is damaged. My mission is to provide for people how to come out of the fear. Fear is false evidence appearing real. It's not real, especially in this matrix. It is a matrix, and we do not have to live in fear. You can replace fear with the wonderful word of LOVE. It is so much stronger. It is so much more powerful than any other word in the world. And what I want to say to you is the extraterrestrial they share with people their unbelievable love. They also have an absence of fear. If you are around a benevolent, the most wonderful thing, which is love, So I provide a place for people to come and share on the internet with my many groups. I have 3 groups a week. They're 3-hour groups. They're free for anyone to come. You can talk to people in your most specific thing.
You have a website?
I do, starseedawakening.org. And I'm on Facebook, so you can contact me on Facebook. It's Misha Johnson, Miesha.
And you do a stargazing, right?
Oh, well, I'll tell them about that. Yep. I also do night vision tours here in Las Vegas, Nevada. The reason I started these is for 2 things. In my experience, I had an experience where soldiers came in and took me out of my house with night vision goggles on. I also came to me, my galactic secretary said, you must become a hypnotherapist. We will find a way financially to put you through. So I went to HMI Institute to become a hypnotherapist. And it was very odd because they told me that, I told them what I was going to do with it, and they said, well, that is really wonderfully unique. We have never had a student graduate and do something like that. So I see that if you can program people with hypnosis for the mind control, then you can also help them get out of those trauma with hypnosis. And I provide these groups for people, and you can find me on Facebook.
Hey, Zane, you're beautiful.
Oh, you mean just now? Or
Yeah, just now. I can show
very
you.
good.
You go to Facebook, share that, and comment, and put your website. My battery is
Sure.
running out. Otherwise, we will do more Facebook Live, or anybody want to do Facebook Live is fine. And also, we are streaming, and DVDs. Everybody buy the DVDs from Dennis. Dennis, how do they contact you later on? Hello? I will pass Talks DVD. He has it. Nikita.
One
Go
thing
ahead.
I should just throw out there, I said you could go to zanedaniel.com, but I didn't tell you how to spell it because it starts with an X, which is a little bit
It changed a lot of people's life. Even 1 minute, yeah. You guys do it. It's on the stream and DVD, but go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Lee Rose. Evolution of the planet Earth. You can see that where we've come from the Middle Ages, and we can see this evolving into a higher society, and it's becoming more spiritual. And the one way to accelerate the spirituality is to have prosperity in the country, spirituality. So it's my belief that the more prosperity, financial and business prosperity in the country, that the more the arts and the spirituality, religion connect with the Galactic Federation and the ETs.
May I?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Some
that's a
people
good
find it
answer.
through golfing.
You're right. They don't have to do what we want to do.
Yeah, and I'm reading a book that's very interesting. Most people are familiar with the book The Secret. Well, there's another book. It's got a heart on it. It's about 5 inches by 5 inches. And I picked it up some months ago and asked if it will help you manifest more sufficiently for you. And so I've been reading the book, and it has an interesting, very unique approach. It says go to love. He says if you don't add love into your manifestation and connect to the God and energy, the Creator's energy, or if you do that, you'll speed your manifesting, being love, and your first target is to love yourself as a life. And then once you love yourself and you're a good example, anyway, so I read the book every day a little bit, and I'm practicing it, but everybody wants to know how to manifest their desires to one degree or another, but this is something to consider adding into your manifestation methods, is to, it'll help the world evolve. And anyway, my name's Lee Rose. I'm filling in for Phil Wilson of RelaxedSaunas.com. He's been doing these exhibits for over 8 years. The sauna, I actually bought this. I told Phil, if he ever needed me, I could volunteer to fill in for him. And what this particular product, as far as I know, it's high intensity, concentrated far infrared for maximum therapy. But what it does, it helps your body relax in just a matter.
Who tried it, and thank you for bringing the products and showing. What's the website again?
Relax Saunas.
Relax Saunas.
It's plural, relaxsaunas.com. And then there's an ebook, 2 ebooks that explain the whole product. It's relaxsaunas.com/, and that'll bring you up to speed on it. But from a spiritual perspective, what it does, it creates such calmness and relaxing, because most people are
And then sit half an hour, and you're wasting your time. But this one in 5 minutes, people don't have time now.
infrared saunas are good. But the wood ones, they're a little pricey. They get up into thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
To heat up, get your face and hair all wet. But this one, your head's outside, stays nice and cool, and you get a full heavy sweat in only 20 minutes. You can do 7 minutes with your clothes.
Yeah, thank you.
And anyway, it creates a serenity. So if you want to meditate, you can be in the sauna and get a really intense feeling of serenity. On the second or third session. I had a backache when I first got it, and it disappeared after the second or third 15, 20-minute session. So you only need about 15, 20 minutes to get a heavy detox sweat.
You give discount to our group, right? 5D events or BioMed Expo, if they call it, to give discount to our groups, and David Farman, whatever.
They mentioned 5D, and also you can use coupon code 88.
Any US?
Shipping's 25 in the continental US. You're really connected to God energy, and it's a God energy that creates all manifestation. It's a very
This is
simple
temple
thing.
of God, and if we heal it, our body and soul and mind and spirit, we are in heaven. If we don't, we are in hell.
Yes. And thanks for everybody for attending, and I really admire everybody for being here. I really like
Thank you for coming.
Truth seekers.
We enjoyed your talk.
And helping the planet evolve with
I appreciate it.
increased awareness.
Thank you so much.
Well, good evening again, all the beautiful souls. My name is Ocean Sky Nikita Yonce, and founder of Happiness is Our Choice movement. You can also find me on the website happinessisourchoice.com. And if you're in LA, my organization is Heal in Paradise. I do a lot of events, and you're more than welcome to come. I'm just gonna put vibration and happiness. Today I'm gonna just share with you 3 messages. What angels bring it to me right now. For some reason, I'm also intuitive, and I'm transformational life coach, and sometimes I do have some messages what coming through me. It's not my messages, so I'm just gonna deliver it to you for Earth's human experience. And when we got to this earth, our souls we choose like a contract, we choose our life and what experiences karmic we will have here. So just a reminder, number 1 is whoever has come to your life and whatever is happening to your life, and don't be upset with people or circumstances what happened to you who somehow interact with you and might get you upset or disbalanced. And it's the lesson there what you need to see. So it's nothing to do with this person, whoever it is, your mom, your wife, whoever, your brother. It's just a teacher, and you look at that like that, so you don't take this personally. Secondly, is if you do have somebody who hurt you in your life, or connections, because as we raise to the higher vibrational level, a lot of people path, and there is no right and wrong. But there is the level and point when you need to cut this communication, cut this connection, or distance yourself. And when you do that, it's not enough. Then you have to also cut the cord with that part of yourself, what allowed that person in that. And the third message what I want to tell you today is about we are creators of our life. We have amazing powers. Our words is very powerful. We are incredibly powerful, and we create our reality. So the reality is your life, because you don't know, is it an illusion where you live right now, or is the real reality? Who told you that is the reality? We also have parallel lives, and we have it with love, and with happiness, and with connection, balance. And the way you see things, it's only your choice to see things the way you want it and create your life and your character and your feelings the way you want it, because you choosing how to feel, you choosing how to live, and you choosing who you want to be. And that's the most important. Not as much as others see you, because it starts with you. Start with you, and everything else is aligned. So that is the most important things, and I invite you just to feel beautiful souls as you are. Thank you.
God has given you beauty, and not only that, I never seen a model who's so spiritual. I mean, you're so educated. It comes back from your past lives. You probably were a princess, and they trained you in a lot of spirituality in a big palace in Persia or Russia or somewhere. But whoever you were, and she's a connecting point to Z generation, the new kids. She can relate to them more than us, being in Hollywood and thing. And with one message in Hollywood, or a lot of people know her, and she can change lives. So these are kind of people we need for New Humanity Movement, and healers and speakers. We have 65 years to understand how things works. It was too late, but thanks to my Sufi master, he changed my life in Colorado Mountain, Boulder Mountain, in my hand until he prayed for me, and until I was shaking for 15 minutes, and he woke me up with an initiation. So initiation, we have to initiate the humanity. We have to initiate everybody to wake up. This is our job, as a conscious leaders out there. We might not be famous, we might not be there for a betterment of all men and women who are looking for alternative medicine, consciousness, health and wellness, spirituality, space science. Pretty soon we have to face extraterrestrials, which government is facing with them on their underground projects, but very soon we have to face the rest of humanity as they land. You have to be able, like Mr. Fritz was explaining from deep projects, you have to be able to telepathically, out of your heart, you have to communicate, and you have to be very fast. They read your mind before you even speak, because we had those communications telepathically already. So if you cannot communicate right, cannot be raising in consciousness to 5D. So we have to raise our vibration. That's why these events are for. So last person, Alan Bedian.
Innate connection and an ability to communicate with the tech body, and able to find solutions to problems. If I don't find a solution, have a skill that I need, borrow the skills from another version of myself in a parallel world if I need it, and just be able to do stuff we can, because it's that childlike joy of just wanting to learn things and do things and be good at stuff, and paint and sculpt and create everything, make music, turning us to stop giving it all of our power. Where we're feeding this tech body, and it's becoming a monster. And I'm sorry, as much as I love, it's depriving us of our own innate ability to be connected to our humanity, when it's kind of taking away that power that we're given as God. We create our own universes, whether that's within our own hearts, within our own, within our computers. It's all interconnected. And our shift and phones, our Googler, all of that is no longer in our hands and no longer, part of us. And what we would turn to, and what kind of, what would become of what we've grown to be exposed for. The tech is just a tool to give us something that we can't do. We that true, perfect being. We don't need any of those tools. We can do everything within ourselves. We don't need a car to travel when, if we're able to jump in a portal and jump to where we want to be. Show the planet, if it does come to those disasters, which it sucks being an optimist that has to face reality. And I'm seeing ourselves being able to reach new ways to connect. to get off of social media and not use that as an excuse to, to be social with each other and be part of it. Instead, communicating inside of us, to have that place of knowing and understanding that I think we all have access to reach, and of society that could create this amazing utopia after the dust settles, after they almost choose not to share because, once again, I'm trying to be as optimistic as possible, and,
There's different timelines.
Yeah, there are.
Like he was saying, if we both agree to have a better future, we will have a better future. And we don't need to be involved in there. As we speak, a lot of people have a full, and us too. As we speak here, everybody lives in fear out there. So we passed that point. We raised our consciousness, and we are going beyond the parameter of quantum consciousness to show us. So we are the leaders of consciousness at this moment. There's with intention to February next year, we do a better event in Las Vegas, and maybe rest of the world, other cities we will travel with the funding. So we have a project intention and consciousness and energy, like you said, to open the university, to open the charity, to open the hospital, to open the that. So thank you. You already spoke. Go ahead, last thing.
I was reading, I believe, some channel material online, Threshold, in April, when he said the entity or spirit said that 50%, over 50% of the planet now, of the people on the planet are positive. And it's a huge, huge breakthrough through planet Earth.
Yeah, we had major shifts past few years, especially after 2012. Even my whole concept of life changed. Not because it's Venus, because it energetically changed my life. I never thought I'd see Mars, moon, and stuff, but that Venus came so close. It was like God's love, and females rose like lions, and they became best speakers and best energetic healers, and best because of that Venus. So I think cosmically we're all connected, the energies, and as consciousness has been risen. Thank you so much. Does the audience has any questions before we leave? Okay, good. Anything else? The last thing anybody want to add to close the panel? So with a good intention, I put the last poll on the ground. Thank you, God, for everything you gave us in our lives, the livelihood, the light, the blessing. Thank you so much. And these events that we bring consciousness. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everybody else. And we hope to see you soon again, and the blessings, and share and promote these events so we can do better jobs. Thank you. We want to get a group picture here, and anybody else want to join us? That's fine. I need a better camera. Only two pieces. Don't go here. Try to make it short. Who wants to take two pieces? I don't know. Let's line up. With me. Let's take a picture with all of us wearing masks. Who is taking pictures with me? We're almost done. Yeah, we're almost done. Katie, everybody want? Give them one. Give them something. Unity, one, uno per uno. All right, guys. Love you all. Take care. Thank you, everybody.
David, come over here. With you.
Good idea.
I want like this. Hurry up, David.
Get rid of this. Sorry. Is that behind her?
So let me see back of this. Yeah, you see this, it's like a telescoping pole?
Yeah, I'm sure you
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's going to be too long for yours. Oh, but it does. See, it's like a tent pole the way it collapses.
Is it the same thing?
How tall does it go?
It's the same thing.
Okay, same thing. Yeah, we can help her. I think you still have some places. Yeah, I don't want the speaker to, yeah. It doesn't need the podium.
It looked this way for a second.
You got the lighting, LED lighting.
Okay, now I need the video on my phone, not that phone. Now we're gonna, now it's a full photo shoot. So I'm going to just keep on doing video. 1 hour. No, 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 no. I'm joking. I'm serious. What do you need, baby, little baby? What do you need, little baby? You're gonna be okay. 5 minutes is fine for you? No, you're not. No, you're not. No, it's not. I'm just joking for you. So you need a candy? I don't have any. Okay, right there. So you're going to do this right there, and I will explain to you where exactly. Okay.